Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. Oh, hold on. I'm hearing some secondary noise coming through. Hold on. Yeah, so I was hearing some. So yes, there it is right there. Ayendaba. Hold on. Where am I hearing myself from? Hold on. Give me a moment. I'm hearing secondary. I'm hearing secondary sounds, and I don't really want to be hearing secondary sounds. So our guest joins us imminently. In fact, I think our guest may well be ready for us now. Prince, give me a micro moment. There's just a background noise that I need to shut down. Just give me 1 minute, and then I'll bring the Prince on. The Prince is here, ladies and gentlemen. Prince, apologies. There's a secondary noise coming through. Let me go and shut it down. All right, thank you for that. So without any ado, let me bring the guest on straight away and immediately. So so there it is. That's the Prince. Yeah, he joins us. The Prince is in flight at the moment. So you may not get the fullness of him. As you can see obviously the backdrop. So so that is commitment right there. So he promised to join us, and he joins us. So Prince, are you ready, or should we give you a moment and then come back to you? Good to see you, Prince. Thank you for joining us again. All right. So there is the Prince. I don't think he's able to speak at the moment. As you can see, it's on an aeroplane. So Prince, I'll put you to the background. And then or what would you? Okay. So that's the Prince anyway, who acknowledges his presence here. So that's the Prince. So the Prince is with us, but not able to speak with us at the moment. So there is the Prince. Let me let me speak to the Prince offline. So let me ask him to. So Prince, indicate when you are able to speak. So the Prince is with us, but so you saw him. So you can hear me perfectly, but you saw the Prince was on an aeroplane, so he couldn't really communicate. You know how it is. It's just he's not in the best place to speak with us at the moment. So he will join us again fairly shortly. So that was the Prince. So you saw him. So at least he's made that appearance, and then he'll join us really to fully engage. Let's see. Let's do that him back. Hello, Prince. Are you able to speak, Prince? We can see you, but we cannot hear you. And we know you're on a flight. Yes. Prince, shall we give you time to land, and then you join us when you're in a more comfortable space? Shall we do that? Let me ask him offline. All right. Okay. So he left a message. Sorry. Yeah. Let me have a look. All right. All right. Brilliant. So the priest left a message. He's not able to speak. So yeah. So the prince is with us, as you can see. But he's left a message. I am airborne now. I can only speak when I land. I still have an hour 40 minutes to go before I land. Sure, I will join again when I'm landed. Thank you very much. So, if only all Nigerian politicians were like this. He promises, he delivers, and then he makes the efforts to make the engagement. So that's the prince on a flight, but still acknowledging his presence here to fulfill that promise, of course, that he was going to join us. So you heard what he said. He's on a flight, and as soon as he lands, he's in a more comfortable place. He's ready to take on your question. So let me. I'm not going to leave this prince on the screen unless he wants to be on the screen. But let's go to other talking points while we await the fullness of the prince. So let's go to other talking points whilst we await the fullness of the prince, who will join us, as he said, just as soon as he's landed. So that's the prince. So as we await the prince, what are we going to be talking about? So we're going to kick it off with this headline that somebody sent in. Nigerian students threaten nationwide protest as schools hike fees by 200%. So that's a funny little headline right there. Because there is an understanding on both sides of the divide. So you cannot suddenly be lumbered with a bill of 200% more than you were paying previously. When your pay has not increased in tandem with that. So you cannot be lumbered suddenly with a 200% increment in a payment that you were making previously when your income remains consistently at the level it is. So that's the argument for the students. But the Nigerian educational system is to the point that it's virtually free. We are producing do you know how much? I'm sure you know how much it takes to go through a university wherever you are and to become a medical doctor and all of that. So the Nigerian state is essentially paying to train people as medical doctors virtually free of charge, because in instances these people don't even pay more than 30,000 per semester, even per session, to go through something as esteemed as a medical degree. And then they get that graduation and up the pop without any sense of loyalty to the country, Dubai, London, UK, America, etc. So there is an argument on both sides of the divide. So we'll go through that, see what we are making. Yes. We'll go through that, see what we are making of that. Hold on. So we'll go through that, see what we are making of that. So that was one of the headlines sent in by one of the subscribers. So we'll go through that, see what we are making of that. And then we'll go through this, see what we're making of this as well. So now, the never-ending saga that is the Obi versus the Labour Party, shall we say, saga, making Obi presidential candidate regrettable. So a Papa faction of the Labour Party is what is saying that. But I even object to the idea of describing it as their Papa faction. There can only really be one leadership within a structure. And the recognized leadership of the Labour Party is their Papa leadership. I'm not quite sure that Abure's leadership of that Labour Party subsists in law. Certainly, the person registered as the Labour Party leader, by my estimation, is a Papa. So there's no faction. He is the substantive leader of that party. And the leader of the party is telling us that it is regrettable that the candidate that they put forward in 2023 was the candidate that they put forward. So that is where they are now. It's a gift that just is. It's a theater of the absurd. It's a comedy. It's a tragic comedy. That's just the best way to describe it. A tragic comedy. A tragic comedy. So we go on from that space. And we go on to this space. So okay, let me bring it to you from here. So we go from there, we go on to this space. So this still in the realms of speculations at the moment, because although a lot of news platforms have reported this, it's not yet fully verified yet for us to take it as something concrete. This is in the realms of speculation, but speculate to this. 3 years after, Lagos State government approves 61 million for mass burial of 103 SARS victims. So let me just give you a quick readout of that, see what's in play. The Lagos State government has allegedly approved the sum of 61.285 million naira for the mass burial of the 103 the year 2023 SARS victim. In a letter leaked online titled Letter of No Objection, mass burial of 103, the year 2020 SARS victims, dated July the 19th, with reference number XYZ. It's not XYZ, I'm just reading out the reference number. Addressed to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Alausa Ikeja, and signed by the Director General of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, Mr. Onofowote Fatai Idowu. The Lagos State government awarded the burial contract to TOS Burial Limited. So that's what's in play now. So and there seems to be a letter that seems to verify that somewhat. So this is the vexatious letter now that's in play. So that's the hold on. Yes, so that's the vexatious that's the vexatious letter that is in play. So let's see. Let's just see. The letter comes almost 3 years after the Sanwo-Olu government denied the brutal killing of unarmed protesters who were waving the Nigerian flag and chanting the national anthem when the military opened fire on them at the Lekki toll gate on the night of October the 20th, 2020. In the certified true copy report of the Lekki incident investigation of October the 20th, 2020, by the Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry, on restitution for victims of SARS-related abuse and other matters, the panel revealed that several unidentified bodies were removed by security agencies, and the Lagos State Environmental Health Monitoring Unit and deposited at various hospital mortuaries in Lagos State. The panel also said it found the cases of death or injury, or the panel also said it found the cases of death or injured protesters credible, and asked that the families of the victims be compensated and their bodies released. It is unclear if the directive to the release of the victims' bodies to their families have been carried out. The letter was signed by Mr. Idowu. The letter signed by Mr. Idowu confirms that Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu signed off on the contract to give the victims a mass burial. So, like I said, this remains in the realms of our speculation. We refer to your letter dated the 13th of July 2023 with reference number XYZ in respect of the above subject matter. Following our review of your letter and the documents attached, we note the following. Mr. Governor's approval, minutes of ministerial tender board meetings, procurement planning committee, and sign-off. Following the review of your request and based on the information provided therein, the agency has no objection to the award of contract to Messrs. TOS Burials Limited at a total sum of 61.285 million naira, only for the mass burial of 103 the year 2020 NSAS victims. In view of the above, please note that you should ensure a quadruplicate, I cannot pronounce this word, quadruplicate. So there it is. In view of the above, please note that you should ensure a quadruplicate copy of the letter of award for Messrs. TOS Funeral Limited, registered with PPA within 72 hours. Ensure the submission of the certificate of supplier's registration with PPA in the appropriate class. Ensure all statutory taxes and deductions are remitted by the suppliers. And the letter of award is to be accompanied by a copy of this letter of no objection, certificate of so it goes on to list all sorts of auxiliary details, but the upshot of it is a mass burial then for the NSAS victim. So a mass burial for the NSAS victims that are allegedly Sanwo-Olu told us that did not exist. But I do not think that Sanwo-Olu said the victims do not exist. I've never heard Sanwo-Olu say that the victims do not exist. I think where the quibble is what happened at Lekki Toll Gate. Because necessarily there would have been victims of the NSAS space. It was a violent protest, especially in a place like Lagos. So there would have been victims and a lot of unidentified bodies. But what happened at Lekki Toll Gate is where the vexation is. So the vexation continues. And of course, this now next headline will come as no surprise to you. Who do you think has leapt into that space to try and rebel rouse? Before I show you the headline, guess in the comment section. Who do you think has leapt into that space to try and rebel rouse? Of course, you get no prizes. Obi Ezekwesili. Is this true? Obi Ezekwesili urges Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to react to reports claiming state government has approved 61 million naira for mass burial of 103 people killed during the NSAS. So there it is, predictable Obi as ever doing what she does. So that's predictable Obi. For once, I would like just in one instance to hear Obi actually say something about the unknown gunmen atrocities in whichever state in the southeast. I'd like just for the balance of it. You know, because she's very quick to. She was at Alaba Market not quite a week ago, and then she leapt onto that jam girls narrative, who then turned out to be a fraudster. The Alaba Market, of course, they were building on regulated structures in swamp areas, and those structures were tilting, ready to collapse. But she leapt into it to ethnicize, and then she leapt onto that jam girl. What's her name? Mesame or something. That young girl. She leapt onto that space to try and rebel rouse along ethnic lines, only for the girl to confess that she actually forged her result. Now she leaps onto this space as well. So maybe as she hops around like a kangaroo, maybe she will hop in the direction of the Southeast in one instance and give us her thoughts on the goings on there. So give us our thoughts on the goings on there. So now, we are going to take a break from our politics as we often do, and we touch base with the human interest narrative. So this particularly struck me. So if you're a betting man or a betting woman, before I show you this headline, if you're a betting man or a betting woman, how much would you bet on these odds? So the bet on these odds are identical twins married to identical twins give birth to identical twins on the same day. You stand a better chance of winning the lottery than for this happening. So listen to that sequence. Identical twins. So there they are, these two chaps on the screen. Let me remove this. So there they are, these two chaps on the screen. So identical twins. So these are, of course, you can see. And when I wonder why they always dress twins in the same colors, is that to emphasize their physiology will tell you their likeness. And if they don't look alike, you don't have to dress them similarly. But there it is. Identical twins married to twins give birth to identical twins on the same day. So there it is. You know, there's a community somewhere in Yoruba land that I think science is even studying that community, that a good 40%, and I'm quoting from memory, so please don't slaughter me if I got that wrong, that a good 40% of their birth are twins. So there's that community there somewhere in Yoruba land. So we touch base with that, see what is going on. And then when we come in, we'll also, of course, be catching up with our guest who made an appearance on Arise TV. So we just get a snippet of what he had to say on Arise TV, just to set the backdrop to conversations with him. So that is Prince Adebayo on Arise TV, setting the world to right. So that's Prince Adebayo, of course, unmistakably so. So there it is, a rich harvest of everything. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Hold your hands up and surrender to the space. Stay with us for however long it lasts. It's going to be a blockbuster roller coaster session. And the Prince is going to take on all questions from politics to culture to finance. He's a well-versed man, as you know, and he's ready to speak on anything. So we are waiting for the Prince to join us, but before the Prince joins us, we do as we usually do. But before we do anything, let me take a micro, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and the usual things. Like, subscribe, and all of that. And join us on the screen if you want to interact with the Prince. So do all those, but let me take a micro musical intermission before we come into the readout. You know where we're going, of course, the Kegates.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé ṣọ́bí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ṣọ́bí master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ó jàre o. Eruku eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. So the follow on from that readout from Lagos State. Somebody is confirming in the comment section that it's actually an authentic letter. So that mass burial arrangement is actually real. Is this so? Obi Ezekwesili urges Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to react to reports claiming state government has approved 61 million naira for mass burial of 103 people killed during SARS. So now let's now say, former Minister of Education Obi Ezekwesili has called on the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to react to online reports claiming his government has approved the sum of 61 million naira for mass burial of 103 people killed during the SARS protest in Lagos on the 20th of October. A document purportedly from the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency to the State Ministry of Health approving the money for the mass burial has been making the rounds on social media. So this should be meat and drink for the obedient space. It should be meat and drink for the obedient space. In a tweet shared on our handle this evening, July the 23rd, Ezekwesili asked the governor to react to the claim. Mr. Governor, here is a document that has gone viral on social media stating that your government procured services for mass burial of 103 corpses killed during SARS protest. Is this so? Mr. Governor, Mr. Governor actually knew the state had a record of 103 dead bodies from SARS shooting. So, this is just where it usually goes awry. There's so many senior people that have proven to be a disappointment. They often prove to be a disappointment, but especially in this cycle, there are so many senior people in politics that proven to be a disappointment in the course of this particular electoral cycle. Just look at this. Is this not the saber rattling of mischief making? Look at this sentence. Mr. Governor, here is a document that has gone viral on social media. Okay, so that's fine. Stating that your government procured the services for mass burial of 103 corpses. So that's fine. Killed during the SARS protest. So I don't know. Well, yes, clearly, I suppose that's a fair comment. Yeah. No. This actually is the one that I was looking to highlight. Is this so? So this is the one I am looking to highlight. Mr. Governor actually knew the state had a record of 103 dead bodies from the SARS shootings. So it's that last word that is the dog whistle right there. So it's that last word that's the dog whistle right there. Because there was nothing in the report to say that the 103, if they do exist, they are victims of shooting, but they died within that SARS space. So unless Obi Ezekwesili knows something that the rest of us do not know, but is that not, that's a dog whistle right there, and that is saber rattling. Mr. Governor actually knew the state had a record of 103 dead bodies from the SARS shootings. So there it is. We need your urgent response. So this is Obi Ezekwesili, saber rattling, as she often does. It's just a real thing, the way this woman carries on. A lot of people would lose credibility as this electoral cycle comes to an end. A lot of people would lose credibility. But let's go from that to the next readout. Nigerian students threaten nationwide protest as school hike fees by 200%. So the fees in Nigeria are far too cheap, but the 200% is far too high. That's just the thing. The National Association of Nigerian Students has condemned the planned increment of school fees by tertiary institutions in the country and demanded the suspension of the increase in fees. So there are so many arguments to be had here. There are so many arguments. So the first argument is to say that Nigerians grossly underpay for education. If you try and mirror the quality of Nigerian education, and if you want to know the quality of Nigerian education, then you have to look at the numbers of Nigerian doctors, engineers, accountants, etc., that are sorted globally. There was a time that Canada virtually opened her doors to Nigerian professionals. So that's the quality. So never mind all of these things that we like to say. Nigeria produces qualitative education, but at what cost threshold? You know, at what cost threshold? You can go through a whole session, a whole year in university in Nigeria for less than 100,000 naira. How much is 100,000? That's not even £100, is it? It's not £100, is it? You can go through a year of education in Nigeria for less than £100. So that's dirt cheap. That is dirt cheap. So that's one argument. But the other argument is they were charging them £20 before. So you cannot then ratchet from £20 all the way to over £100 and ask the people to insulate that. So that is where the chasm is. The National Association of Nigerian Students has condemned the planned increment of school fees by tertiary institutions in the country and demanded the suspension of the increase in fees. Many institutions have increased their fees by 100 to 200%, which may force some indigent students out of school. So they're going to price the poor out of education. This seems to be the direction of travel. Already, most federal and state universities have raised their fees to cushion the effect of funding challenges in public institutions. They justified the hike on poor government funding of tertiary education and rising inflation in the country, which shot up to 22.4. I wonder where the inflation was to shoot up. If anybody knows, please say it in the comment section, because it looks as though Nigerians are about to be priced out of life itself. You know, they're about to be priced out of life. 22.4%. They justified the hike on poor government funding of tertiary education and rising inflation in the country, which shot up to 22.4%, the highest in 17 years, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. So it then goes on to give us a list of the schools that have spiked up their fees. Let's see, any of the prominent schools here. A University of Ilorin is there, so I suppose it has some sort of a reputation, and Unzuka is there as well. They have some sort of a reputation too. But there it is, the poor being priced out of education. The poor being priced out of education, but Peter Obi being priced out of politics, making Obi our presidential candidate regrettable. So this is Apapa speaking. The Lamidi Apapa faction of the Labour Party LP has lamented over the choice of Peter Obi as his presidential candidate in the election. So if Lamidi Apapa is the substantive leader of the Labour Party, I wonder then if he's well within rights to withdraw that petition from the tribunal. I wonder if he does that, what the consequence will be. The faction said the party made a mistake by fielding Obi as his presidential candidate. The faction noted that Obi lied federally, that should be said severally, I suspect. Obi lied severally to the Presidential Election Tribunal over some electoral documents from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. This was contained in a statement signed by its suspended National Publicity Secretary, Abayomi Arabambi, to celebrate Obi's 62nd birthday. According to Arabambi, the National Working Committee of the Labour Party felicitates with its popular presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, on his 62nd anniversary. I am wishing him well. We want to state that I am wishing him well. So that is where the compliments end. I am wishing him well. We want him to state that that should be we want to state. We want to state that we regret fielding him on the platform of the party in light of recent developments, particularly actions that undermined the discipline of the Labour Party, which it is known for. The Lamidi Apapa-led National Working Committee of the party hereby charges the celebrants to, on this occasion of Thanksgiving to God, to be reflective of the Nigerian interest which he seeks to serve. It is indeed worrisome that even though he went to the Presidential Election Tribunal as a non-member of the Labour Party and lied severally that there was a time they issued a subpoena to INEC for all those documents and maintained that they were unable to pay all the documents they seek to tender, kicks regret in our party stakeholders. So I don't know quite what that means, but there it is. The internal wranglings within the Labour Party carries on. The internal wrangling between the Labour Party carries on. Let me take it to this one. I'll give you two more readouts, and then I'll come into the room, and then we can start off the conversation. Any rerun poll should be between Atiku and me, Tinubu tells court. So I'm not quite sure if Tinubu said this or if he should have said this, but let's see. President Bola Tinubu has appealed to the justices of the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja to exclude the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Mr. Peter Obi, and his party in the event of any rerun presidential election, claiming that only him and the candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, are constitutionally qualified. So, yes, of course, if there was going to be a rerun, which is highly unlikely that there will be, the rerun will have to be between the winner, the declared winner, and the declared runner-up. But Peter Obi, of course, is arguing that because Tinubu is from Guinea or something, I don't know quite what, they are presenting a Guinea passport and some drug something from America, whatever. So that's the. And by the way, Peter Obi, in the course of his plea to the tribunal, he never once stated that he won that election. He never once stated that. All he stated on that election was that Kashim Shettima, he double dipped, so they should disqualify him. Tinubu has some drug something in America, so they should disqualify him. INEC did not transmit to the server, so they should void the election. And I think there was one other somewhat feeble thing. But in the course of all of his petitions, he never claimed that he won the election. So I'm not quite sure why people go around claiming that he won the election. He himself, in his plea to the courts, never claimed that he won the election. Tinubu argued that if the justices void the February 25, 2023 presidential election, Obi and his party are not qualified to recontest. But Obi urged the 5-member panel of the PREPEC not to subvert the will of the people as expressed in the February 25th presidential election, stressing that they should sack Tinubu without further delay. Tinubu faulted both Obi and Labour Party for asking the court to cancel the election and compel the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct a fresh poll in which he, Tinubu, Shettima, and the APC would not participate. He argued that should the relief be granted, I wonder what the chances are of this. Can you imagine, just for a moment, can you imagine just for a moment that the petition, the tribunal actually acquiesces to that request and they cancel the election? Can you imagine the reaction? The obedience will go wild and the country will go pop. That's just, it's just but there it is. Let me just let me see. I may not give you the fullness of this because I think you already know the direction of travel of this one. Let me speed through it. Tinubu faulted both Obi and Labour Party for asking the court to cancel the election and compel the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct a fresh poll in which he, Tinubu, and his party would not participate. He argued that should the relief be granted, Obi and Labour Party would not derive any benefits, having been constitutionally barred from contesting the rerun. Do you know that? Do you know that a funny thing could happen? A funny thing could happen if the court bars Tinubu and they disqualify Peter Obi for reasons of him not actually being a member of the Labour Party when that election took place. The rerun will actually be between our guest, Prince Adebayo, and Atiku Abubakar. Would you like to see that? That one I would like to see, because that would then have to be the rerun. If they bar Tinubu and his party, and they bar Peter Obi and his party, then the rerun will be between Prince Adebayo and Atiku Abubakar. So that one I would want to see. So that one I will go to Nigerian campaign because the Prince is with us. So yeah. So that one I would certainly like to see. President Tinubu's submission were contained in his final written address in response to the petition of Obi and the Labour Party challenging his declaration as president. The chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, had on March the 1st declared Tinubu, so we know all that, while citing alleged issues of substantial non-compliance with the Electoral Act, corrupt practices, non-qualification, amongst others. So you can see Obi never, not once, ever said he wanted. He may be saying it to throw raw meat to the carnivores, but he never formally, in an address to a plea, claimed that he won that election. And if he felt he won the election, then of course he would have claimed it. Because if he goes to the court to say that he won the election, there's just one thing and two words that the court will say to him: prove it. And of course, impossible. The votes in Nigeria are, the bulk of the votes in Nigeria are in the Northwest and the Southwest. So he cannot argue that he won the election. I think he just wants to dabaroo everything. That's just what is coming out. While citing alleged issues of substantial non-compliance with the Electoral Act, corrupt practices, non-qualification, amongst others, Obi and Labour Party on one hand, as well as Atiku and PDP on the other hand, had in their petition asked the court to nullify the election. Both Obi and Atiku are laying claim to victory on the grounds that each of them scored a majority of lawful votes cast at the poll. Alternatively, they argue the court. And by the way, I think Obi's argument is that if they withdraw Tinubu from that election, then that invalidates Tinubu's vote. So all those 8 million votes, they are invalidated. So the number count is shrunk. And with that new number count, his percentile entry point ratchets up to qualification. But then, of course, that applies to Atiku Abubakar as well. And that still gives Abubakar the victory, by the way. So I'm not quite, I'm still confused by the argument of the Labour Party. But then, of course, what do I know? I'm just some low brains something. While citing alleged issues of substantial non-compliance with the electoral laws, corrupt practices, and non-qualification, amongst others, Obi and Labour Party on one hand, as well as Atiku and PDP on the other hand, had in their petition asked the court to nullify the election. Both Obi and Atiku are laying claim to victory on grounds that each of them scored the majority of the lawful votes cast at the poll. So those two cannot be through, can they? Alternatively, they are. However, Tinubu, in his final written address to the petition by Obi and Labour Party, which was filed by his lawyer, Chief Wole Olanekpekun. So all the best people are called Wole, as our prince and myself. And the lawyer for the Tinubu space, submitted that the evidence tendered by the petitioners failed to prove claims of non-compliance and corruption capable of voiding his election. He, however, added, in the very unlikely event that the election of February the 25th, 2023 is voided, the only candidates constitutionally prescribed to contest any subsequent election shall be the second respondent and the candidate of the PDP, who came second by scoring the next majority of votes. So the basis on which the election is the basis on which the rerun is ordered will determine who contests it. So if the basis is a INEC substantial non-compliance, which is the narrative around the Abuja 25% and the upload or no upload, if the judgment weighs in that direction, then that tells you then that if they order a rerun on the basis of that, then it's article versus Tinubu. But then if they order if they take a judgment on the basis of Tinubu drug $460,000, etc., and Kashim Shettima double dipping, that invalidates their candidature, Tinubu Shettima, and then it voids them from that election. So the rerun then will be between Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, which will still give Atiku Abubakar the victory, because of course there'll be a backlash against Obi, which will favor Atiku. But then either way, there's nothing that points to an Obi presidency. I cannot say that. In effect, the petitioners have no locus standi to ask for relief to, both constitutionally and legally. Constitutionally, because he's barred from contesting; legally, because he has no benefit to derive from the said relief, assuming it is granted. Are contending that the court cannot decree an order for a fresh election outside the provisions of the Constitution. Olanipekun cited a plethora of authorities. Said Olanipekun, who cited a plethora of authorities, said the law is settled that a party prosecuting an action would only have local standi where the release claim would confer some benefits on such a party. According to him, the only candidates constitutionally prescribed to contest any subsequent election shall be the second respondent and the candidate of the PDP who came second by scoring. So it goes on and on. So it goes into the legality of it all. So let me abandon that just for time management. So let me abandon that for time management. Let me make this now the last readout. This is the human interest storyline, Ibeji. So identical twins are married to identical twins married to twins gave birth to identical twins on the same day. In a remarkable coincidence that Said and Saad, who are identical twins themselves, both married twins and had identical twins of their own on the same day. This situation is indeed extraordinary and could make for an interesting family story. Identical twinning is a rare occurrence, and having both twins, marrying twins, and having identical twins themselves on the same day adds an even more unusual twist to the tale. The chances of such an event happening are incredibly slim, but life sometimes brings us this extraordinary. I'm not quite sure if it's a coincidence. It's more. It's in the genes, isn't it? The genetical statistical probabilities probably lends to this, because if both parents are carrying twin genes, if there's such a thing, then the preponderance lends to that. So I'm not quite sure if it's as far-fetched as identical twinning, a rare occurrence, and having both twins marrying twins and having identical twins themselves on the same. So now having them on the same day, that is what tips it over the edge. And having them and having identical twins themselves on the same day adds an even more unusual twist to the tale. The chances of such an event happening are incredibly slim, but life sometimes brings us these extraordinary coincidences that captures our imagination and makes for fascinating stories. This remarkable news was shared by a Twitter user, Yusuf Abdul Yusuf, and has generated a lot of reactions online. The twins have a unique cultural significance in Nigeria, and their birth is often considered a special event in Nigeria. Has one of the highest twinning rates in the world. So Nigeria has one of the highest twinning rates in the world. the Yoruba ethnic grouping having the highest rate of twinning globally. So yes, I did not know that, but that does make sense. The highest number of twin births globally is amongst the Yorubas. There's a community, I think somewhere in your state, that probably tips that statistics over the edge. In Nigerian culture, twins are often seen as a blessing and are believed to possess special powers. They are considered to be, they are referred to as Ibeji. So I think I have to stop reading now. They are referred to as Ibeji amongst the Yoruba people, and they are thought to bring good fortune to their families. The birth of twins is celebrated with joy and festivity. So yeah, we end on that happy note. So we end on that happy note. Yes, we end on that happy note as we bring in the people who are available for the moment. So Prince Daddy joins us, DOG joins us, Bishop is here, as is Samuel. So let's kick it up with you, Bishop, so that's DOG. As the room continues to populate. So Bishop, are you there? Bishop, on mute.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Bishop, good to have you.
Yes, thank you. Happy Sunday to you.
Yeah, happy Sunday to you. So let's kick it off with this light-hearted story. I mean, what are the odds? A set of twins married another set of twins, giving birth to a set of twins on the same day. Is that an anomaly, or is it embedded in the genetics of both parents?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, you're very correct. It is the only one I don't know is the same day. Whether that one was engineered or manipulated, it's possible to manipulate their delivery to be the same day, but the chances of identical twin, if it's married to another twin, to give out to identical twin, it's very high. It's very high. We've seen it repeatedly over and over again. So, but the same day old is the one I don't know. But that one was manipulated kind of or encouraged. You know, maybe their EDD is close, and they can just say, okay, you know what, let's just to add to the color and the fun. But identical twins, married to identical twins, in fact, twins and twins, they have a very high chance of giving birth to twins, especially if it is common in their family. So.
But what are you making of that news, though, that the Yoruba people have the highest number of twin births globally? Did that surprise you? Did you know that?
So they said it's been out there in the public. I mean, there's a particular village in is it Bora or where now?
Yeah, they say it's somewhere in Oyo State.
Yes, I think it's Bora, if I'm not mistaken.
It's Bora, yeah.
It's Bora. I think it's Bora. The rate of twin there is something else. Multiple births is something else. So yeah, it's been out in the public. Some people did conduct some research on it, and they came up with that something. And if you go there, you will know. I know Boya very well. They are very close to what do you call it there? Erua in Lanate ISIS. Okay, so yeah, it's a fact.
All right. All right. So let me take you to something a bit more political. 3 years after Lagos State government approved 61 million naira for mass burial of 103 NSAS victims. So the narrative of these NSAS victims, there has always been NSAS victims, by the way. If we go back to roundabout that space, let me just show you this. This is from November the 19th, 2020. So if you go back to that date, NSAS, Lagos coroner, calls for identification of missing persons in mortuaries. So there's always been the narrative of these victims. But it looks as though those missing persons are not being picked up, and Lagos State now looking to embark on a mass burial. Madam Obi Ezekwesili, of course, she pipes up, trying to make political capital out of this. So what are you making of all that, Bishop?
Well, I wish that the ghost of the NSAS saga. Let me say good evening, everyone. Good evening, fellow Nigerians, from where you're listening from. Thank you for being part of this today again. Please click on the like button as you come in, and if you have not subscribed, kindly do so and share. I wish that we just bury the ghost of this NSAS once and for all. Yeah. Apart from even NSAS, many major cities, even in Lagos, it happened before. This is not the first time we are having mass burial for abandoned corpses. Ironically, I was surprised that it happened in some advanced cities also in the world where the local council. So these particular ones are several victims from everywhere during the SARS. I mean, maybe as a result or related to the clashes that happen everywhere. And as it was going on during the what do they call it now? The coroner's inquest. The data came out there, and the people, and they played some publications for people to come and identify so that they can do some DNA. And nobody came up that there are people who were missing, their persons were missing. So at some point, they just have to close it out. So maybe it's a closure. It was a good thing that it was made public, even though I'm sure that they would have known that it would generate some of these hula baloo that is generating. Unfortunately, there are some people.
I don't think it was made public. I think they leaked it. I think
it was made public. I don't believe in that leaking. You see, because the truth is that it is better it is made public so that they can generate, so that nobody will come tomorrow and say they were secretly buried or they were secretly, there were memo released to that effect. And there were quite a few things that were said to it. So, but let me just say that, I mean, we don't know. Maybe let's just leave it in the realm of speculation that, yeah, it was made public, and people are reacting to it, and the Lagos State government have come to give an explanation to how it happened. People trying to link it to a imagined massacre in Lekki. I the one that I don't know what we want to gain from another something. So I believe that Lagos State government should be able to handle it well, whatsoever. Then about people that are trying to make political gain and steer another honestness, another unrest about this. I just want to ask in whose interest.
Bishop, why do you think Madam Obi and the word Madam used advisedly? Why do you think she does these things that she does do? Because we saw her at Alaba Market, we saw her at that Jam Girl thing, and now she's very quickly piping up on Twitter again. What do you think her play is?
I saw two very disturbing images yesterday or 2 days ago. One was a young man that was shot somewhere in Anambra in a gutter, in a drainage, that was being picked up like a dead dog on the roadside. That did not call for any outreach by anybody. It was just a normal day. I saw another very disturbing image. I couldn't look at it, of a man that is cooking something that you obviously see human parts. That is me.
Oh no! Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
I'm not going there.
Into trouble.
Well, I've not said anything out of this. Supposedly, but the images are there. You can look for it and see. But that did not generate any outrage. So you see some level of hypocrisy here, even from supposedly respected senior citizens. I'm using that word too advisedly. I don't know the motive. There's an adage in Yoruba, mistakes have been made here and there. But do we now continue to dig hole? When we are in a beach, to just look for mayhem, some people are definitely looking for mayhem to truncate this administration. I say that boldly. I say that with my full chest, as they used to say in Nigeria. And some people, whether knowingly or unknowingly, are already playing into the narrative. And that's exactly what Obi is doing. I hope
we have never witnessed what we are seeing now post-election. Usually post the election, nobody ever agrees to. I think it was only Goodluck Jonathan, which was the anomalous one, but nobody ever agrees that they lost an election in Nigeria.
Yeah,
hold on. They'll go to the courts, but then they do that quietly, and then they get their judgment, and then the country moves on.
Exactly.
But this high octane energy, this constant relentless barraging, we have never seen it before. We're entering into new territory. Are we not, Bishop?
Yeah, we are. Unfortunately, I saw this coming. because things begin to play out in this direction in 2015, and I saw how very polarized we became. I used to wonder when people accused Buhari that we have never been this divided, as if it was Buhari that caused the division. It was not Buhari. The people that caused the division are the one that assist on any division now. They know themselves. But they used, I mean, the media played active role in this. I mean, the body of, supposedly, the Christian body, you don't ever say the body of Christ, played active role because the division, and we are still going down that hole. Now, unfortunately, the elections are over, but they are not over because some people are, whichever way, they are planning mayhem. That's the truth. They are planning mayhem that if it cannot be our way, it cannot be any other way. If you cannot have it, then let nobody have it. The one Yoruba used to say, "Kakake kuma jese se, afishe awadano." So at every opportunity, we keep up hitting the politics with lies, with innuendos, with what do you call it now? With rhetorics, with misinformation and disinformation, hitting people up, looking at every opportunity.
The Nigerian landscape is just too wild at the moment.
What I don't understand is what offense did Nigeria commit? What is really the offense of Nigeria? That some people are hell bent in
Shall I tell you what I think is going on, Bishop?
Let me hear you, please.
Yeah, what I think is going on is that the Peter Obi space, they recognize that this particular window is a one-shot deal. It's a one-shot deal because, of course, Tinubu has now won that election, and the probability is that it's going to be there for 8 years. And then after that, I don't think anybody on this earth will move away from them. So it goes to the north. So Peter Obi losing this election is a 16-year cost. And I think that's where the fight is. I think the recognition that Peter Obi losing the election is a 16. The price is 16 years.
You know, that's your own permutation.
That's my permutation. I
don't agree with that permutation because Peter Obi had done more damage to the possibility of an Igbo presidency than any other person. He had driven us back. Because let me tell you, this might not be very palatable for anybody to listen to hear to. The kind of rhetoric, the kind of hatred we preached against Buhari and from the Peter Obi's section of the country, and the same thing we are doing against Tinubu, by a payback time will come in the future. There might never be an acceptable president in Nigeria anymore, and it is worse if that person is coming from the side of the rising sun. And that's a fact. We might want to parry it here and there. Because look, when you sow wind, you reap wind. There's always a seed time and harvest time. The kind of hatred that was directed towards Buhari and his religion and his ethnicity, all the rhetorics, we had all of them. Now it's happening towards Tinubu. The hatred is being taken to another level. The only difference is that there's resistance from the southwest, some sort. There was no resistance from the northern Buhari Fulani stock. There was no resistance. There was no pushback. Now there is pushback, and it's redefining our landscape. And this idea of Lagos, blah 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 blah. The mistake of Lagos is no man's land. As I do that, look, it has really deepened the animosity. And it's just like a time bomb waiting for the time to go off. Because it will get to a point in time, nobody might like what I'm saying. I say, you know what? Let's have a referendum. Anybody that wants to go, let us go. Let's play Nigeria. But I don't know how you want to retain that section of Lagos that you have kept if you insisted that we divide Nigeria and you want to remain there. It's not going to happen. And the same thing is going to happen in Lagos. It's going to happen in Nakano. It's going to happen in Abuja. It's going to happen. So, and we have people that are scattered everywhere that are flourishing. At every opportunity, you want to claim victimhood? Come on, it doesn't work that way. So keep at it.
All right. Let me take you to another talking point. But before I do that,
I understand you.
Yeah. Hold on. Before I do that, let me answer Alexander Gomez's question. He says, "Where's the prince? One man went to mow." So yes, Alexander, the prince was with us a moment ago. So here is the prince. So there it is. That's the prince. Yeah, he joins us. The prince is in flight at the moment, so you may not get the fullness of him. As you can see obviously the backdrop. So that is commitment right there. So he promised to join us, and he joins us. So that's the prince. The prince is on a flight from it's on a flight anyway. I'm not going to tell you where it's on a flight from. When he joins us, he'll tell us that. But the prince is on a flight. So he tried to join us, but impossible to join us. As soon as he lands, then he'll be with us. So that answers that. Let me take you to this next talking point. It says Nigerian students threaten nationwide protest as school fees hike by 200%. So as I was saying in my opening phase, Bishop, there's an argument for both strands. There's an argument for the increment because the Nigerian educational system, the fees are that so that it's almost free. But then, of course, you cannot go from where they are and ratchet it up by 200%. So, and the one thing that this Tinubu administration must try as best as they can to avoid is to get people on the streets demonstrating. Because if one thing triggers a set of pecuniary interests to take to the streets, other pecuniary interests will take. People are pent up in that country, and really they should avoid. If the students take to the streets, so they could collapse in. What are you making then of this increment? Another weight on the Nigerian person.
Fact of the matter is this: we all know what was ailing us as Nigerians. We all know. Let me start by saying tertiary education is not human right. We had this argument here with Adani Koko some times ago. University education is not a human right. So it is if I can afford it, and if you want it, and if you need it, or what do you say? How do I say it? Now, having said that, we all know that funding has been a major problem of our tertiary institution, and Nigeria has not really fared well with our funding, not only for education, for every other sector, every facet of our human endeavors having challenges. And one of the major problems is that we are used to a life of subsidy, and we have not had leaders that have the courage to be able to take the necessary, to bite the bullet or to take the bull by the horn. University of Lagos at 19,000 naira, that's ridiculous. We have secondary schools in Lagos that are paying as much as 2 million, 3 million. Secondary school, private secondary schools.
Sorry, if I can just interject for a moment, Bishop.
Yes.
There's University of, can you imagine? It's one of the most prestigious universities in Africa, certainly. And you know, there's a Times list of global universities. Often, global universities are often Unilag and two others, they make the global list as some of the prestige. So 19,000 is totally ludicrous as a fee to be studying in Unilag. But then, hold on. But then, of course, 19,000 was the fee. So we agree that it's ludicrous, but to ratchet it up from 19,000 to 190,000, that is where the problem is. That is where the problem is, because we're talking about affordability. We're talking is essentially trying to price out the working classes out of an education, which is the pathway out of poverty. There's an argument for both sides, Bishop.
Okay, yeah. But listen to my own argument too. I've had your own argument. Remember, I said initially that tertiary education is not a human right. So that's number one. And let's take an average. Let's do a research. People that are coming up with argument, let them do a research. How much does it cost to keep a student in the university for one session? If you are charging 190,000, how much is the real thing for keeping a student in your faculty or in your department, in your classroom for one session? This fee is for one session. Remember the amount they were paying before with this about from the 19,000, because I have a child in the University of Lagos, at least until last year, is I think 45,000 or thereabouts, added with some faculty, this and that, and this and that. So if everything it is that has now increased to 190,000 for 1 year, let us do a small research here. How much does it take to keep a student in the classroom for 1 year? I'm sure it cannot be less than 500,000 for 1 full year, putting all factors into consideration. So which means even at 190, the education sector, the university education sector is still enjoying some form of subsidy. It might not be much, it might just be 20% or 30% or 40%. But if we want to use the exact amount that keeps a child, a student in the university, it cannot be 190,000 in 1 year.
Bishop, that's not where the argument is. You see that 190,000. Yeah, that 190,000 is even still a gross underpayment. Because it's still a gross underpayment.
No, I will not use gross underpayment. I will use
leave that. That's not the thrust of where I'm going. It's still a gross underpayment, but where the argument is the level of our increment in one swoop, set against the background of all of the things that is going on in the country at the moment.
Okay.
It's just almost like they're trying to tip the country over the edge. So it's not that there's no justifiable argument for 190,000. It's to ratchet it from 19,000 to 190,000 in one swoop. So, that's where the argument is. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to point that. Okay, don't let me point that out now. So let's do a small objective analysis here. We have about 130. Is it 159 universities in Nigeria altogether now? Somebody should help me, please, and correct me. Out of this, about 40% or thereabouts is federal. I mean, I don't have the figures of it now. Maybe I would have looked this up.
Yeah,
what I just want to do is I want to divide. Yeah, I want to divide. I want to put the federal government universities, state government universities, and private universities. Now, so let's assume that we have 100,000 students in our university. Maybe about 40,000 of them are in federal universities. There is no state university that is not paying more than 190,000. They are Nigerians as well. There is no state university, whether it is in Anambra State University or it is in your State University, Lautech, or it is in Ogun State University. There is no state university that is paying below that 190,000. That's a fact. Are they not students too? Are they not our own children, our children too? You get what I'm saying?
All right, Bishop. Let me bring Babati into this conversation. Babati, come in. I take what our bishop is saying, but do you see where I am coming from? That the percentile increment, especially set against the background of the fuel subsidy, the electricity ratcheting up of prices, the out of affordability, dollar, set against the backdrop of everything. This, what is even the percentage from 19% to 190,000? Do you think it's excessive this action at this time, Babati? BT. All right. Let me bring Prince in. I think BT may be in the middle or something. Prince, are you there? Prince Daddy. All right. Who wants to come into that conversation? Whoever wants to come in. Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you, one man.
All right, come in. Do you see where I'm coming
from?
Yeah,
I'm here, one man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but let D go first. Yes, D come in. Do you where do you weigh that divide?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, the whole situation of the fuel subsidy removal, how people are buying fuel and all those trouble, and with all this increment as well, is kind of alarming. But if you look at the tuition fee, I don't think it's that high. It's just that a lot of people are not earning that much to be able to pay that bill. But a lot of kids go to private university where they pay over 1.5 million naira as well. So, and we complain about the state of the government-owned higher institutions is because of the money people are paying is quite cheap, to be honest, if you look at how much people pay as tuition fee. But I think maybe the government need to start educating people, because I've realized a lot of Nigerians don't even know the impact some of this decision will make in the nearest future. I think they need to find a way to start educating Nigerians on, okay, this decision we've made right now, give us time, by so time, this will be the effect of it, and this will be where the advantage will come in and all that. So maybe people will start understand, because a lot of people don't understand what is going on. They are just used to, Nigerians expect everything to be automatic, and it's saddening because this man has just used maybe 3 months and they already want him out. Sometimes I think we can't have this automatic. We have to, no pain, no gain, like they used to say. There must be some pain, but I think government need to start explaining themselves. And I think it would be a good thing for the government to try and up the minimum wage as well. So at least that can cushion,
that's a
whole
wider
thing.
Yeah, that's a wider point though. But staying with the education, now, who is the ultimate beneficiary of an educated populace? Who's the ultimate beneficiary?
The nation, of course.
So then, should the nation then not subsidize that education, which ultimately will be to their benefit?
But to be honest, man, at the same time, that tuition fee, I don't think is that bad. It's just that the state of the economy right now, and people are used to paying that less. I don't think that tuition fee is that bad. A lot of Nigerians waste money. A lot of parents even waste money on nonsense stuffs. And I think this is the time Nigerians will start getting disciplined and getting their priorities right. And that is why I've said, I think the government will need to start letting the masses know why they've made a decision, and not because not everybody will understand it. Even if you look at online, you will see even a lot of educated people don't even understand why they are making some decisions. Even on this platform, I've get to know some things myself, like, oh, this is where the effect will come in. And that is how bad it is in Nigeria, is times 10. So that's why I'm saying there is a way they should actually pass the message to the people as well. Like, okay, we've made a decision. This is this and this. Give us also time. And I think Nigerians need to relax and become a bit. We've passed through worse times. Let's give this government like about at least 6 months, and let's see where things will head to. Thank you.
You say let's give the government at least 6 months, but should the government not even give itself 6 months? If they
that's why.
Hold on. If the government continues to weigh heavily upon the people, then are they even giving themselves time? Because this increment it's an increment that a lot of people agree with, but not in this moment in time. With the way the country is, everybody on edge, on a peg from powder, things ready to take over. And you remove fuel subsidy, you remove subsidy on electricity. People are having to trek to work, and then you increase a tuition fee by over 100%. So is the government even giving itself time with all of this just rush through policies that is vesting endless hardships on the population? Is the government giving itself time even?
Yeah, woman, I think they would have their projection as well. And I think it's better everything come at once and things this balance starts setting it at the same time. But that's why I'm saying maybe in the next 2 months, they will up the wages, because I've even seen somewhere that they want to take minimum wage to like 200,000 naira and all that. So maybe that will come in after. But we should understand again that Nigeria doesn't have money right now. Almost over 90% of our money is being used to sort the loans. So we only have less. So, and this is why I say there is a lot of things Nigerians don't even understand about Nigeria itself, that they don't know about the economy, the situation of things. The previous government has actually run a lot of debt themselves on the country. So I think that, yeah.
Hello, who's that? We can't hear you, whoever that is. Your signal is very poor.
Okay,
carry on, D.
Okay, yeah. So I think there is a way. I just think we need. Who is this?
Is that your piece? We can't hear you. All we're hearing is quaking voices. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, carry on, D.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, yeah, I feel people's pain, and I think it's good all this thing is coming at once now, rather than it giving it intervals before they happen. Then probably the government already have a plan, and this is why I think the government needs to communicate more, because more 75% of Nigerians don't understand what is going on. So I think that it should be a way the government need to like try and communicate more with the people there to understand what is going on. And a lot of Nigerians don't understand. So there are some things. Everything is the president, the president, the president. There is a reason you've elected a local government chairman. There is a reason you have somebody in your constituency as a senator and honorable. There is a reason you've elected a governor. Everything, it doesn't boils down to the federal government, but any issue people have is the president, but why have you elected all those people? If people go and look at their local government allocation and all those things too as well, they should. So I just think Nigerians need a lot of education when it comes
Unilag
to
is a
governance.
federal Unilag is a federal university. It comes under the purview of the Ministry of Education.
Yeah, but still, that money, to be honest, is not too much, one man. Even most of those students spend more than that.
Do you think they should have delayed it for things to cool off a little bit?
There is no way,
because I don't think the school fees of students in Unilag is going to make or mar the economy. So
it's not just only
yeah.
Unilag, one man. It's all other institutions as
Yeah,
well.
no, yes, all the I don't think students' tuition fee is going to. Nigeria is one of the top 20 economies. It's a multi-trillion-dollar economy. So I don't think taking 100,000 naira extra from poor students is what is going to now turn us into a super global economy. I think the timing is poor, personally.
Yeah, well, if you look at it with what is happening, you will say it's poor. But I think they probably look at it like, okay, because if you look at this subsidy and the price, not like this thing will change next month. It will take almost like 6 months as well. So if you say you are waiting to 6 months, then that one goes down. Then you bring out the school fees, and the increment of then another trouble will start. So that's what I'm saying. They might have looked at it and say, okay, let's do all this thing at the same time. Let people complain at the same time. But when the effect starts changing things and they start seeing the advantage and everybody starts smiling bit by bit, then we will take it from there and start progressing from there. Rather than put people in pain for a while, then the pain goes, then you bring another pain again. So it just makes the government keep dwelling on the same issue at every interval of every 6 months. So probably they are just looking, okay, let's do all this thing at the same time. Small man, we are just looking at this. A lot of Nigerians are poor, but I bet with you, a lot of these people in this university spend more than that on clothing alone.
What I think is a lot of people are very insensitive.
Can you speak up a bit there? Yeah.
Can you hear me properly now?
A bit better, but a bit louder. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. I think a lot of people are very insensitive to what is going on, because if I am supposed to put myself in the shoes of every parent, but I don't know if you're seeing it as if the students are the one paying the school fees. Are you expecting them to go and do runs or go and do yahoo to pay the school fees? It boils down to the parents. And when you see the minimum wage is actually very low, for them to make up to that 100,000 whatever per semester. Imagine that someone that has like 4 kids and the whole 4 kids are aspiring to be something in life, and he wants to push them to a university. It's a lot for a parents. This is a lot of percentage increment. I mean, if you want to do something bit by bit, people can always adapt to it bit by bit. You can't just jump to like 200% and you expect parents to just adapt to it and pay for it. It's very insensitive when people talk about is nothing or is nothing when they are not the one paying that school fees.
There's a lot of the people that have their children in universities in Nigeria are the middle classes. They are mainly the middle classes because they rich they school abroad. So a lot of the people that have their children in universities in Nigeria are the middle classes. And the middle classes, they balance budget in order to keep up appearances. I don't think.
What do you determine to be a middle class?
Your maybe
I mean,
your lawyer,
technically,
your middle banker, that
okay.
sort of a person,
So
that makes sufficient enough to do fine boy, but not
now
enough to be a big boy.
now you're saying that people that are below the middle class, because Nigeria technically we have scrapped middle class with the economy that has been going on for a long time. It's almost as if there's no middle class. People that are there now are below middle class, not necessarily poor, but they are way below middle class. They can actually grind and try to take their children to that school.
No, but no, Des, I think we're both in the same space. So what I'm saying is they can grind and take. And by the way, we have to free up at least one window for when the prince comes back. Prince, when you're ready, just signal to me, and I'll ask somebody to excuse themselves for you. But I think we're both. I think we're both in the same space, Des, because what I'm saying is that those middle classes, they have to balance their budgets to put their children through school. So when you then present them with 100% increment in that school fees, they will have to make some hard choices.
The hard choices probably.
May I interject, please?
Yeah, let Des land, and then we hear that voice. That's Baba. No, that's not Baba. That's Baba. All right.
The hard choice they probably have to make is one person dropping out, because I've seen it a lot in Nigeria when the poor guy can't actually sustain all the kids to university. He asks one person to drop out. Now what is going to happen is that kind of family will ask at least one or two person. There's no money, have to drop out for the most intelligent person to go.
Sorry,
that is what's going to happen.
Have you questioned this? Why would a man that can't afford to pay 2 kids uni school fees have 5 kids?
You can't say he can't afford it.
Hold on. Let me land. You will continue. Sorry. Hold on. Look at the population of the UK compared to population of Nigeria. We are 200 million and something. People are just giving back. I've said it on this platform about 2 years ago. There's the horticulturist guy that used to do my dad's house has 5 kids. 5 kids.
No, that's a wider question though. Hold on, the family that has 5 kids, they could afford to put them through education until now.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
Most of them can't. You just thought they can't. They can't. Most of them.
Well, yes, but the ones that can, they could until now.
Well,
I think that's
the way I see it is, I think our population is too much. One, people give birth too much beyond even their capacity. I've seen people beg for money for operation to deliver. After operation, they still beg money for naming ceremony.
That's a wider
point.
Let me throw one point in.
All right, that's a wider point. Hold on, Mike. Let Baba go first, and then you come after Baba. Baba, come in.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and good evening. Good evening to everyone. For this education thing, I think I don't know. We are very used to free things. I think it's high time we started living properly to catch up with the world. I think I just look forward to the minimum wage being established, the new one, and the palliatives in place. 3 days or 4 days ago, I think we were talking. This thing started with the Unity schools from 30,000 or 40,000 to 100,000. You understand? And if you take the current exchange rate, that is just a little bit above $100 per term. You understand? Few years ago, let me use this example. I have early 90s. I have 2 kids ready for secondary school and wanted the federal government college at Cancun. Cancun is in Badagry, the one in Cancun. Now, I know how much I spent, and I even had to go through the quota system allocated to the Ankara or Badagry. I know how much I paid in the palace. You understand? I know how much I paid. The students that attend those schools, I mean, you need to go on visit there and see the cars, the people, the parents of these students. Some of them carry iPhone. Even then, the earliest phones. Sorry,
The latest.
no, not in, that. This was in the 90s. This what's it called now? This music player, Walkman. They have very good Walkman and everything. You understand? So they can afford it. Coming to the university one, as of today, we have 148 private universities. 148. Federal government, 50. State government, 60 universities. So we have over 240 universities. Still, a lot of people don't get space. They go, if you go to Benin, Togo, Ghana. In fact, a few years back, Sanusi, the emir, said that the amount Nigerian students in Ghana pay as tuition and accommodation totally is more than the education ministry of Nigeria. If you go to Unilag, for instance, and you look at the car park, look at the cars students park in the place. Students even buy tires for lecturers. They take iPhone 14, 13, over 1 million naira. Like someone said a short while ago, even their dresses, it's more than that. I don't know. Maybe they got it from their parents. I don't know how they got it. But these people, we can afford it. They can afford it. If Des was saying maybe staggered increments, if they made it staggered increments, you understand, the problem will still persist. So let there be shock treatment and let's swallow the death pill once and for all. That is my own take in all of this. But the government to need to up their game. Because take it, for instance, during Fashola's time, the BRT lane, that was a good job done. And other African countries even came around to study it so that they can replicate it in their country. And I don't see, I know we have wires across the road, most of our roads in Lagos, but there are routes in Lagos that don't have these wires. They have to determine those routes and start using double-decker buses. Even if it's as short as 10 kilometers, it still doesn't matter. We need to move people en masse. You understand? We have to think outside the box now. Adversity introduces a man to himself. Substitute man for Nigeria. Adversity has come. It has introduced himself to us. Let's put our shoulder to wheel. This complaint is what we need. If we want to catch up with other countries, then we have to pay the wages and, of course, pay the price other countries paid to arrive at that destination. Thank you.
All right, but
good morning.
Hold on. Let Mike come in. I think Mike was waiting to come in. Then you come after him, Wapi. So, Mike, let's hear from you.
Yeah. So on that school fees increase, people are crying about it, making it look like some kind of disaster. No, I'm sorry. In America, in the West, they increase school fees all the time. The fact of the matter is this shouldn't be something we should be crying about or be making some as some type of emergency situation, because educational degree is not a rush. Like even here in the West, when I was in college, there were times where I had to take a semester off because I needed to make more money to, pay my bills and things like that. If you can pay that fee for that semester or whatever it is, you can take time off, come off the money and go back. There are a lot of people there are a lot of people that can afford it. We all, just like people giving an example, you go on campus, there are people that buy iPhones almost every year and things. There are a lot of people that can afford it. Those that can afford it, let them pay. If you can't afford it, take time. If you can't afford it, take time off, great, come on with the money and come back. It's not like an emergency. It's not like being able to attend school for that year means for that semester, whatever it is, means you inflict some kind of suffering in your life or something. Graduation time doesn't have to be exact 4 years or whatever. I mean, you take time off, you go back. What is that in the West? That's the way it goes. Anybody that went to school in America will tell you.
People defer their courses.
just
Yeah, you're right.
Let me say something. Yeah. In the West, you're talking about the West. We
Though I
all
know you're going
know.
to shift it to their supporting things like
No,
that.
no.
Financial.
I'm not even talking about that. When you come to the West and we're talking about university level, we all know that anybody that is going to university here take students loan, except your parents are loaded. We all know this. So when you
Not
can't
everybody.
make,
Some people don't.
I
A lot of people avoided
except
it.
your parents are loaded. That's what I said.
No,
I make
no,
an
no,
exception.
no. Not everybody. Now, I
Listen,
know what you're saying, but even people that were not loaded, even
I,
my family, my sister,
I
for example. Wait. I took loan. My sister learned from me. She said, man, because she saw the debt I was in. See, today I'm still paying back my student loan. She
thank you
avoided
very
it.
much.
Wait. There
You're
are a lot
still
of.
paying it,
Let me
right?
learn now. There are a lot of people that are avoiding that loan. So what they do is work and pay out of pockets, and they take their time to finish. Because me, I was rushing to finish. I wanted to finish in 4 years. My sister like, no, me, I'm not taking this loan. I don't want to be. I just want to finish school, not be in this lifelong debt. So it's not everyone. Some people work, take time off, take their time to acquire their degree. A 4 year degree, it took take 5-6 years to get it. They're not rushing.
Mike,
So
to even buttress your point, I know a guy right now is working his ass out to pay his school fees without taking a loan.
yeah,
So
a lot of
Well,
people do it in America
this
now.
this person you're talking about, is he an immigrant?
Does it matter?
It matters. Come on, we know
Yeah,
how the
I
system
can't call him an
works.
immigrant
We
because he
know
has his
we know
papers,
how the
right? He can
system
actually go for
works.
student loan. He's
Oh,
qualified to get a student loan.
all right. One voice. Land that point, Des, and then what
Can
piece
I
have
chip in one, man?
yes. So what piece chipping, Prince chipping, and then we move on to another topic. I want to play you a clip of the new army chief showing muscles, but land that point, what piece, and then Prince.
Okay, let me come. It was David.
Oh, it was Des.
Please
Oh
stop.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Uh,
Hold on. Yeah, Des. Land your point, and then what piece, and then Prince. Des.
Yeah, I'm basically saying that we have to always put people in your shoe, or rather put yourself in other people's shoe. Um, we have about, I think, 12 million out of school students right now, and this whole policy, I know for sure that it's gonna increase that number of students that are out of school. If you're talking about in the campus, you're seeing cars. Sorry, those are Yahoo boys. We all know what's going on in Nigeria. There are Yahoo boys, or there are people actually successful in doing some kind of business themselves. I'm basically talking about when parents are in charge of these bills. You have to always consider the parents, not saying that people are in school driving Benz and driving all that stuff. More peace, please. You can continue.
All right.
yeah,
Before
hello.
you hold
Hmm.
on, Wapi. Before you come on, let me quickly insert Kulata super chat into the conversation. Kulata comes in via super chat. It says that government will need to work on messaging and deploy quick wins. It is hard to explain policies that brings immediate pain but long-term gain. So that's to the education space. Kulata continues with the super chat. It says that there are extremely poor people struggling through universities. Let's not use anecdotes to pass judgment. Many folks will be forced to withdraw. So hopefully they are not forced to withdraw. Hopefully they go through that system that Mike just described. You dip out, go and earn some money. My mom's helper. She actually she was assisting my mom and paid her way through Polytechnic. So when I think of that girl, I cannot see why
one man, a lot
anybody
of
else.
these graduates,
Yeah,
they will
yeah,
jackpot anyway. They will jackpot.
yeah,
So government is
yeah,
One,
subsidizing your education,
one,
then you jackpot at the end.
One man, can you have me back for a few minutes? For
yeah,
two
yeah.
minutes?
Let War Peace go first. War Peace, let's hear from you.
Yeah, hello. Good morning, everybody. Des and DOG and Mike. First, I agree with what everybody's saying, even what Bishop said. Education is not free anywhere in the world, you know. And again, they say what is constant is change, and human beings constantly against change. But having said that, I think Nigerian government are used to fire brigade approach in everything they do. The other day, me and Kulata was raising raising how will I say serious argument that riot is prone. Soon, if the government don't take time, there will be a riot. And Babati was very, very concerned. And I would say it's not a must there will be a riot, but it's imminent and it can be preventable. Why is it imminent? All this kind of policy that they're rolling out on fire brigade approach without alternative, it can lead the country to anarchy. We all know education is not free, but in Nigeria, only our parents enjoy free education, not we. Nigerians are paying out of pocket for university. And government university these days is for the poor, extremely poor. And people that go to private university are the people that either making money from the government, stealing from the government, or have support from their people in diaspora. So we cannot use that to compare what is going on. Like, okay, since people can afford this, people are paying this, we should increase school fees by 200%. I have two nieces that study medicine in Okada University. People now we are paying 1 million naira each. Even my sister owns a bank. We still support her. My dad, me, we sometimes support her to pay that school fee. So imagine she's increasing in the private university increased to 200%. How can we pay? The government should have a policy on ground first before the increment. Why can't they increase it by phase or by putting time so people get prepared? The government every day increase their salary. Of course, fire brigade approach, they take their salary. So why can't they make policy for parents or inform them first, okay, by next month, October, school fees will increase. Or we increase it by phase by next October, school fees will increase by 13%. By next year, it will be 16%. I think Ambassador did that by 4. But this government is doing one too much. We understand that the country doesn't have money. But it's too much of putting down the masses' throat. Government is by the people, for the people. Government are the people, by the people, for the people. My own take is that before they join in
sorry to cut you short. Even Obasanjo time, people still complain. Nigeria will still complain.
Yes, that's why I said constant change. Only what is constant is change, but people are constantly against change. I understand that. Even in Japan here, education is free. I mean, it's not free; it's expensive, but government subsidized it. Everybody pay when you get to university. The school, people required. The government pay for it. But in secondary school, like primary school, is free. Secondary school, a little bit not that expensive. They subsidize it. But when it comes to university, government pays for everybody. Then you start paying back. They give you a job. We know Nigeria don't have money.
But are the administrators of these universities, are they not making this increment in anticipation of the loans the students will start getting somewhere later in the year?
Hold on, one piece. What they are saying, the administrators, is that they are making the increment to reflect. Let me actually give it to you again. It says the National Association of Nigerian Students has condemned the planned increment of school fees by tertiary institutions in the country and demanded the suspension of the increase in fees. Many institutions have increased their fees by 100 to 200%, which may force some indigent students out of school. Already, most federal and state universities have raised their fees to cushion the effect of funding challenges in public institutions. They justified the hike on poor government funding of tertiary education, rising inflation in the country, which shot up to 22.4%, the highest in 17 years. So the increment is to reflect the new economic reality of the country.
Yeah, we know, one man, but they should take it by face or announce to people, so prepare people's mind. That people can at least go into dialogue with them. Okay, government, you increase it, give us this time to prepare. Or government go into dialogue with them, well, we will increase it face by face. But fire brigade approach in this kind of time is not good for the optic, one man. That's what I have. Thank you.
All right. Let's say from Prince Daddy, and then we'll start to wrap up that space. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, hello, one man. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prince.
Yeah, you too. Thanks. Um, yeah, just briefly. So just looking at what the Tinubu's administration is doing. I see it as a way to recalibrate or even calibrate the system itself. Um, I think was it Bishop was giving some good numbers or stats on the education in Nigeria and how um private and public government institutions compose the entire educational system. But what percentage of Nigerians are in these universities or these schools that are going to be experiencing the increase in fee in the country with over 200 million population? Um, See the increase, of course. No, nobody wants an increase, and I think Mike was saying earlier, even in America, there's always an increase in education, and I think I've mentioned it, and perhaps other people with this issue about the student loan. Uh, Eventually, the requirement for getting this loan are going to be reduced to accommodate a whole lot more people to apply for the loans. It happened in America when that student loan became prevalent. A lot of students um, and their parents got student loans, and in so doing, the all these institutions took advantage of increasing the tuition across the board. Eventually, I think it ended up Americans ended up having over a trillion dollars in student loan, and absolutely there's a correlation between the availability of loans and tuition. So let's not kid ourselves. Eventually, we're going to see some more increases down the road, not because the Tinubu's what you call it, student loan is not good, but we have to be really careful before the educational fees skyrocket in the country. Um, you know, Education is subsidized in a lot of ways. I understand in the Nigerian system, especially people that go to medical school. But again, um, having said that, the increase maybe seems a lot. And somebody says a fire what? Can't remember the expression somebody just used right now to explain the way the government is doing stuff. That
Fire brigade approach.
there you go. That is too quick. No, but well, see again to calibrate the system. Not every right now the reason why we don't have perhaps the best healthcare and all the sectors are ignored because we have to take from one side or ignore one side of the economy or sector in order to support the other ones. But if you have a balanced approach whereby going again with the definition of equity according to Benny, equity is when everyone contributes to the pot, so to speak. So if you want to go to higher education university, you should pay for it. It's a kind of a luxury. And we have a lot of Nigerians schooling overseas. There's plenty of private universities in Nigeria. People are paying for it. So the increase, let it be justified. If you want to go, pay for it. It's not a big deal. And and what is the consequential effect of increasing the tuition is going to have on Nigeria's economy? It's very silos. It's more specific to the parents or the students that want to go to school. They have to bear the burden. It doesn't really translate, unlike fuel subsidy, to the rest of the economy. I would say anybody can prove me wrong. So I think the government it's on a right approach to try to calibrate the system. If you want to enjoy the benefit of certain amenities or opportunities, well, pay for it. There's nothing wrong with it. In the West, everything you enjoy, you pay for it. Um, a lot of people, and I know I was thinking before Mike said it or somebody else said it. There's an issue about people trying to finish their education on time in Nigeria, factoring the strikes and all these other things that hinder their educational progression. But in a higher education, I think people should be able to defer. If you can't pay for it, well, go work or go do something to get the money to go to school. It's kind of a luxury. If you don't have to. And given that someone just said also that in Ghana, Nigerian students, they pay a lot of money for education. So every time we always want to complain. This is the first time I'm probably hearing. Barry came, but go slow. I understand is his nickname. Now, Tinubu came. It's too fast. It's too quick. I don't know his nickname right now. There's always.
Baba go
Baba
fast.
go fast.
Oh,
Even
okay,
you
okay,
know,
Baba.
even the Financial Times of London, they were marveling at the speed of change that Tinubu was implementing.
Former, can I have this
Okay.
question?
No,
What
so can
was
you
You know
please
the bright side of this.
let
You know
Prince
the bright
land?
side of this. As it's expensive now, you will think twice before you go and read philosophy. That will make
There
you
you go.
unemployable when you finish. You will know
Yeah,
the course you have to read.
Well, yeah, that's a good
yeah,
point.
yeah, right, Prince. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, can we ever please everybody? No. I mean, no, but we have to look at the intentionality of Tinubu and his administration, what he's trying to do. Okay, to the benefit of the Nigerian people. The people will always complain. I can't believe people are complaining. Oh, now, it's people are paying too much for education. Like everybody goes to like the poor of the poor get to enjoy those benefits. No, that's not the case. And again, if they want to go borrow, go get money and go to school. I mean, so we can't have it all. We can't just have it all. And I can't wait to have actually Prince Adewale on the show so I can pose my question to him because he himself, I think, is against the fuel subsidy. He's more concerned about fighting corruption in Nigeria, but it's almost it behooves me that he would take such a position. Why? Because it's much easier to get rid of subsidy than to want to fight corruption. Corruption in Nigeria is a business. Corruption in Nigeria is a lifestyle and it's a habit. So which one is easier to get rid of, the corruption or the subsidy? So we can't have it all. We can't have it. As far as I'm concerned, I think Tinubu and his administration they doing the right thing. And somebody said it earlier. I mean, I don't know the full details of this report, but I think it's not like right. It's probably going to take 6 months or a year before the effect of the tuition increase becomes a reality. But it's good that he rolls out this policy, meaning that he's actually thinking about every aspect of our economy and that we need a robust economy whereby every sector take care of itself. We have there's some institutions, the NMPCCL and some other ones that cannot even remit 1 naira at the end of the fiscal year for whatever they do. I mean, and we want to fight corruption. Corruption, nobody can fight corruption in Nigeria. Tinubu is doing the right things by actually clogging where the corruption is coming from. Prince Daddy, sorry, I know I have my time, but I quickly want to ask you this question. As the education sector have not been budgeted for this year?
So sorry, where's that question leading to?
No, why the rush of the increment? Because education
But we all
sector,
know that the budget is completely insufficient, and that's where the problem lies.
okay, I know. My question is, has it not been budgeted for? Yes or no?
So
Well, I
sorry,
think Bishop answered that question.
hold on. Ask the fullness of that question. Where you
This is the
where you
question.
leading to?
Okay, where I'm
Yeah.
leading to that is boiled down to facing the increment of the education system and electing the people. Like by next year, in the next year budget, so and so will not be there. Increment will hit up 200%. But by now, before August or before September, it will hit 13%. So people be aware.
Former, can I?
No, hold on. Let Prince land, and then you can have the final word on that space. Let Prince land.
Yeah. So again, instead of being antagonistic towards this government, let's put reason behind every action that they make. Is it for the benefit of the Nigerian state or is it for personal gain? I don't think it's for personal gain. It's all for our benefit. Okay, and it's a good thing, and I think a lot of people have commended Tinubu for declaring war on
is it food scarcity, or what is it, agriculture? Our food sector needs to be emboldened, if you can say that, in a lot of ways. So things that's going to affect the common people, transportation. I think they need to attack public transportation, and food. But everything else, higher education, all this stuff, it's kind of a luxury and semi-luxury. Thanks, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Have the final word on that space,
One more.
Bishop.
Okay, thank you.
Hold
One more.
on. You want to say something on that space? So I think we've been staying on that space for too long. But let Bishop have his say, and then you have the final word, then Ekene. And then after that, I want to go to Senator Shehu Sani declaring a fatwa on Davido, and then Prince Daddy and Mike can lead on that one. But yeah, let Bishop go first, and then
Okay.
you can.
Thank you once again. I want to start from where the gentleman that interjected.
But Bishop, make it a condensed one because I'm very keen to
I've
move
been waiting for long now, Oga.
Yeah.
Been waiting now.
No, I want to move
minutes.
from this
I will
topic.
condense it to 5 minutes. I will condense it to 5 minutes. My time starts now. Just 5 minutes. Now, he did say something now that it's been budgetable. I want to answer that straight away, and I will make it in bullet points. Number one, we all know that we're making noise that 90-something percent, 96 or 98% of our revenue was going into debt servicing. That's number one. And that we're borrowing how many percent to fund our budget. So even the money that is being budgeted for, even though it's really, really is underfunded, it's not sufficient at all. And that's where ASU is always at loggerhead. The money is not even there. It is once is going to be borrowed. That is one. Number two, I want us to look at some figures. Last year, I remember they said the fees paid by Nigerian students through the CBN, whatever they call it, transfer, was about £2 billion. That's the 2001-2002 session, and the 2021-2022 sessions. Yeah, 2021-2022 to the UK universities alone, over 2 billion. I remember there was this ASU president that was giving a press statement about that. £2 billion. If anybody do the calculation, maybe we'll appreciate it more. That is in 1 year, 2021-2022. Nigerian students were going to do masters in the UK. A majority of them were from this same university that was charging 19,000, 20,000, 25,000, as the case may be. Number three, I was asking a question before you stopped me, that look at the analysis of how many out of 100,000 Nigerian students, how many of them are actually in federal university that we're talking about? What percentage of them? The state universities have their own, the private universities. We remember, people were discussing it here a couple of days ago, that Peter Obi increased in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, yes. Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Oka, the fee from about 100,000 to about 250,000 over 10 years ago.
Azikiwe University is Anambra State University.
Okay.
Anambra State University was around 70 something. I increased it to 100 and something.
Anambra State is paying 105,000 naira.
105,000 now. So I don't know where you get 200.
It was more than 105,000.
Are you Google it, please?
My sister went to Anambra. She's even there now. So I don't know what you guys are talking.
All right, let's not get stuck on that. Carry on, Bishop.
So I'm saying, in essence, state universities and private universities. There are private universities in Nigeria that are charging £1 million as we speak. Some are doing more. In secondary schools, most of the private secondary schools, the very cheap one charges between 15,000 and 25,000. Those are the very cheap one. They run of the mill one on this, and this is part time. So invariably, the very cheap secondary schools, primary, nursery, primary and primary schools that charges 15,000 per term is charging more than our university that charges 19,000 per session. Let's be realistic. Now, the issue of is too sudden. Look, we know what the problem is. We know where the challenges lie. The problem is that either we just want to continue the status quo, or we just want something to complain about. Government is not going to be making profit, I can bet you. It's just that the university is going to have more money to pay their lecturers. They will be more dedicated. They will be more devoted to their cause. There will be less time going for strikes. We've had 9 months and 8 months in strikes in 2 years. That is insane. That is absolutely ridiculous, unacceptable. So primary school, run of the private primary schools are paying 50 and 20,000. Some of them are paying far more than 20,000 per term, 30, 40,000 per term. But we want the university to keep paying 19,000 per section. Let's look at this thing very well. Now, moving forward, nobody, I've said this here, nobody is interested in no leader, let me use that word, no leader is actually interested. We'll sit down and say, oh, how do I inflict pain on my people so that they can cry more? But a leader is in between taking a decision to do the absolutely very necessary, even though they are painful decisions, but they are necessary for the betterment, for a better future. I did say when I started my 5 minutes to be 1.5 minutes, I did say that I did say when I started that I'm not going to exceed that time, Mom, I'll show you. I did say when I started that, look, the truth of the matter is that university education is not a human right, it's a luxury, but it's still heavily subsidized. If we can come to university to let us know, do the math, how much does it does it take to keep one student in class for 1 year? We will appreciate the enormity of the decisions we are taking now. We want qualitative education. A few years ago, like 2 years ago, United Kingdom declared some degrees. Some degrees. You know, I'm writing off some degrees as low quality degrees. So they don't come and waste your money on this. That's invariably what they mean. So it's not everybody that should go. People have less skills, and when the time is auspicious for them, they can go to the university. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
One man, before you move forward, please, let me just reiterate something. One man, I think you are being too lenient today. One man, I am the one listening here. The interjection is too much. Somebody will be in the middle of conversation. Somebody will just jump in, cut him off. No, we can't do that, one man. It's too rowdy, please. One man, take charge, please. Thank you.
All right. So that's the order from that's the order from above. So you had Thomas. So yeah, can I have the final word? I want to move from that space.
Okay, one man. This thing, we are defending the government to increase these things. I don't know. I don't know if people understand what is going on in the country. Nobody is saying that 19,000 is too okay, but the increment is too much. And you know what is going on in the country? You know, they are sharing. They want to share palliative of 80,000 naira. And I'm still of the opinion that this is the area they should look into, not sharing palliative of 8,000 naira. They're making the common man not to be able to afford ordinary education. Because when you talk about development of a nation, I think it's all about HDI. That's a Human Index, Development Index. So, how can the human being develop without education in the nation? And these are the areas I wish the government will look into. The money you will have for palliative, can't you use it in these sectors and make these things affordable for common man? I know what people are going through in this country. I know at least a widow that is paying 2 children school fees in the university. They are widow. For me, they are paying less money, but it's very hard for them. They still have to make calls to be able to gather that money to pay. And they will pay it. They will provide for the need of those their weekly need or their monthly needs, and they still pay their house rent. Because we are talking about the high cost of living in Nigeria. For these children to feed themselves in the university, it's not a small thing. It's even way more higher than the education itself. If you think about the amount you spend every month just for your child to be able to feed his or herself in the university. Most of these schools, their house rent is more higher than all these university school fees. So let's be considerate to the common man on the street. You talk about the legislatures. the money they take away home. But you cannot just give a common man just a simple bread because you want to balance everything at a night. Let's be considerate. We know how much these lawmakers take away home, how much they take away home every month from our commonwealth, but they couldn't give something simple as education to the common man on the street. You just want to turn them to a beggar. You cannot make something affordable to them. You cannot make the environment conducive to them for them to get a good education or even have a good environment. It's all about increment and increment. But at the end of the month, you couldn't even reduce your own money, your own salary. You couldn't even reduce it to 1 naira. Rather, you add it. You add your own. You inflict on the common man. The common man will now pay for what you are consuming in the house, in the legislature and in the executive. The common man is the now subsidizing for the rich man to continue to be rich in our country, and we are exalting it.
You know, a lot of people say that the obligation of the government should end after secondary school education. Because with a secondary school education, you are equipped to contend with life. So hold on. If you want to advance to university, then you can do that off your own steam.
Yeah, so even I support that system. But are they also pushing it? They're not pushing it. The only way your child can be educated in the secondary school is only when you take your child to a private school. And you are even talking about if you go to schools, especially here in Lagos, the private schools and all that, they are paying, most of them are at least the cheapest you can get that can give your child a good education in Lagos now is about let's say 40,000 naira per term. Private school, secondary school, because those secondary schools are more higher than these universities. The schools, the private schools in Nigeria today, or in most states today, that can give your child good education in the secondary school level, the cheapest or the one you can get that is conducive for you, at least moderate, is about 40K a term. Then maybe if you have 3 or 4 kids, you calculate it 40K. Not all, including other lesson fees and all that. It's more even higher. So are they even subsidizing that secondary school or primary school education? Let's say let them do that one first. Then you can increase this one to 1 million naira, any amount you want to increase it. Then anybody that can afford it can afford it. But give them education. Give them basic education. It's the right of the citizen. Give them basic education.
University education is not right of the citizen.
I didn't say university.
I didn't say university. I didn't say university. I said give them basic education. It's the right of the citizen to be educated.
And in Lagos State, secondary schools are very good.
Sorry, let him land. I want to move from. Sorry, Bishop, but I want to move from there. Let the Kenneth land, and then I'll move on. Yeah.
So give them the education that they require to give a citizens education I think is supposed to be one of the necessity of every government. You see how our streets are. You see how everywhere are. You see how people react. Just check the north. Check some part of the north. Check some part of the south, and you still want to push people out of school. Most of them cannot afford this money. I can tell you for fact, one man. Many. Check about the minimum wage. No school, no education, no light, nothing. You take away everything. What are you replacing it with? So let us consider this our common people. Let's consider them. What happened in our country is that the poor man is subsidizing for the rich. The rich doesn't want to go low, but they always want for the poor man to always go low.
It's the life. Poor man is not subsidizing. You're not paying anything, man.
Mr. Kene is very right. Sorry, one man.
Most of our senators and the governors today didn't pay any school fees. Soludo didn't pay any school fees up to the level that he finished. Most of them
That's a lie.
didn't pay one
Nobody
naira.
acquired that advanced degree without paying. Come on now.
One man.
I'm telling you for a fact. Most of them didn't pay anything.
All right, let Solomon come in because we've not heard his voice yet. Solomon, come in. Solomon.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. See, like what Mr. Kene is talking. For me, the federal schools in Nigeria, they are meant for the common people to attend. But in Nigeria, here, even before you gain admission into these federal schools, you first of all, like, you need to know somebody. Before your parents need to know somebody before they would, even if you have the cutoff mark in JAMB and posterior, they will still want you will still have to know somebody before you would get into those schools. And when you check these schools out, like what he said now, is most of the people that are even into government, that have good jobs, good government jobs, that you use their connection to give their children to give their children admission in these schools. And the common people that are supposed to benefit from these schools, they don't benefit from this school. So when he's talking about this thing now, I think we have to agree with him that he's making point. Yeah.
So, Solomon, you are telling me you meet up, you meet a cutoff mark, and you still have to know somebody. I don't believe
I
in
am
that.
telling you.
Only
See,
people.
let me
Hold
tell you,
on.
I'm a
Hold on.
victim of
All right.
this
I'm going to
situation.
move on from there.
I know what I'm
thank
saying.
you. All right, thank you. I think if we don't stop it at some point, it will never stop. But all right. Land Kene, and then we move on.
I think he has landed now.
Thank you, one man.
All right. Let's move on. So we move on to this next talking point, and then I'll bring Prince Daddy in, and then you chime in, Mike. This is I've loosely termed this as Senator Shehu Sani declaring a fatwa on Davido. So this is what's just come through the news cycle. It's a controversial video. Apologize to Muslims, Shehu Sani tells Davido. Shehu Sani, a former senator and activist, has advised Nigerian Afrobeat sensation David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, to apologize to his Muslim fans over a controversial video he posted on his social media pages earlier this week. Davido, who is the owner of the DMW record label, had posted a 45-second long video clip of his signee, Lagos Olori song, Jaye Lo, on Friday, July the 21st. The scene in question caused controversy as a portrayed man dressed as praying malams dancing in front of a mosque rather than engaging in prayers. As a result, this depiction of dancing has been considered offensive by some Muslims in the country. The video has continued to generate different reactions from social media users, with many airing their diverse opinions. Reacting to the video, Shehu Sani, who represented the Kaduna Central Senatorial District at the 8th National Assembly, said there is a need for the femme crooner to apologize to his Muslim fan base. According to him, as an artist, Davido is duty-bound to be sensitive to religious beliefs, culture, and faith of his fans, adding that it will be an honorable thing to do if the pop star can pull down the video and tender an apology. He wrote, as an artist or entertainer, if your fans feel offended by a piece or portion of your work, especially as it concerns their culture, faith, or religious beliefs, it will be most honorable for you to delete or edit the portion, apologize to them, and move on. I am here talking about Davido. This is my opinion. So Shehu Sani declares a fatwa on Davido. What says you, Prince? Prince? Can anyone hear me? Mike. Okay, Mike, you take the spot if Prince is not ready. Mike.
Okay, so I haven't seen the video, so I really don't know what the.
I've seen the video, and I think it's high time, and it's disappointing in somebody like Shehu Sani that is, I would say, exposed, but this right up didn't show that he's exposed. So every time anything that has to do with the Muslim, that must be complained. In the music called Gwagwalada, there are people in that video dress as nuns. I don't see Christian community or anybody complaining about it. I think the Muslim need to get a grip on themselves when it comes to entertainment world, and when they use all this costume, they need to take it easy. We are going too far with this religion thing. There is a lot of other musicians using non costume, dressing as bishop, dressing, and you can't even hear one complaint from any Christian organization in Nigeria at all. It's when it comes to this Muslim thing, and that is where this thing has led us to where they went to kill that innocent girl just for a WhatsApp group chat. They need to get a grip on themselves, and I think the government need to do something about it now. All these things shouldn't be tolerated, honestly.
Oh,
Well,
all right.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, Mike. Yeah.
the way I can approach this is, I mean, it would depend on what in the video it did as that was
They were just
disrespectful.
dancing, Mike. They were just dancing outside, not like they were smoking, not like they were doing anything. They were just dancing. Don't Muslim people dance?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if Senator Sani can point out exactly what in the video, if he said there's something in the video or something, but if he's
He
just
just said
saying,
he said they were dancing in front of a mosque instead of them to be praying. What is the meaning of that? And it's
if
just
he's
a video,
saying,
it's just a music video.
yeah, then I would say, if that's the case, then I would think, yeah, Senator Sani is just being ridiculous, just like typical of Muslims.
Mike,
You know, yeah.
are you finding that increasingly there's an intolerance being introduced into the religious space in Nigeria? Because, like you said, it's a music video, it's artistic license, and it wasn't especially offensive. It was people dressed in religious garbs dancing. Is that sufficient enough for the senator from Kaduna to declare fatwa?
I think we have to get to a point where we not have to check the whole world. It's not only just Nigeria where Islam has to be checked. To be honest, it's the whole world. You see it
No,
in France
don't,
too.
don't narrow it to Islam, or because
No,
you
no,
will
no. I'm
say
just
you will
no.
offend
I'm
people.
trying
Yeah,
to tell
don't
you.
narrow it.
It's a wider. It's an attitude. It's a global thing. It's not just like you will see situation like that in France. Maybe somebody did something unknowingly. They just someone will carry out gun and shoot back back. You see situation like in Northern Nigeria with that girl, whether knowingly or unknowingly, they just kill that person. They have this ancient at this the time of the Ottoman Empire, the time of the Islamic this thing is gone. You understand? During that time when they were Muslims were behaving like having that attitude, was the time where the Ottoman Empire was the superior kingdom, where the most where everything is Islam. They were ruling half of the world. I mean, most part of the whatever they control. So they had an attitude. But today you're no longer some power. It's kind of like how America is dictating to the whole world because they are this superpower. A time will come where, let's say, a time come where America is no longer that superpower, and they're still having the same attitude. That's kind of like what is going on with these Muslims today. If America should, fall to become maybe irrelevant country anymore, and they keep on dictating. Imagine them dictating to the whole world that you must do this, you must respect me. No, no, no. Muslims, you are not. The Ottoman Empire era is over. You're not ruling anybody, so you can't be. That attitude has to stop. You see the same one in Ilorin. Yeah, you must forbidden. You must not. You must not. Who the hell are you? I think it has to get to the whole world where. I mean, I believe in respecting people's religion.
Do you think it's irresponsible of Senator Shehu Sani to make those sort of commentaries, especially given the sort of climate, given what we are, the state of play of Nigeria now?
He has a right to the opinion, and like I said, I believe like everyone should respect everyone. I believe that the respect is one thing. I won't support someone just coming out disrespecting Islam, Christianity, or even Orisha tradition or Isheshi anything, because we're all humans. No one likes to be disrespected. I get that. But what I'm really pointing out is just this superiority attitude of Muslims that You know, there is beyond just saying you're disrespecting me. It's more like they see others as you shouldn't exist in a sense. So infidel, if you're not a Muslim, you're infidel. It's kind of like the Americans. If you're not an American, you are inferior to an American because we are the superpower. That attitude. Because I live in America. If you not, you know, so you're no longer in that era. I mean, time has changed. You're no longer this superior religion or superior people. You're not. You have to be willing to share the world with the rest of the people. I mean,
but Mike, conversely, just to the alternate argument, especially in a space like Nigeria, where religion is charged up, we saw what happened to Deborah Samuel and another man, same consequences in the same space in Sokoto State. So there's somewhat of a religious fervor, especially I don't want to narrow it down to. Is it so? Because Davido is educated and aware enough to know what the climate is like in Nigeria. Did he suffer a brain fade to allow that insertion into, because he knew it would generate a reaction, or was he even after that reaction?
And that's what I was asking. What was the context? You know, like the context of what he was
Mike,
doing.
Hold on. Let Mike speak. Yeah.
The context of the video matters. If it's just just video but not disrespecting them, then I won't say he's doing anything so serious, so bitter or wicked or just evil. But what I do notice is that mentality. Where I say we have to check is that sometimes when you say because your religion is if someone disrespects your religion, first you ask question. First of all, did you purposely do it, or is it knowing like you deliberately disrespecting me or something? You have to ask questions, something like that. It's not like just directly go and just attack and you have to like the way they killed that girl. It's not like she deliberately disrespected them. Maybe she accidentally. And one might see situations where somebody may come from the southeast where he's not ever been exposed to Islam in his life. He doesn't know anything about the Quran. Maybe he moved to the north and he accidentally desecrated the Quran and he just beheaded him right away. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't do that. You have to be able to share the word with the rest of people that are non-Muslims. You have to be able to.
All right, Mike. So the senator has said that even if Davido erred, and conceding that Davido did err from a position of unknowing, but he cannot err on the position of unknowing, by the way, because I think he comes from a Muslim family. But even if it was an error on his part, the senator invited him to either take down that video or edit the offending part. What should the is that not fair enough?
To me, like I said, he has right to his opinion, but if there's anything else to be done, you have to take him to court or something. It's court or you between yourselves, but you can't dictate to somebody, because I'm very sure there's no Christian that can dictate to a Muslim person that or any other religion. Okay, am I dictating to that foolish idiot that said that woman cannot? They will kill the woman if she talk about abortion, if she do Oshun celebration in Kwara in Ilorin. I mean, can I even demand apology from those idiots? Would they even apologize to me? You understand? It's double standard now. We all know that for a fact. Didn't call out. Can you tell me what those people did is not a violation of that woman's right as a citizen in Nigeria? Because Nigerian constitution, of course, give you the freedom to practice your faith or whatever. But can anybody, in so much you're asking Shehu Sani to Kazi the first tell those useless men, imam, whatever they are in Ilorin, that threatening to kill a woman for practicing their own faith? That's even worse than anything. You're threatening her life. That's traumatic. So that's the thing. This attitude of yours is the way. You are this. Your religion is the way. Everybody else is less, and they have to die. What the hell are you trying to? That attitude is what needs to stop. So Shehu Sani should shut the hell up, man. He should focus on. I mean, he needs to check his own inferiority complex, because I mean, I don't get it. I mean, is he blind? Shoyinka spoke about those foolish imam in Ilorin threatening to kill a woman because she ever dare practice her own faith. That's more disrespectful than anything than what Davido did, So this thing needs to be checked. We have to address it.
Somebody is actually reporting that Davido has pulled down the video.
Yeah, he has removed the video. He has pulled down the video. But the video at the start, it was just a few seconds video. At the start, those people were praying. They were praying Muslim prayer. And what the guy was saying was, Alhamdulillah, he was actually praying himself. Then after the prayer, they stood up and they started dancing. So I'm saying that short video, I don't see why. And one man was right. In this situation where Nigeria is this religious issue that we have already, I don't think somebody like Shehu Sani should even be coming up with such idea. If you have such opinion, you can message Davido privately yourself and say, oh, don't you think this thing would be offensive to the Muslim? Then he would have put it down the way he put it down. But bringing it out again is just trying to bring more trouble into the whole country. It's just crazy. And somebody is saying in the comment section, oh, if we don't respect our religion. As I've seen several people that have dressed like a nun, dressed like a Christian pastor, and did their entertainment thing. Has it affected my faith? Has it affected my prayer? No. I think the Muslims need to wake up and leave that archaic way of worshiping and wake up. And that is why they have.
No, you are going too far.
No, we need to go too far, Mama. They've killed a lot
don't
of
go too
people
far now.
based on little things.
If
A
we
girl
can
said on a
call out this
WhatsApp
the other
group.
day in this place, all these people making all these comments now, you people need to be called out to. You are not, what you're doing now is not making sense. For real, it's not making sense. Go
Don't disrespect their religion.
Tell us the part that's not making
please
sense.
don't tell me I'm not making sense. They've killed the innocent girl, burnt the girl because she said, oh, this is a WhatsApp group. You shouldn't be doing religious stuff on this WhatsApp group. How is that too bad? We need
I
to
think Solomon, you're mistaking your position here. My position here is I made it clear that I don't support anyone disrespecting anybody's speech in any form, in any way.
I think this is the offending video. Let me remove that. Yeah, I think this is the offending video. Yeah,
I can't even hear it.
No, I'm not. I can't play it because of copyrights, but I can show the image.
Okay.
Yeah.
The guy was saying Alhamdulillah and something. That was what he was saying there, and they were like praying as well.
All right. It looks as though Davido has actually reacted to this. Let me bring you Davido's reaction. Davido reacts to heavy backlash amid controversial music video. Popular Afrobeat singer Davido has broken his silence after coming under heavy backlash for a music video which has been deemed insensitive and disrespectful to Muslims. Our correspondent earlier reported that the DMW boss shared a music video of his signee Lagos Olori entitled Jaye Law. With videos making rounds on the internet, it could be seen as the video depicts Lagos Olori on a building singing and making prayer gestures whilst other Muslims below religiously carrying out their salah. They didn't even sit well. This didn't sit well with many, and they took to social media to call out the singer whilst urging him to take down the video. Following the reaction trailing her Twitter post, the 30BG singer has taken to her Twitter page to react to comments of citizens. The singer, however, shared a post which depicts the lyric of one of his songs, noting that he doesn't want to fight. He said, I want make una show me, make we know the fight. In another tweet, he said, una know say field never start, abi. In fact, unable never start. No choice, lago. Them go film. Men mount. So I don't know quite. Maybe that's young speak. I don't know quite. Maybe that's I don't know what any of that means. But the upshot of it is that video has been taken down, which rather saddens me. I have to say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing is this. Okay, if Davido lives in Lagos, he's doing his music business in Lagos. So it's not an Islamic society, and he's doing whatever, expression. I don't think somebody that in another society, like in the North, cannot be saying he wants to go out. He dictates to him and he has to bring it down. For example, in the North, if they start marking, which I would say I don't agree with anyone disrespecting anyone. Like, let's say in the North, they decide to mark Isheshe, right? Our own stuff. Or they mark Christianity or something like that. I would look at it as, okay, you are there in your domain. You're doing what you like. That's what something. Though it may be offensive, but I'm not going to say I want to go there to Start demand them that they stop it or something. Come on, you're in your house, you do what you want, whatever, even if you're right or wrong, I don't care. But if Davido would have been in the north doing that, I'll be the first to tell him that guy, you're stupid, take it down. You can't be in people's environment. I'm disrespecting them. You understand? I'll be the first to tell him to take it down. However, I, I just, you know,
Mike, the
we
Madeleke are
just have
Oh,
to.
Muslim. They are
hold on.
Muslims. They are
No,
Muslim
no.
themselves.
Let him land, please. There's the DOG.
I'm not in touch. I'm just saying they are Muslim themselves.
All
They
right.
are Muslim.
Yeah. So carry on, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, I think our Afrobeat boys, girls, they tend to just want to express it. They go a little bit too far. You know, I see people like Mali. I know these kids are just going too far. Yeah, it's okay to kind of check them, to kind of control them, to relax on what they're doing, how they behave, and things like that. But the issue here is just this demand. Like I demand an apology. I demand this. Like this. Who said it? You should have called it a private.
You know that taking that video down would not even be enough. They will still insist on an apology.
Yeah, like you have to demand someone lives somewhere else where there's not he's not in Kaduna or in Kanu doing what he's doing. He's way in Lagos. Sometimes you see there was a time where in America where they disrespect the prophet, and in Nigeria the Muslims are taking Christians. I'm like, what the hell is this?
I remember that.
That's what I mean by we need to check them. Like you need to check their attitude. They got to calm the hell down. No one agreed that the religion should be disrespected. That's not the position I'm holding here. I will never support Islam being disrespected. But they just need to calm down, man. Like this overreaction to, this oversensitivity of your religion, thinking it's just Islam or nothing else. Like your way or nothing else. It's not right. Yeah, we should advocate that your way should be respectable.
The level of intolerance in Nigeria, I think, is unique and peculiar to Nigeria. I'm not sure that I'm not sure that you even get it in the Middle East.
No.
Or am I mistaken?
So the one I just example I give in France was not a Middle Eastern guy. He literally carried out terror, like because somebody disrespected their prophet, And the guy's in France, in his country. What the heck? He's in France. It's like in Saudi Arabia, they are insulting Shango. I'll go there and carry out terror in Saudi Arabia and be shooting everybody on the streets. Come on, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're the only one doing that. If you are confident about your religion, your belief, then you don't have no reason to be so sensitive over, anyone's. I mean, it's like if I'm confident in my tradition, you understand? I practice Isheshe, correct. I'm Aburisha, correct. I'm confident in the Orisha. If you start insulting the Orisha, hey, I'll say, Omo, it's up to you. If it's between you and them. Hey, if they are angry at you and they come and attack you, that's between you. I won't come and fight on their behalf. They fight for themselves. That's why authentic religion. You understand? People that know that they are gods fight for themselves. I don't need to go and fight on behalf of my God. You understand? Like that woman now, that in Ilori, she won't go and be fighting now. So I'll go to shrine. I might be on Imam here, and they will say Oshun to go and deal with them. You understand? When Oshun start dealing with them.
Do you think Oshun can deal with an Imam? Who do you think is more powerful, Oshun or Imam?
Oma, you don't pray, I'll pray for you. So Olorun your original Osha. Especially
one man, may I contribute?
You see one of these guys you see when Oshu get angry. Oh no. Yeah, contribute.
Okay, thank you, one man. I think my take in this, like every Southwesterner, we have Isheshe, Christianity, Islam mixed up in every family. No family is exempt. But I think even amongst friends, we know the temperaments of every friend. We know the friends we can accommodate. We know the friends we cannot accommodate. You understand? It's about understanding. Look, you can burn a truckload of Bible. Nobody will see anything. It is your right. But if you burn just one Quran, there will be trouble. It is the complexion of their religion. It should be respected. You don't have to provoke them. Look at what happened in Sweden a couple of weeks back. The guy who burned Quran, it's his Quran. He bought it with his money. It's a book. but he burned it. But look at it has reverberated all over the Islamic world, Syria, Iran, everywhere. It could extend. You understand? Have you wondered why Hollywood don't mess with the Islam religion or Bollywood? Because they know the consequences. In Lagos, for instance, I don't know now, but before, even if the Onisheshe are beating drums and Egungun is amongst them dancing, once they get to about 10 meters of a mosque, they stop. After they pass the mosque, they continue their drumming. I think it's just a tradition of respect and also knowing their temperament. That look,
Is respect not reciprocal?
well, the Christian, we believe as Christians that God is enough to fight for himself. Like Mike said, the Sheshe people, we believe the Orisha can fight for itself. Only Omode Buruku, Ubujuwen. You understand? He Shejotin Buolueri, no matter Syria from Moyon. You get my point? So every human being, like every society, like every religion, we have our unique traits. Even look at the last incidents in Sokoto, the guy that was killed. He was not a Christian. He was a Muslim like them. And he said something off turn, and they considered it blasphemous, and the butcher colleagues of his knifed him. You understand? So it's like we can't go looking for trouble.
We're getting to the point where we are now starting to live in fear of that space.
Yeah, they said they don't look at a couple of years back. I think it was Jonathan's time or Yaradu, I can't remember. The Miss Nigeria contest or Miss World or something like that was to take place in Abuja. They said, look, we don't want naked women here. And that was the end of that contestation or whatever it is, that period. You understand? It was shifted, I think, to Lagos. It was in Lagos that contest took place. If you understand somebody for what he is, just try and avoid the person. All we need is peace.
Yeah, but we agree. We agree that you don't go to where Muslims are. Like for example, I won't tell you that go to the north or a society where it's Islamic society and going to be going against their way of life, their religion. I'll be the first to tell you, you don't have right to go to a society and be going against their way. But if you're in your own comfort place, they have no right to be dictating to you now from far.
Let me give you an example. I think it was Colin Powell in his autobiography. I can't remember the title now. When during this first Gulf War, they had a base inside Saudi Arabia. You understand? And it was Christmas period. And American soldiers, they have to play Christmas carol. And in the holy land of Islam. So they had to go to the authorities and say, look, this is Christmas. Christmas without carol is like, I don't know how to, it's like salad without
like
cream.
bread without butter.
Exactly. And they reach a compromise. Okay, play instrumental Christmas carol, not the one with lyrics. You get my point? That was how they reached a compromise. And they were playing the instrumental only during that period, and it's over. At times, you understand. So one has to be very, very careful. Religion is too sensitive a matter.
But to us, let me make the last day. See, to us,
yes.
For example, like I walk around, I see Yoruba people every day. They just insult the issue. Me, I say, I just laugh. Well, somebody that I like, if I like you, I'll just call you to the side. Very issue. See, when you start dealing with you. But me, I just look at them, I just laugh because I know that if you start dealing with them, that's their life. That's why most of their life is so messed up. Because when you start dealing with people, you govern the crossroads. If you say your life no go better, it's a very temperamental Orisha. That's why people are suffering in that Nigeria. Many of them they insult the issue every day. But me, I'm not going to go and fight on behalf of issue now. Say I'm going to kill you because you insult the issue. Because I worship the issue too. It's one of my Orishas. But you insult the issue every day. I see Yoruba people when I bush you. I just look at them, I just laugh. Just laugh at them. I will know why they are going through what they are going through, because if you can deal with you. But I'm not going to be fighting people. We did our Yoruba land. We did a campaign a few years ago telling Nigerians if you don't say Satan, you trying to educate them. Like somebody I rather has put a cross on you to be insulting if you call it Satan and all these things. We did our own and we moved on. And don't let it go. But if you don't continue doing it, when your life continues to catch hell, it's on you.
Like yourself, promote yourself a lot. This guy.
This mean I don't come. We are used to launch check us there. Hold on. If you look at Spinner's life, man, sometimes the way they
promoting yourself a lot.
I wanted to bring you into that conversation, rational mind, but it looks as though the consequences are actually already coming for Davido, whether he apologizes or not. Watch this. So there it is. They've started tearing down its posters in Muslim-dominated areas. Rational mind. What are you making then of the fatwa on Davido? Delicate with language, but rational mind. Let's hear from you.
You see, when you say delicate with language, sometimes I don't know how you want me. You might as well just censor me then.
Yeah, you know, we have to be alive to the sensibilities of our audience. You know, yes.
I totally get what you say.
Yeah,
I'll try my best not to say.
Yeah.
You see, one man, I think some of us here are already coming to that realization that we're having a time. In fact, it's a time, but it's not. I think the whole world knows that it's a time bomb on its own, and that's why countries like where you live, one man, France, and some other European nations, even here in America, they won't cut power. Well, what I mean, won't cut power. As in, what I mean, they try to contain them. I mean, those fanatics, that fanaticism, that we see, that radicalism, that's what they contain. Doesn't mean they don't allow people to practice their religion. Even you are Islamist, I mean, you are in Islam, I mean, you're Muslim, you're a Christian, whatever, they allow you to practice your religion. But when you see this element of fanaticism, or radicalism, they know where that can lead to. They've seen it. We ever since September 11, we've seen that the whole world has never known peace on a global scale with this terrorism. And so many nations now they are trying to contain it within their own borders. We're seeing how the U.S. government here has deployed not even trillions of dollars into trying to contain it in some ways through funding their military and also their high tech and all of that. It's just to be able to contain all of this. So, what is Nigeria doing? That's the question we should be asking. Well, it's only in a lawless place as Nigeria, a country or a pseudo, say a pseudo country or somebody, a country pretending to be a country or a nation, just not a nation. I don't even know how to describe it. Trying to like carry itself in the international community as a country. That's only where you find this kind of things happening. So for me, you see, a man does a work of artistry or artist or whatever they call it. He's just a musician and entertainer. We've seen videos of we've seen videos of maybe you see woman. I don't want to delve into many things right here.
You know, is it a situation that what we essentially have is Well, one country, two divides. Because we have two systems in
I'm,
Nigeria,
I'm
don't
coming to
we?
that one, man. I'm
Yeah,
coming to
yes.
that. If I ask you people were deliberating, I was just here, just listening to everybody. You see, as I was saying, that's why a lot of these countries they're containing all of these things within their shores. That's why if you go to one of these Scandinavian countries, you see how they kind of contain it. Uh, but what is Nigeria doing? That's the question. That's just why we see the kind of things we saw in recent months or in recent years, where that girl was killed, and even another Muslim faithful like them, maybe because it belongs to another sect. How they did with that guy? I mean, what are we living? Are we living? Are we? What's that word again? I'm trying to look for. Are we living in a jungle or are we living in a banana republic where some people will just take it upon themselves to, even in Saudi Arabia? I mean, Saudi does not do this. If they see you blaspheme, you have to go through the legal process. They will call you, their Qadi or whatever, or the Grand Qadi or whoever is the judge will sit down, they will look into the matter. Not that some people, some irate mob will just go somewhere and just met out jungle justice because they feel like they are the custodian of their religion. That's fanaticism. That's radicalism. Even within Saudi, they are containing it a lot. They know what they do. I mean, if you know billions of dollars that the Saudi government are deploying into containing fanaticism within their shores. What is Nigeria doing? You just let it go because it plays to their playbook. Not even this guy that I respected very well. Look at how he even went about it. I mean, I used to respect this guy, Shehu Usani. I used to see him as
I've lost a lot of respect for
I know
him.
with this what he just did. I just
Yes,
see him
because
as
some of his commentaries in the media space,
well, no, not just this one alone.
is yes, it is not even this one. It just comes across somehow sometimes.
Well,
Yeah.
with just this one alone, you see, we used to say, I mean, Efiniwa, I mean, people say character, one's character attitude is like a smoke. No matter how you try to cover it, somebody to seep out, to just come out. That's how I see in these people. These people just pretend to be like for the people. They pretend to be like people who are more
I've
strict-headed,
unfollowed the
who are
guy on Twitter
rational,
just myself.
or if I follow them, so who are rational in their thinking. I used to think, I used to look at these guys. Oh wow, this is one of those northerners that are really well rounded when it comes to the way you think. He's not a bigot in any way. But with all these things, I mean, you could have, like you suggested one, I was you that suggested that. You could have just called Davido. You know, Davido, what you did, I think, in my own opinion, I think it's going to become something for you. Why don't you just consider putting it down or doing something about it? Rather than having to tweet about it, because it panders to some people. You see, we say this oftentimes on your platform here, one man. I say that our Nigerian politicians they play on these religious card, to stoke some kind of sentiment among their people because they will always need them in the coming election so that they could be relevant. They could see them as their own member of their religion and they will vote massively for them. Like the issue, like the idiot to talk about, the little finger of Kaduna, how he played on that sentiment. And we hear him, and most of us come here, we're debating to try to defend the idiot. I mean, this is just an example of what I'm trying to talk about here. When people play on this religious card of because I'm a Muslim or I'm a Christian, and they want to stir up some kind of sentiment so that they will look at them as, oh, this guy is a pious Muslim. This guy is he loves Islam. He promotes Islam or he promotes Christianity. No, you see, that is why countries like France, they've put religion on one side. They put it even not even the so-called Christian. Because France used to be a very Christian country, but now look at how they push Christianity aside. They don't want to have anything to do with any religion, even though we know that's maybe more like some of them still practice there, but they don't bring it into their national politics. And I know the same thing.
A lot of the Western space are pivoting from that single religion. I know in the UK, the monarch used to be the defender of the Christian faith. But then about 5 years ago, thereabout, they removed that Christianity from it, and then they just condensed it to the defender of the faith. So I think a lot of these are traditionally single religion Western countries are trying to pivot into some form of secularity.
They know the implication of trying to align with one religion, what that could be, because they know the population, the demography is changing fast. Like even like in the
And they need oil as well.
yeah, that's true. So they know the demography is changing. They know that their citizens, like say back in the 1900s, Britain used to be very 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 white, but now you can see it's becoming brown now. Brown, like more brownish and all of that. Talk about also like some other countries, like even some Scandinavian countries too, are becoming more and more like mixed now. So they know the demography is changing, and they know that also people are accepting or embracing all kinds of religion. Some people are atheists, you know, and some people are just agnostics. Some people are just Muslims. Some people are Christians. So if I say I'm a defender of the Christian faith and I'm the ruler of that country, how does that even how does that even how would my other subjects who are atheists or who are agnostics or who are maybe they don't even have any religion, how would they see me? So that's the point. But when you put one religion on pedestal, that is what we get from what Sani is doing right now. You want to pander to one religion, and then you know the implication of that. I mean, I'm not saying that anybody should disrespect another person's religion, people's religion, but people should also understand that people have their rights. I'm not saying they should come outrightly and disrespect you, because what this guy just did is just a work of artistry. Like he's a musician, he's trying to entertain people, and he felt that.
But does it not know the backdrop of the Nigerian space, especially the climate we're under now?
That's the problem. You see that right there. I want to, I don't like quoting. I don't like sounding like this. Are popular.
Hey, well, I'd like to interject later, please.
All right, interject now, and then Rational Mind can carry on. Rational Mind, let Prince come in. Prince.
Yeah. See, the Muslims or Islam, they are very protective of their religion, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Okay. What is going on in the West, England, United States? It's more like anti-Christianity or Christian, not anti-religion. Because if you are a Muslim in America, for example, you are highly protected, from any kind of attack. Okay. But not so much for Christian. It's just anti-Christian is going on around the world. And I'm not sure where Rational Mind is going with his position. I think anyone should be free to protect their religion. I mean, if you don't, it's like someone that's not too particular about their country, like Rational Mind. Always using derogatory terms to describe Nigeria. But don't take offense to when someone from Saudi Arabia or some other country wouldn't do that.
Speaker.
Oh yeah, thank you. Wouldn't do that, and you want to insult their country, and they will go against you. So it's relative. It's not because England is becoming more brown. Come on, when the British colonized the world, so to speak.
England is not becoming more brown. Who is the Prime Minister of England again? Of the United Kingdom?
Does that make it more brown?
It doesn't.
Brown in what sense? In what sense?
In the sense that the Prime Minister of England of the United Kingdom.
Okay, one man. When Barack Hussein Obama became the president of America, did it make him more black?
America is changing. I mean, it's really changing. The number of the non-whites is really.
In fact, Barack Obama pursued in all possible ramification anti-black policies. So Sunak, I believe that's how you pronounce his name. Sunak. Okay, it may be brown, yellow, or purple. It doesn't matter. Okay, is he going to go against the crown? I don't think so. So don't be fooled by some puppet-looking brown person or black person in the seat of power. It means nothing. If you're serious about world affairs, you would know how these games are played. Okay, so let's not be I'm not against. I don't think I lose respect for Shehu Sani. I don't think I do. For whatever reason he chose to, he tried to be neutral or more balanced. But for whatever reason he chose to speak out this time around, let it be. If you start allowing, I know somebody said, well, it happened in Lagos or in the South, not in the North. It doesn't really matter.
It's in Nigeria. If they were talking about somebody insulting Islam in Ghana, for example, and they want to make a beef about it, well, go ahead. But they're Nigerians and they have the right. It doesn't matter what part of Nigeria they feel they've been disrespected. It's all about perception, anyways. If you ask me, perhaps I would say there's nothing wrong with it, but that's my problem. I'm not the Muslim. I'm not the person taking offense to it. I mean, if they have grievances, they should be acknowledged. Thanks.
All right, back to Irrational Mind.
Yeah.
But woman, can I ask Big that Prince Daddy one question? Is the last thing it said they should be acknowledged. Acknowledged by who? Who do you think it should be acknowledged by?
Well, see, when people have grievances, it's emotional. It can be emotional. It's relative. So if somebody say they are hurt by you calling them, whatever it could be, well, you have to acknowledge it because it's not you that's been hurt. It's the person that's been hurt that has the grievance. So you must acknowledge it. Okay,
Okay, so
if it's not against the law. But they
so
have Sharia law. They have Sharia law. They kind of protected by their religion. So let's not go there with these people. Let's apologize and kind of move on.
Okay. When Wale Soyinka also spoke out about how he felt about the way his own religion was. I mean, in fact, he saw that one and the one in Ilorin. So why didn't Shehu Sani acknowledge that? I mean, or why didn't the same people you're saying should acknowledge? Why didn't you call them to acknowledge? If they're not acknowledging mine, why should they acknowledge yours
Well,
or someone else?
that was like the preamble of my comments. See, it's up to you, the owner or the practitioner of the religion, to protect your religion. Why should she standing care by Issa Shea being disrespected in Lauren? It doesn't. What does it matter to him? But if
I'm not. You said it should be acknowledged. That's why I asked you, acknowledged by who?
By the practitioner, by Wale Soyinka, by the people that think they've been disrespected. Yeah, I agree. I don't think any religion should be disrespected, be Ifa or Ishish. It doesn't matter. But the people that practice that religion, because come on, Mike. We all don't like when you come to talk about Ifa and all these things. I don't know much about it, so I listen to you and trying to understand where you're coming from. So we don't know all about all everything about every religion. But if somebody comes and say, "Hey, what you said or what you're doing is against my religion or it hurts our religion," well, let's acknowledge that. That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to get who should acknowledge you or who government who. That's what I'm asking you.
All parties involved. All parties involved. The person like Davido right now, I understand he put down the video and maybe he's apologized. Yes, that's acknowledging it, and whomever's involved in it should acknowledge it. In this case, we're talking about Davido. He put down the
So
video.
do you agree that the imam in Ilorin and those Ilorin people that were threatening that woman for trying to worship Oshun in Ilorin should also apologize?
Well, yes, I did talk about that also in the sense that, listen, see, I just said it. No, they perhaps don't know much about this Ishe religion or Ifa religion.
You don't have to know about it. Well, it's
agree.
It's our thing. Those are, it's the thing. We are just like everybody else.
If you listen, Mike, I agree. Once you bring it to the front, to the forefront, and say, hey, what you guys are doing, it's illegal. It's insulting to this religion. So you must come out and acknowledge your mistakes and apologize. And yes, I do agree.
All right, there it is. Rational mind, a lot more complex than you thought.
Yeah. Prince Daddy, to me, you sound like an apologist. I don't know, maybe you are insulated in where you live here in America. Sometimes I try to grab my eyes, run my head around this whole. Sometimes when people have this kind of views like you have, I have seen fanaticism. I don't want to come here and sound like somebody who sound like Mike, who like to self-promote himself. I will.
Don't speak, man. You don't need to go on mute.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Are you afraid? I don't be afraid of you.
So anyway, yeah. So let's just I'm just kidding. That's on the side. So you see, when our friend, Papa, Prince Daddy rather, please. When you have this kind of views, I kind of like. I've seen extremism. I've seen. Oh my God, the worst of it. I don't pray anybody to be a victim of it. You see, when okay, why do you think? I think our friend here from Maiduguri recently came here and said the Nigerian government, because one of the things that they use. Why do you think right now in Maiduguri it seems to like having a grip on this over Boko Haram thing over there? Because the only thing is that these guys, they run into the mountains there, they run into the desert, the Sahel there, but they only come in and strike and go like that. Why do you think they do that? Why is it that, unlike before, whereby you find them among the populace? Why is it that it's no longer there like that? Because they found out that it's not just about the conventional way of trying to overcome or put down this insurrection or the extremism over there. They found out that even within, they need to do their own work within. They need to start clamping down on any of their imams within there who are preaching extremism. I think he said it here, which is one good way to go. That is what France and other countries have done. They will monitor you. They will see that if you're they might even have some people, even here in America, I've seen some plainclothes detectives and people working for FBI and whatever. They will go into some mosque and they will act like they are part of the congregants there. They want to listen to you, and they won't go as far as even becoming part of the member of that religious body. It could be Islam, it could be anything, just to figure out what the whole thing is all about in that group. If their suspicion or whatever suspicion they've had about that group is founded, they will convert. They will act like, but then they're going just to find out. Why do you think they go to that length? It's because they want to protect their people, because they know what fanaticism can result. Why do you think Saudi Arabia is even deploying that amount of? Go and check and see what Saudi Arabia is doing within their own sovereign territory there. So what they are doing, how they are clamping down on. Recently they beheaded some people in Saudi Arabia there for extremism, for fanaticism. So,
but they have that culture anyway, don't they?
No, but what I'm saying is that they know what that could result to. They know what that could result. So my point is this: what Shehu Sani is just doing here is just a regular. I think this guy was. I was thinking this guy was just different from a regular Nigerian politician. But you see, all of them are the same thing. They are all the same. They will use religion as long as they favor. Yeah, as long as
do you think Shehu Sani is trying to go extreme to regain political relevance? Because
I think that's what he's trying to do. I think
as I was reading, it was last relevant in the 8th Assembly. We're in the 10th now. So and he tried his luck in Kaduna State and what's his El-Rufai sent him packing. So this now fast turning into just some public commentator like Reno Mokri. So is he trying to regain relevance amongst his people?
I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get relevance. So for me, I just think, yeah, I think it's just looking for relevance because, in that political space now, what El-Rufai has turned that Kaduna to now to a more Muslim-dominated government now. So if he himself is to have a role to play in that thing, he has to pander to more of an Islamic kind of agenda or whatever. So as but that's a template that this idiot, has also already put into motion there in that state. That's how I'm reading it. I might be wrong, but you see, I used to respect this guy. I don't know. He should have gone this route. I thought he read book and he read wisdom with his book, like my late mom would say. I mean, maybe because it's not a Yoruba person to understand. So I don't really have to be a Yoruba person to understand that there's certain things you don't do, or you just have to go certain routes to achieve certain things. You could have called him, like you said, woman, like you suggested. Call him as a person, as a friend to his elder brother. I mean, to your uncle or whoever he is. Call him. Look, don't do it, because if you tweet about it, you know what that could. You are stirring up some people. Even some people that don't even know about it, that were not even aware of what Davido did.
Rashna, do you think that tweet was a dog whistle? Because I read it to mean that.
Yeah, that's a dog whistle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's trying to gain relevance, because when people see him now, Shehu Sani has is fighting for our faith.
Do you think that tweet was a fatwa?
No, one man, if I may come in, there was someone who actually talked about it before Shehu picked it up. And I think what Shehu is trying to do actually is to douse the fire that may erupt from this. Because that person, fellow, I think It's even related to
So
Buhari or
that
something.
Nollywood actor that is from the north.
Somebody mentioned it first. I think Shehu is trying to douse that fire because he knows he could really travel far. And let me correct one thing. We minorities, I think we are not getting the demography right. England is still 70% white. France is still 80% white. America is still 65% white. We should be very, very aware about this. So when we minorities think we are majority or we are getting there, we've not started.
Well,
Thank
what
you.
are you basing it? What are you basing this on?
England is 90%
Population.
No,
Indian.
your
Oh,
statistics.
fact checked it.
What are you bringing it up? Because for what I know, some of these countries you're talking about, like especially England and France, they are fast. They are white
No,
population.
it's rational. It's like LGBTQ. Do you know they are not even more than 3% of America, but they are
Well,
making
I'm
the
sorry.
most noise.
This guy is speaking right now. Sorry, I didn't get your name. He's got the numbers right. Baba got the numbers right. I go with his numbers 100%.
Exactly.
You say you agree, but where is it now? You're talking about you agree.
Google it.
Rashomon, I think you live in America. That's very simple. America is not about 65%, 68% white still. It's not Hispanic or black.
Dude. I don't subscribe to this whatever people.
This is a problem.
You subscribing? Who cares?
If you go to the main part of Paris, and if you go, you see it's majority.
Well, Paris is not the whole France now.
Hold on now. Yeah, I'm giving you an example. Just give you an example. It's the most populated part of France. You will see
most
like the huge mixed population they have there. And if you go to other parts of it too, it's you can say maybe like 70%, 70% white and maybe 30%. But then the majority of what you put it together, I think it's more than what this figure that you're just running out for us here.
The whole France. You know those who don't mess with their population.
Is that what?
They don't mess with their population. I'm telling you, we make good noise.
I'm not saying they mess with their population, but what's the point, my friend? Please go on, please.
No, what I'm trying to say is that most of us, the minorities, we think we are more than these people. We are not more than them. We are not more than them. They are still in the majority in their countries. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, you see, for me, what I'm just trying to say is that, however it is the case may be, regardless of whether the mixed population is going up.
All right, on that point, I think our guest may be ready. I think our guest may be ready. So,
okay. All right, so let me. So one man for me, I just feel like Shioshani has entered my list of those books of some few fanatics. Let me not say northern fanatics, but it could be from the south too. Because on my book, I have so many of them where I also Yoruba stock, even among the Igbos too that are fanatics too.
So he has entered your obedience book, the book of obedience.
One man, I'll quit. I will quit so the guests can come in. I will quit. The guests can come in.
All right,
okay.
So for me, one man, let me let you just have the guests come in very quick. Sorry. Yeah.
All right. Let's wait for our guests to come in. So we're waiting for our guest to come in. I think he may be ready for us now. He was on a flight. I think he's now landed. So we wait for him to. We wait for him to come. Sorry. Let nobody click on the link. So let nobody click on the link until the guest comes in. But you can continue with your. Anybody else can come into that space. So continue with your thoughts as our guest, as we await our guest.
So for me, woman, so if anybody wants to say, anybody can talk, please go on. If anybody wants to talk,
all right. Any thoughts on the Davido space?
Well, for me, there's nothing much to say, but the only thing is that myself, my own personal opinion is that I'm beginning to be very careful we associate with them.
And that is not a good thing, is it really? That's not a good
For
thing.
me, that's my personal opinion. Living in this country now, I don't need to. In short, I have to be careful who I associate with some religion and other, because for me, I don't know their background, I don't know their policy, so it's necessary for me to just not to associate that go and get myself into trouble. So that's my one take on that.
One man, can I have a say to a very short say?
Yeah, come in.
It's painful to watch, to see how people were reacting. The level of tolerance is abysmally low. It is too low on things that should not be really something, that you just used to make fun here, yeah, and you let slide. I saw the caliber of people that were making comments, very inciting comments, terribly disappointing. I believe we have evolved to the extent that we should be religiously tolerant. That some of these things will not just rile up people. I did not see that video, but there is nothing about it that warrant such some very vileful, very hateful comments and rhetorics by some people. It just shows our level of intolerance. And I did say some years ago when we were having a conversation, I did that. Look, if we cannot be religiously tolerant of ourselves, let us be religiously blind. I mean, for people coming out to say Davido must not come to the north, he must not step his foot in the north, they should do this, they should do that, and some people talking of
Have they gone that far? Saying
yeah,
come?
I read those things,
Yes,
and I
now.
actually responded. I said, this level of insane. I mean, I'm not a fan of Davido, that's fact. I'm not a fan, but this one,
That is
some people have crossed the line. That's the
breaking
truth.
news. Sorry, breaking news to all Muslims around the 19 northern Nigerian states.
Yeah.
We ban selling, sharing, listening to all
Yeah.
Davido's song.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
ban all radio stations from playing is here in the north. Let this message circulate all the northern states.
Now, yeah, I read that, and it's disappointing. Now, you will be surprised. Just pick some with a fine comb. Just select some of the few people that were making those inciting statements. And this is something that some people started it, others could have doused it and just, just say, and even reach out to the young man then, because there is nothing serious about it. It was not his video. It was one of his mentees' video that he posted, and I don't see anything. Even if it is, there are ways we could do this thing with that, because what they have done now is that they have set some people up to start violence. That's just the truth.
It's a very delicate space for the government
It
to handle because if the government cracks down against them, then the religion will weigh against the religion.
That was why in Sokoto they were not able to. Okay, sorry. That was why in Sokoto
yes,
they
I
were not
was just
able
going
to.
to make a point, if I could.
Yeah, I understand. I got you. I thought you landed.
No, I had not.
Okay.
If the government weighed against them, then the religion will weigh against the government. But if the government does not take action, then the population will put pressure on the government, because it's unacceptable. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, we are just breeding. It's just a breeding ground for some future Boko Haramists. I mean, Atiku Abubakar condemned the killing of a girl. Some people threatened him, and he quickly withdrew. He put down the tweet and kind of apologized. The mother of this girl in Sokoto, they were not able to bring the perpetrators to book because of fear of the mob.
The perpetrators are in custody, I think. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
No, they released them. They released them.
How long is it going to take?
No, they released them. Yeah, they released them.
Well, I don't. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. So I will not talk
they released them. They let them go,
yeah.
because that's what the last what's it called?
Give us the proof.
The last
I
IG.
don't know about
Now, let me. I have to bring it because I'm busy here doing something. The last IG talked about it, that he can't find out. He doesn't know where they are. They are no longer in custody. That's what they said.
They did not even arrest them. They did not arrest them.
Well, they said they arrested some. That's what they said.
I think they arrested. I don't know. I don't know.
No, the only person they arrested was the guy that insulted Buhari's wife. They did not. They've never arrested. They did not arrest any.
Don't say anything about it.
I think they arrested them.
They arrested them. Yes, they arrested them.
I don't know.
But they said they released them.
Those you see those guys like you, Deborah.
Yes.
I know. I don't see. They did not see them. They said they
Anyhow,
went to look for them and they did not see them. They did
Those
not.
guys
They
were
did
not.
not
Those
arrest
guys
them
were not
immediately.
arrested. They
I
were
They
don't
not
were
know.
never
arrested.
arrested.
We can fact
It
check
was
that for
only
me.
it was only
No,
the Aminu guy that insulted
no,
Buhari's wife. They were arrested.
don't add Aminu to it. Let's talk the one we are talking. I don't know. We can fact check. It's there. I mean, we can check it on the Google whether they arrested them. What's the status of the case? But what I'm saying is that they were a little bit lethargic. Being diplomatic in bringing them to book, so that they will not rile up the populace, so that people will not rile. You will see that diplomacy, that tact in trying to avoid. So, I mean, for how long can we do this? Some set of people can just get up and do. So if you read online the kind of inciting statements some supposedly educated people were making on this Davido's case is uncalled for. It's unnecessary. It's annoying for me because there's nothing. Even if it did, there's a procedure where every time people just want to make. What is there about religion, for crying out loud? I mean, the way we put this religion on our head, I don't know.
They were arrested and charged to court. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. But I don't know the status of the case now. But whichever way, for how long will it take them to serve them justice? Those guys were on video. We saw the one that was holding matchbox that I set her a place. For how long will it take? Because they don't want to, how do I call it? Don't want to ignite to offend some section. I don't think this is right. I think we should learn some level of tolerance, whether it is in religion, whether it is in politics, whether it is ethnic, whether it is. This is a typical example. Like I said earlier on, I'm not a fan of Davido. I'm not at all his fan. But on this matter, quite honestly, I think they take it a little bit. Some people have taken it a bit far, especially the educated ones in the name of religion. Come on. It's disgusting.
All right. Yeah, go on.
Woman, I think it's high time Africa will just kind of like bring history of where we are coming from, history of religion, history of the world, and just teach it to people. Because the moment people learn history, honestly, they will begin to look. If the people in Nigeria, for example, they would abandon. Most of you abandon your religion first. Most Christians in Africa and Muslims, they abandon it quick because you realize that the way it came, the way the religion came to you in the first place, you find out that wow, this is how it came. Like some Arabs just came to Africa. They were using some kind of force, just make people convert, and then after they convert you, they teach you that you must use force and you must die for the religion. They force you to. And the way the whole religion was created, just an individual created his own religion. And once people know all these things, they will look and begin to think like, so why am I part of these things? Is even what that can, so you will make a lot of sense because people don't know where the origin of what they are doing. They're just doing it because they are raised to do it.
All right, Mike. We have a guest now, so I'm going to I'm going to put you guys in the background. Just so we can welcome our guest properly. Let me switch on my mic. So we have a guest now who has had a busy day, but is still sparing us the time. So we have to acknowledge that. So let me just let me clear the studio. So who have I got left? Ekene. So Ekene, yeah. So hang around. So I'll have your questions ready for the Prince who joins us. So Prince, good to have you again. Good to see you. You look well.
It's a pleasure.
I've been seeing you all over the news, putting the world to right in Nigeria. So a real delight. A lot has happened since you last spent time with us. So I thought really that you should come back now to speak to where the country is at the moment and how you are positioned as well. So I wonder if your position has changed from when we last saw you. But before we get into the meat of it, the Nigerian situation, let's go to something I suspect is personal and dear to you. I was just reading in the news cycle your initiative around school children in Ondo State, the free bus service that you have as your own personal palliative to the current situation in the country. So, do you want to talk a little bit about that initiative?
Well, it's first is to show that governance is not theoretical. Governance is not rocketry. that when you demonstrate, when you give a concept of what can happen, if it's within your power to make it happen, you can make it happen. So, and to show that economics, it's about meeting needs. So that's basically what we try to do. When the government came up with whatever notion that they needed to uh, increase the price of fuel, we thought, okay, if that's the approach you want to take, which to me is not it's not the best approach for the problem you try to solve. But if that's your approach, then if you want to minimize the negativity of it, then these are steps you can take. So you make sure that people's daily life is not measured or is not dependent on that value chain anymore. So that's basically what we try to do. And we thought that the best way to do it is to let the children be the first category. So we take care of the children, the school children. So if you are poor, you are middle class or whatever class you are, you can go to school. The teachers too can go and teach. So there will be no classrooms where the teacher will not turn up because there's no fuel or the price is too costly for them to come to work to teach the children. And there will be no child whose parent, after struggling to give them breakfast, and then they put some little snack, if they can afford it, in their bag going to school, they shouldn't say, well, we can't do that because we have to use all the money to transport the child to the school. Also, provide safety, the children are more excited about it. So we decided to do that. So it's not left for the local government, the state government, to do it for their workers. And other communities will do it. So when you do it that way, then you can get people working. If you see some of the state governors, you will be embarrassed for them. How would the state governor tell his workers, don't come to work? Instead of saying, okay, I know it is difficult for you to come to work now because of this hike in fuel price, which is also consequential as a hike in transportation. So what we're going to do, we're going to deploy means for you to come to work so that the productivity of the state can continue. But they became helpless and said, no, there's nothing we can do. Come to work twice a week, come to work twice a week, don't bother to come to work at all. That is not how you grow an economy. So we just try to demonstrate that, because if we didn't do that, they will say, oh, how is it possible? How can government afford it? So if as an individual, a lawyer in private practice, I can afford it. The local government can afford it. The state government can afford it. And the federal government can afford to support it. And I also demonstrated further that they can actually go beyond me. I pointed to them some mass transit manufacturers whom they can talk to. And they will come to Nigeria. Maybe it will take them a few months to set up. But they can come to Nigeria and you can tell them, if you tell them you're coming to Nigeria to produce 100,000 units of your buses, some will come. Some with using CNG, some using electric vehicles, some just the conventional diesel ones, they will come and do it. So those are the things we just try to let people know how government is wrong. People won't remember that when they praise Awolowo for establishing the first TV station in Africa, they won't know that even as far back as the 50s, it took Awolowo less than 3 months to conceive the idea, to establish it, and get it running. And they still put rediffusion equipment all over the Western state in those days, all within 3 months. So you can make decisions quickly. You can get things going.
Oh, all right, brilliant. And thank you for doing that. My wife is from Ondo, so I feel a special connect with that initiative that you did. What led to that initiative, of course, is the removal of the fuel subsidy, a policy that you were against, but whether you were against it or not, it is here with us now. And the effect of it has been very grueling on the Nigerian state, 617 as at the last count. So if we look back to about 3 months ago, not even 3 months ago, 6 weeks ago even, when fuel was run about 100 and something naira, it's gone up by about 300% with no commensurate improvement in the income of the average Nigerian. So the weight of that fuel subsidy is something that the people are struggling to cope with. So what's the coping mechanism for the people? What's the pathway out of this for the government? It's a position that they cannot reverse, but how do they ameliorate the suffering of the people, Prince?
Well, it's up to them. Every solution has a problem. Of course, in Nigeria, every problem has a solution, but in Nigeria, every solution has a problem. So they will probably look at the problem, not the solution. But it's up to them. They are the one in government. Government is a place that gives you all the tools you need. There is no problem on earth that the government cannot solve. That I can tell you. There is no problem on this earth that the government cannot solve. Government can solve, can put an end to poverty, can put an end to hunger, can cure more diseases than they are curing now. Government can do anything. The question is whether there is ideological or philosophical commitment to solving them. So if the government wants to ameliorate these problems, they can. But what it means is that they will deploy resources to solve the problem. But it's now their decision if they want to do that. But if I were in government and the policy was like this, there are 5 things I will remember. The one, when you begin on this journey, there's no end to fuel price increases. So people who are crying now should save some tears if they remember that fuel price by January will come to about 1,000 something. So unless the government decides to step back and resume what they call subsidy, if they don't want to resume subsidy, fuel oil price could go as high as 1,000, 1,100. That is a guarantee because the 2 factors that are dealing with it are price of crude in the open market and foreign exchange. These 2 factors are the one accelerating the situation. And we also have supply chain vulnerabilities. So if there is a problem in Russia, if you are embargoed by any of the countries from which you are importing, you have issues. So, and then there are some ideas that you can work on the refineries, but I have tried to obtain information about the turnaround maintenance that they are doing, some of the retrofitting that they are doing. I'm not getting numbers or sufficient information on which I can make a decision. So if I was in government, probably I could call the GMD of the NNPC and say, what's happened to my refineries? I'll probably go there, see the work. I try to make some effort to get real data, because if you want to make decisions in public life, you want to be president, you need actual figure, not just speculating, not taking third-hand information. So for that reason, I can't vouch for the readiness of any of the legacy refineries, Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna. Now, for the private sector greenfield refineries, notable of which is the one in Lagos by Dangote Group. Forget about all the commissioning and all of that. They did that as PR. Thank you to the former president, so that he could say, in my time, I opened a refinery. That refinery is not ready to come on stream, and they haven't even done the test run that they need to do. And international standards for such a high-tech and environmentally sensitive operation, They're not going to skip it. They can let you come to the premises and do some ceremonies to please yourself, but they're not going to turn on anything unless they've done the actual check, because insurance is involved, liabilities are involved, and all of that. So maybe before they come on stream, it will be exactly like this next year. Then you can see them cracking open some of these things. So at that time, you can take some measures. One measure I could take would be to make sure that if I had any refinery of any reasonable capacity, I would do some off OPEC crude production, because OPEC regulations govern export. What you do inside your country is not the business of OPEC. So if OPEC says your quota for export is 2 million barrels a day, even if you consume 20 million barrels at home, it's not their business. They're not involved in that. So for that reason, if you have refineries at home, then you could actually dedicate certain yield from your field and use them domestically to produce fuel for yourself. But of course, the government can complain that they don't want to do that, because if they do that and the price of petrol comes down, three things are going to happen. They will start saying, oh, well, our neighbors are stealing part of it. Secondly, that they are losing revenue anyway, because they could have still sold those things at international market. Three, it could mean that some of the people in the petrol importing business will have to find something more productive or to do. So, but that is a possibility of what the government can do. But more sustainable thing they can do is to try to invest in public infrastructure, public transportation. And they don't need all the time to do it. They can do it quickly, can do it rapidly. So there are some rural vessels that you can pick up, and they will go around and pick a few buses for you. So by the time you have put 20 buses per local government, at the price of which you want to give 8,000 naira to some people, which they've changed their mind now, and all other unaccountable spending. At that price, you can actually do it quickly, rapidly. And once people start to have transportation around town, half of the complaints will go away. And then you want to work hard on the issue of food, because the cost of logistics is very important. What people don't want to agree to is the fact that take any geography in Nigeria, take any geolocation. If you produce cassava, palm oil, poultry, whatever you produce, I produce these things, so I'm talking from experience. You would see that once I have oil palm from a plantation in Edo State, and somebody says, oh, bring it to Kaduna, I am immediately saying, okay, you know what? Go and make all your money in Kaduna. Buy off my farm and plantation. I don't want to get into the trouble of conveying it all the way to Kaduna. The maximum I've done was to convey to Lagos. So, because of logistical issues. Whereas, if I had it in another place, my oil palm plantation, which is quite sizable given Nigeria's level standard, I would have a train station that is just about 25 kilometers or 40 kilometers max from my farm. So all I need to do is negotiate with them, and they give me a tanker, and I pour everything on that tanker, into that tanker, and he rolls it all the way to Kaduna or Chokoto or Niger Republic, wherever he wants to go. So we need to work on infrastructure, and we need to work on employment, because it will be better for the government to say that instead of saying I'm going to look for 12 million families and give them free money. These are not cripples. Even in many countries, people who are crippled still work. So why don't you say, I'm going to employ one person from each of the 12 million poor families, Even if they're going to be in tree planting, cleaning the street, doing something, they get employed, they learn some skill. So you can do those things. Those are the things you can do that would help you. And then you need to control inflation. There's nothing you do if you don't control inflation. It's like you go to a hospital and you're running temperature. There's no medication that the hospital can give to you. The first thing they want to do is to stop you from burning yourself to death. So they will try to help you cool your temperature to a reasonable level. You can't do you can't wheel someone to the theater who is running excessive temperature. You can't give them medication. You can't put them to sleep. You can't do anything. You have to get that temperature down. And inflation is the temperature, is the fever of macroeconomics. You want to get that right. So those are the things they can do. And if they do those things, and then lastly, they should communicate. There is this arrogance in governance where because you have been elected or appointed into government, you tend to subconsciously assume that the government belongs to you. We are the government now, but you are just a caretaker. So if you are a caretaker, even if you are beautifying the house for the owner of the house, you have a right to ask you, why are you painting my house green? Why are you painting my house white? You can say, it's better, this energy cheaper for you and everything, but you have to explain. People are entitled to ask the government stupid questions. People are entitled to be ungrateful, where you want to give them a fantastic haircut because it's their head. You can say, what kind of style are you cutting for me? It's my head. So those are the things. If they do the communication, people might understand a little better. Those are the things I think come to mind without me having to say I want to transplant my own ideology on their head because they know what they are doing.
All right. All right. I was reading some of your commentaries earlier on, and you were speaking to the you were essentially saying that local production is not going to really affect the price of petrol. So do you want to expand on that? Because I don't think quite Nigerians understand the regulation that just took place, which is to say that is the internationalization of that petroleum space, and what obtains internationally will determine what we pay in Nigeria. And I was looking through a chart. Even at the current rate that we're paying, we're still paying some of the lowest. In fact, even we're in the top 7 of the lowest paying for petroleum in Nigeria. So is it a case that we have been too spoiled in the country, that we have not been paying the going price for all of the things internationally, from education to petroleum and everything else that we use? And now that our subsidy is being removed from these spaces, we're being brought into the real world.
No, you see, the problem with macroeconomic data is that you don't take one thread, one piece only. So because you need to understand that there is the intersectionality and interconnectedness of all these things. So for example, someone comes to you and says, oh, this is the price that petrol is being sold in Germany, in Saudi Arabia, in whatever country they want to use to do comparative analysis. They're not also looking at the income of citizens. So a better measurement for macroeconomics is to get the econometrics correctly, is to look at what percentage of your income you need to use to pay for a liter of petrol. So even if I pay the lowest in nominal terms, let's say someone in the UK pays equivalent of 3,000 naira per liter, and I'm paying 600 naira per liter. And you say, well, his own is more than mine, but he's earning maybe 50 times my income. So you can pay that without even thinking twice. So you need to think about that. So you cannot say for that reason that the people in Nigeria are pampered. No. Because if you're in Saudi Arabia and you are getting allowances, or you're getting a good pay, and you have to use like 2% of your income to buy petrol, you don't worry about it. If you're in the UK and you are getting a good job, or you're on welfare and you are spending less than 10% of what you receive let's say you receive £250, a month as support, and you're spending £30 for the whole month to take public transport. So transport is not killing you, but you cannot explain to a hardworking nurse that has 3 children and the husband is a barber, and she has to spend 60% of her salary on transportation just to get to work and back. So I think we need to understand that we're dealing with human beings here, and that if you use the same measurement, Tinubu will not show up for work. If you ask him to be president and he doesn't have all that money, and he has to come to work, and he's using 70% of his money to come to work, you don't have all those, all the free transport that he has. You don't have all that convoy, which he doesn't pay for. So he has to use his own salary to pay his way to work, and he doesn't live in the villa for free. He has to pay us twice his salary to live in the state house, and then he has to feed himself and his family. I think he's going to go on. You have a case where the president goes on strike. So I think we need to understand economics that way, because it's our job to run the economy in such a way that our people can still be rational human beings. Because in economics and in most of social sciences, including political science, everything is based on rationality. If you make a law and you put a sanction, it's an assumption that the person whom you made the law for has not gone mentally deranged because of problems. That person is a normal human being. So if you say don't cross the express, you are making an assumption that the person wants to leave and things like that. So when you put people under unreasonable pressure, then they become irrational, and all your government policies will not work because they'll just be looking for how to lash out. I am not saying that you should not take difficult decisions. Leadership is about taking difficult decisions, but only give people a pain that is inevitable. If there's a way around it and you still achieve the same result. I think it was one forum, I was telling someone, I said, look, if I were in the same room with President Tinubu, I will ask him to bring Wale Edo, bring all his people, and I will listen attentively to them, and they will take all these draconian measures, and when they finish, I will ask him to ask them, how much money will the government make in revenue? And what is their growth rate that they want to achieve? What's the rate of inflation they want to achieve? What is the exchange rate they want to achieve? What GDP they want to achieve? And year on year, what size of budget do they want to have? And what percentage of deficit to balance they want to run? They will give me all. Then I will give them alternatives that doesn't include too much pain on the people for achieving that, and I will top it with 10%. So if you want to raise a certain amount of trillions in the economy, is that what you want to raise from increasing school fees, punishing rates and all this? Okay, that's how much you want to raise. Okay, I'll give you 7 sources where you can raise twice that without doing these things you're doing. So it comes to the fact that it's a matter of choice. It's not like, oh, it's inevitable. If you look at Lula and Barcelos in Brazil, that's what's happening in Nigeria. They will tell you, oh, Brazilian cannot afford, you cannot do that. And then you go this way. And then when Lula and his people come back, they go this way. And the economy even grows faster. So it is possible that to have a government with a high GDP, with a balanced budget or closer to balanced budget, with lower inflation, with increased employment and everything, that does not include this punishment that you give to the people. But where punishment is required or hardship is required, then you can give it. For example, you can say, Nigerians will work yourself out of poverty. I will increase the working hours. I will increase the working age so that we can save on pension. But in Nigeria, they are doing opposite. They are reducing working hours. So if you don't work, you don't produce, so you're just confiscating the existing resources. It doesn't work that way. So that is a different approach. But it's their choice because they won the election. That's why you see, I speak to them respectfully. I speak to them when I want to offer them any idea, I deal with humility because we all went out and canvassed our ideas. And the people said they prefer them to me. So it is assumed that they are smarter than me, they are wiser than me, people have more confidence and then in them than they have in me. So meaning that I lost the election, if I want to suggest, I have to raise up my hand and say, excuse me, Mr. Wiseman, do you mind if I just remind you that you can actually do this and that, because you have the confidence of the people. The people said, well, they listened to me, but they went that way. So I have to talk with respect to them. And I have to kind of put in a way that they won't feel like, oh, this guy wants to embarrass us or do us, or is our opponent. They will see that, okay, he's a Nigerian. It is not a sin that he lost in an election, but he's still a Nigerian. He hasn't lost his citizenship. And if he has an idea that can be useful, why don't you listen to him? So that's the kind of thing that that's my approach to it.
But Prince, you said you lost the election, but there's still a ray of light in the horizon with the petitions going on at the moment. So if the tribunal strikes out Tinubu as Peter Obi is playing on because of the American 400,000 whatever the drug case, and they strike off Kashim Shettima, and then if the tribunal also strikes out Peter Obi for reasons of not actually being a registered member of the Labour Party within the 30-day window, and they call for a rerun, it will be you versus Atiku Abubakar. So there is still light there.
No, you see, the problem I have is that I've been an adult for a long time. So I have left the world of fantasy and hallucination. The chances of that happening is statistically close to zero, because I happen to be a lawyer also. So right from the beginning, I know how courts think, and I practice in that court. I always tell people when they ask me, go and read law reports, you will see my name, Adebayo, in some of the high-level election matters. So I can go to bed and tell you, there's zero chance of that happening. Zero. If it was one judge, I could say there's a possibility that the judge might have a FIFA or something, or get tired or miss one page. But if you have 5 justices, chances zero. That's not going to happen. Whether you found him with Escobar and Panama, with Noriega 30 years ago, as far as our law is concerned, that's not relevant to us. What you can do is use that one to campaign against him and tell the public, see, this man has a bad history. Don't vote for him. But under the law of Nigeria, you don't accuse a citizen of a crime. You must show the certificate of conviction by a competent court of law. And you must show that that conviction took place in the last 10 years. And you must show that the person has not been pardoned for it, and that the offense for which the person was convicted, that criminal offense, involved dishonesty, things like that. So and it's a constitutional standard. So you may not like somebody, but you should at least not close your eyes to reality. So that's not going to happen. So it's more likely that Tinubu will continue, because the things that can make an election bad, they didn't go to court to talk about them. So we can go and read all the testimony and everything. The things that I know as a lawyer will make an election to be bad and to be cancelled, they didn't talk about it. They all agreed to not talk about those things. where you are showing bribery, corruption, and things like that, irregularities, they decided to not talk about those ones, talking about technical things that are easy to verify. Vice President did not change, did not drop his senatorial candidature quickly or early enough. The man was disqualified, was fined in some US court, or property was confiscated 30 years ago, and all those things will not make any sense to any court. The INEC did not transmit its result. You are not telling the court that as a result of that, the result transmitted changed from the one you have in your hand. No, you just said INEC did not transmit it on time, because eventually they transmitted it maybe after. And so all those things won't go anywhere. But above all, even if you remove Tinubu today, the situation of the economy is there for anybody who comes. So the thing will be that whoever comes in will still have to deal with them. And the principles are the same, because economics does not know that you are from APC, SDP, Labour, or PDP. Economics just knows how to find its equilibrium. And if you are south of the equilibrium, you pay the price. If you are north of the equilibrium, the gravity will drag you down to the equilibrium. Equilibrium is what economics is looking for. And if you are selling goods in the market is trying to find equilibrium price. If you sell above equilibrium price, there will be competition to drag you towards equilibrium. Other people will price less so they can get some of your customers. If you price below equilibrium price, you may go bankrupt because you may not be able to recover your cost. So we should understand that and run the economy without regard to politics. So when you are talking on economic issues, you make sound decisions, and then you lay good foundation. So if anything happens and somebody drops off and the next person takes over, they understand. So even if I don't agree with the policy of your government, I understand it. So you don't have to agree with a government policy. You first have to understand it and know where you disagree with them. So if there's a reason for you to explain it, to improve on it, to change it, you understand it. You cannot act in ignorance. So if you ask me now to tell you the policy of Peter Obi from the beginning to the end, I will give you the analysis one by one. This is what he believes, this is what he believes, this is what he believes. If you tell me that of Atiku Abubakar, I will tell you this is what he believes, this is what he believes. If you tell me that of Tinubu, I will tell you this is what he believes. So when you aggregate it together, the variance between Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi is less than 2%. So if you take them to for analysis, they only have 2% difference from each other. 98% of the way, the three of them, it's like they went to the same high school, graduated with the same grade, and came out the same day. But they are all neoliberal.
All right. Prince, I'm going to play you a clip in a moment. And this clip, it speaks to exactly where the country is, everything that is wrong with the country, and why Nigerians are so angry. I'm going to play you that clip in a moment. But before I play you that clip, I want to take you to Ilorin and the controversy that is going on there. Wale Soyinka even chimed in. So there's an Oshun priestess that wanted to do an Oshun festival in Ilorin, but the religious space of Ilorin barred her from carrying out that practice. And then it got so heightened up that Wale Soyinka had to come and run commentary, and then a volley of abuse against Wale Soyinka as well. So we're back in that space then of what constitutes freedom to worship, freedom to practice, belief systems, and superimposing one belief system over the other. So have you been following that controversy, and do you have any thoughts on it?
No, I saw it with adjacency of attention. It crossed my front. I couldn't get the detail of it, and for the life of me, I am not really one to bother too much about all these religious differences in the country. I'm really looking at the ethical implication of religion. So whether your religion will stop you from stealing, will stop you from killing people, will stop you from lying, will make you come to work on time, will make you a better neighbor than to your neighbor. Whether somebody can have their child and they want to rush up to the store and look at you and say, oh, because this person is religious, from that religious tradition, I can leave my child safely with this person and things like that. But religious differences among people who are mostly ignorant of their own religious tradition and who have not brought any more moral or ethical benefit from it, I really don't disturb myself too much about all these things. Just like I don't really pay too much attention to ethnic fight or ethnic argument from many people who don't even know the history of their own ethnicity. And many people who are even of almost the same ethnicity, they may not even be aware, and they start to, embarrass each other. So if people like Shoyinka have spoken on it, and other people who are experts in religion have spoken on it, well, that should be sufficient. But all I can say is the fact that there's a difference between a state action and individual action. So most of the guarantees in the Constitution are guarantees against the state. So if there's a freedom of conscience or freedom of religious worship, it is the state, that is the government, that cannot circumscribe it. So among citizens, they will be fighting among themselves. It's the state that will step in where there are excesses. So if you could see that even in the Christian sect of religion, you will see Pentecostal pastors will be saying negative things about charismatic white garment churches, and they will be having a breakback up and down. You will see that the Anglican Church in Nigeria will be having problem with the Anglican Church in England over same-sex partnership and all of that. So religious, then you will see that in many parts of the world, the Shia and the Sunnis, whenever they meet, it's like there will be a spark. So these things will continue. But the role of the state is not to descend into that arena and try to weigh their values for them. It's to set a standard and say, okay, within this state, this is what you can do, and don't disturb the other person. And you can use law and order, public order provisions in the law to say, if you want to do your ceremony today, don't do it on Friday because other people have their own. Don't do it on Christmas Day because other people have their own. Where your own right starts, that's where the other person stops. So states can do that. A small section of states can do that.
All right, brilliant. So there is something rotten in the state of Denmark, and this clip that I'm about to play you now, it speaks to the heart of everything that is rotten with the state of Nigeria. Prince, watch this.
Siamo, you don't read. Now government for state of Bidiso, Mbola Siamo, you don't read. Yeah, now cover Bidiso, you don't read for everybody. Everybody go collect. Yeah, na India, na he just say so governor. Yeah, na governor na he just say what so. He just talk. Now he want to be this governor of Edo State. He don't read. See their convoy. And not they go where now they go. See now Edo State Beniso, Edo State for ROCC. Now he for red so. Since we tell them say me, they come they do and they not agree do. They come they load block they put. They just say now what they do. They say everybody don't collect now. They say that they do us. They say that they do us so they don't know say. Who throw stuff for market and mama go meet to Mola say governor did this month to so see. He dey inside there, he hide, he dey shame. He not fit come outside. Now so everybody they collect for Nigeria, both the poor and the rich. Everybody they collect. Now so I say my people, now go share them.
So Prince, that's where we find ourselves in one of the wealthiest countries on this planet. The amount of monies, we were just 2 sessions ago, we were talking about how the United Kingdom government is looking to confiscate an additional £100 million from James Ibori, and that wouldn't be the vastness of his wealth. So that's a state, that's the governor. He can't even drive. It's like a ferry. How do you react to that? Because those sort of clips, it really gets people angry. It does.
Okay, the issue is this. First, that road, I know it, it's a federal road. It's not a road under the governor. So let's just underscore that. It's a federal road. And it's probably under the Ministry of Foreign Works and Housing or whatever, works, let's say works. And it's probably also under the jurisdiction of the NDDC as part of the East-West road that they are talking about. So it's a federal road. So the governor is not primarily responsible for that. Of course, if you're also familiar with the state, there are other roads that the governor is responsible for that are even as bad as that, if not worse. So generally, it's part of the infrastructure I was talking about earlier that you need to do. But where you have to understand something also, that this governor did not put himself there. He did the first time, and it wasn't like the most brilliant first time. But when it was to go for second term, people did not talk about his performance. They were only talking about how he's going to kill Oshomole. That they want to teach Oshomole a lesson. Everybody jumped all over the place. They ignore what they needed to pay attention to. So if Oshomole and the governors were fighting each other, that's an opportunity for you to bring a neutral person from another party and put them in power. But they went for that. So all these people that Nigerians like to make video of and shout and say embarrassment, see them. They didn't elect themselves. The people elected them. And if that governor is having his second term, last term, but I can tell you, if he was in his first term, despite all the circulation of these videos, when it comes to election day, they will say, they will forget about that. They will go and vote, sell their vote, do something. Then that's the day they remember that the man is a Catholic. And then the bishop told them to go and support their member. That's why they will remember that Edo South is the superior part of Edo State. How can somebody from Edo North come up and be dictating to us here? Who is our son has to do second term? So when Nigerians come out with these melodramatic presentations like this, I try to be a little calm, to try to analyze their behavior over time and realize that I think the government that we've had so far are somewhat representative of the value of the people. And after I've battled with politicians, you will see that they are not random. They're kind of rational. They know the pulse of the people. They know something that will trend for 3 or 4 days and it won't make a difference. They know what will make a difference in the long run. So those state people, they have election next year. So it's an opportunity for them to come together and try, if they are really serious about this thing and not just making 15 minutes of fame on social media, they should look for a very sound, people-oriented person who has the gravitas and has a plan they can rally around. They can change their situation. That's not difficult to change.
But Prince, leaving aside if it's a federal road or not, or Obaseki or not, how do we rationalize this? They build roads without any sort of proper guttering, especially in our dense savannah part of the country. They build roads without proper guttering, without any proper. How do we rationalize this? Because that's Edo State as an example, but you can go to Ogun State, Ondo State, Lagos State, any state, it's the same thing that repeats. So how do we rationalize this? And then why are the people that build these roads not being brought to give account? And why are there no guarantees on these things as well? Why? I mean, we're very clever people. How do we rationalize this? Because we are very quick to rationalize away a lot of these things, and we're very slow to be outraged by them.
You see, governance is at the bottom of it all. If you look at roads, it will surprise you that if you come across roads built by Awolowo in those days, in rural parts of western states now, southwestern states, they are still okay. They are still fine. And if you look at roads built by Jackson, in those states, and many of the UPN governors, they are still okay. If you go to Ekpoma, some community, you will see road built by Abu Ali. So it's a question of standard. If you go to University of Ife, you will see some road built by the Israelis when they were setting up the school in the 60s. They are still okay. So, but it's all over the world. Today I was in California and I was commenting to somebody that, look, the quality of roads in California is dropping. And if you go to New York, where I live, you'll see that we have terrible roads, bumpy, jumpy roads. And then if you go to a state like Georgia, the roads are smooth. So politics of every location is important. So how they do roadworks, maintenance, and stuff like that. It's the philosophy behind it. If the idea is to construct roads and make them work, what you will do is that majority of the money in the procurement package will go to quality guarantees. But if road construction is a way to pay back your political supporters or round trips of money and things like that, also if the people awarding the contract, the governors and all of that, are also actually giving it to their proxies, they may not care whether you are qualified to do the roads and all of that. And many of the construction companies in Nigeria, they are part of the politics of Nigeria. So when you come out to run for office, they will give you money. When you are elected into a position or appointed, they will come and meet you and things like that. So that is what is happening in the country. So it's not an engineering problem. It's more of a governance problem. So you can make roads that will last, but the governor will come out not with a lot of money in his pocket, and he will not have a kickback situation with contractors and so on and so forth. And the citizens too will not be in the habit of sabotaging the roads and digging through the roads, dropping rubbish in the drainage and stuff like that. So it's both the government and the people. Be careful. And then, however well built a road is, there are some the substratum of a road is important. So in some area, there's a lot of water in the soil. So such roads, you build them, you have to maintain them regularly. So some roads is drainage that will consume majority of the money. And people will say, oh, how can you build a 5-kilometer road for so and so amount? In my village, we use that same amount to build 40 kilometers. The terrain is different. So it's a technical issue, but it's a question of governance. And anything about governance, it's a question of what the people want. Because the route to governance is politics. And the politics is in the hand of the people. So if you don't care about these things, if you talk to clusters of voters, rarely do they punish the government or elected officials for not doing their roads. If you are in the House of Assembly, they're not going to punish you for allowing the governor to budget and mismanage the budget and you are not doing the oversight of the construction, because the governor of Edo State, governor of any state, when they make roads, the House of Assembly has the right to have the either public accounts, either appropriation, either finance, either works committee to go out and oversight these roads and report any discrepancy. But the people don't punish or reward an assembly member for their role in that. They will only say you didn't share motorcycles when you were there. You didn't bring palliatives to us when you were there. You didn't come to our community to give 5,000 naira to widows and things like that. So the consciousness of the people is important. I can tell you that it may surprise you that as appalling as the performance of those who are in government is, people's expectation of those who are in government is even worse than that. And if you measure how they like or not like their public officials, these issues that people occasionally come out idiosyncratically to talk about, they don't form the aggregate of why people make decisions to go for this person or the other person. So that also plays a part on in the mind of those who are in politics to say, you can do all of these things and they will still throw you out. So you might as well just do what they want and remain there. But it takes visionary leadership, not only to succumb to what the people want, but to raise them above where they are. And I always give this illustration that it's easy for people to praise Awolowo now. Awolowo had a tough time with the people of Western Nigeria. Tough time. When he came up with his brilliant ideas, he lost the next election. The municipal elections, Awolowo lost woefully. People did not realize that Awolowo used to drive in Ibadan, and people would be calling him Ole, throwing things at his car. He passed through all of these tribulations. And other people who are his opponents, like Penkelemes, Adelabu and Co., who, even though they were accusing them of stealing the money of Ibadan Municipal Council, people were still shouting, hey, Yomawani is our son, let him steal our money. So Awolowo went through all of that until he went to prison. That's when the people started to regret, and then he came out of prison, and then they said, okay, he's our leader now. So people who want to do what is right in Nigerian government must be people who are so committed to history and legacy that they don't mind being punished by the people for their good deeds, but they will do what they can do and go. So if someone wants to be a governor, just close your eyes, forget about second term. Come there, do fantastic work. They will probably, people will not even remember that you did good work. But just go away with your conscience and say, thank God, I've done my best. So maybe their grandchildren may now know what you've done. If I can tell you what Ambrose Ali suffered in Old Bende, with all the development he was doing, he was having a hard time. So those are the things which, and eventually they brought Ogbemudia, they defeated him with Aneni, with all these people, they came together, they squeezed Ambrose Ali out. But the university he built for them is the only one they've got now. All the other rules and everything. So better insurance, all these other things that he developed for them, they lasted for a long time. So I can go from place to place and show you how Nigeria has been punishing people who are progressive, who are progressive, and the tradition continues to today.
All right, Brian. Prince, I have so many questions that I wanted to ask you, but my panelists are losing patience, so that I cannot hold them back anymore. So I'm going to be letting them in just a small quantity, so you're not completely overwhelmed. But to the guys in the waiting, I'm going to prioritize according to how you have your cameras on. So I know that a lot of you cannot have your cameras on for whatever reasons of where you are, but the people who have the cameras on will have priority, as Pansat does, and he gets now. So Pansat, introduce yourself to the Prince put a position
I
to him.
know Pansat. Let's carry on.
All right. Then brace yourself. Then brace yourself,
No.
Prince.
Today, I'm really happy to see Prince Adebayo.
Thank you.
You're looking very good, sir. And we saw you earlier when you were in the plane, trying to make your way in here to keep your appointment with us. By the way, that piece behind you, I don't know, it looks like a swan or something. I don't know if it has a name. I like the piece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we meet again. I met you the last time, and I was trying to have you curtail the length of your answers because we're in trouble. As you know, the country's in trouble now. It's even more so. One man tried to pin you down on some of the hot button issues. A lot of people are suffering in our country. I try to make my question succinct and short, but this time around, I'm going to be asking you to avoid euphemisms. Tell us the way it is. We have the religious angle, right? There's examples. The last time Deborah was killed by Muslims in Nigeria, northern Nigeria, they're extending their tentacles now, trying to tell us what to do. Even in, they say in Ilorin, in Lagos, and other places. Yeah, none of us against the tenets of Islam, right? Christians have their tenets, Muslims have theirs. But the trick of Muslims in the north embedding their culture and traditions and trying to tell us what to do. I understand that you're a Christian from your dressings the last times. I thought you were a Muslim, actually. But it ends up being that you're a Christian. So my question is, what are we supposed to do? How do we solve this problem without it being solved the normal way, which is to use force as the only language that Islamic cultures and their countries understand is force. That's one.
Sorry, can I ask you to moderate the language, though? But carry on. But
I really
moderate language. Yeah.
I don't mean anything by it. I love all Nigerians, all of us. You have Christians in the north as well. But anyway, so the second thing is that we have an administration right now that a lot of people feel is illegitimate. I know they're illegitimate. You ran. People like you and Showere supposed to sprout out and come up, but we have these military dictators from the past propping up. So somebody like Tinubu is still a vestige of Buhari. There's just no doubt about that. That's what he did. He rigged the elections. And then we're left with nothing but a full-blooded revolution to take back our country. What do you think? We have a centralized government. So no matter what, you blame the states, you blame the governor that was in that water. Okay, so in a centralized government, they are responsible.
The question?
Yeah, so the question is, if that tribunal comes back as we expect and perpetuates the same corruption that's in the entire system, the entire country, you can't expect them not to be corrupt. Are you going to help the youth take back that country? Are you going to make a commitment today that if it's inevitable that the people should get on the streets and take back that country? Do you support such a thing? By all means necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number one, with respect to the religious differences in Nigeria, my own experience has shown that most people are born into their religion. They haven't worked hard to belong to that religion, just born into it. So if you are born in Anambra, your name is likely to be Chukwuemeka Callistus, a Catholic. What the Catholic Church means, you don't know anything about it. And if you are born in Zamfara, your name is Adamu Abubakar. You are born into Islam, you don't know what Islam means. So a lot of public education is required because in the most Islamic of countries that I see, the more they know about their religion, the less offensive they are to their neighbor. And the same thing you will see that Italians are more reasonable Catholics than Catholics from Anambra State. The Catholic from Anambra State would have a problem supporting an Anglican for a position. But if you are from Italy, they've seen it all. So what I can say generally is that as a leader, I can only encourage the people of Nigeria to try to understand their own religion more, and the kind of religious education that they give to Muslims has to improve, because some of the archaic mentality that people have is because they haven't understood the tenet of the religion quite well. For politicians, I will always encourage them that when communities have tension against each other, try not to inflame it, try not to put your authority to sanction one side or the other. You can say, oh, you are being delicate. No. If you have two children and one collects the toy of the other and the second one is angry, you can't say, yeah, why did you take his toy? Break his head. No, you can't say that. You have to say, hey, it's your brother now, it's your brother now. When the tension has cooled down, then you tell the person who took the toy, you can't do that. It's not yours. So once you become a leader, see, for something you will not tolerate in person, as a leader, you try to understand that you're a leader of everybody. So if a Muslim misbehaves, even though I'm not a Muslim, is misbehaving on my behalf because I'm a leader. So I need to make sure that I manage the situation. And then, as a government, you try to be ahead of your people. Anything that has happened before, you learn from it and take proactive policy measures to handle them. That's how you can do it. And I can tell you, these culture wars continue. If you are in America, I mean, if you go to Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, all those places, culture wars continue. And many parts of the world is like that. So there's always culture war will continue in one form or the other. People in your country will leave the mainstream issues and start fighting either ethnic issue, racial issue. The leaders is always confronted with that. That is the challenge of our time. Now, with respect,
excuse me, before you leave that topic, I'm just going to be brief. I'm saying, are you trying to create a moral equivalence? I mean, we in that country have to solve this problem. It cannot be abstract, right? There is, I don't remember the last time a Christian tries to impose anything on the Muslims. We don't have that problem.
Well, you are speaking for the Christian community, and you have your points. There will be other people who will speak for the Muslim community. They have their point. If you are in public life, it is not your role to advocate for one religion or the other. Your role is to arbitrate. So it's like you are sitting in a family court, and the husband is saying, my wife is not cooking for me. My wife is rude to me. And then the wife says the husband is not faithful to her. It's not your job to say, women are like that. From my experience, women are like that. No, you won't be a good judge. Even though your wife slapped you this morning before leaving home, if you are sitting as a leader, you don't say, my brother, you're right. Women are rules like that. Then you have lost your right to be a judge. You listen and try to find techniques by which to help them manage the situation, because the woman is born a woman, she will always be a woman. The man is a man, he will always be a man. So those who are Muslim will not stop being Muslims. So the duty of Nigeria is to produce better Muslims, more educated one, more enlightened one, people who are safe and comfortable in their community. They don't feel jealous that, okay, somebody is in my community is more prosperous than me. So let me use religion to retaliate against the person. You would manage it very well. I've been in many communities in Nigeria condoling people, family who were killed in different parts of the country. I've listened to the story. I know the pattern. I know the history of what happened from the First Republic to now. So if I was in government, I know measures I would put in place that will make these things to go away. And then when you look at the flip side, when people are not under tension, when you will see how they relate very well, they intermarry and they blend well. So you realize that it is tension that brings about the worst in people. And if you study the, the psychoanalytical profile of Nigerians, you will see that they are in the lashing out mode and they will use anything to lash out. It is, people should not live in subhuman, in almost animalistic level of existence. You will see them, they will become anything. They will use any, the time is coming when short people will be looking for how to injure tall people. And then you will see. So things like that. Then back to go to the issue of governance. I said with respect to the video that that road is a federal road. And in my own manifesto, I said there will be no federal roads when I'm president. I will consider all the roads to the states, and the states will send their roads to the local government. There's no business of federal government running roads. And then people will now question their government, their people, based on look, every road belongs to a state. Every road, there's no federal lands in Nigeria. All the entirety of the country, apart from Abuja, there's no federal lands anywhere. So what you should do, you run your roads, and the Eisenhower method is an experience. The Eisenhower method is that the road is a state road, but the federal government makes contribution based on how you run the roads, and it can do that. And that's why you have National Economic Council and the Council of State. You can do that very well. Now, with respect to the issue of election tribunal, I have said it. I happen to be a lawyer. So I know that when something happens outside the court is not aware. So even if you are a judge and you try to go and vote, or your wife went to vote and they beat her up in the election venue and she came home injured, when they come before you to say that there was violence at the polling unit, you will say, where is the evidence? You cannot say, but you are right. Is it not around Obiakpo Road, Ward 7? Even my wife was beaten up there. A judge is not allowed to do that. The only thing a judge can do is if he feels that the thing is affecting him, he will recuse from the case and say, from my experience of what happened, I can't judge this case. Let a neutral person go and judge it. That's number one. Number two, when you come to court, go and take my interview immediately after the election I had with Arise TV. That's where a large number of obedient people marked me down as their enemy. I explained to them that the narrative that they brought out after the election is a narrative that is pointing towards failure. Because after the election, Showore contacted me, then Obi and his people tried to contact people up and down. But they wouldn't agree to a narrative that can work. And the narrative that could work was what I told this Arise TV. I said the narrative is to say the election was totally mismanaged and there was rigging in all those places, vote buying in many places. Therefore, if you say the election should be cancelled, I can support you. Now,
excuse me, Prince.
Yes.
On that point you have right, it's very important for this platform because we try to piece these things together.
Yes.
And we try to debate the standard by which the tribunal is going to judge the case.
Yes.
There are two things that I was going to ask you on that. Is number one, is it a let's say preponderance of evidence, or is it a case that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty? That would be the petitioner.
All right, Prince. After that, I'll go on to other contributors here.
Let me give the second one that you could take them together. We argued about that the standard. Then the other thing we argued about was what INEC calls the procedure and guideline, right, of 2022. That's the guideline that INEC made for the election. Is that law when INEC put out, say, the date of the election and everything in that procedure and guideline, I'm sure you're familiar with that guideline, right? Is it law? Thank you.
Okay, now let me start with where you started. You see, in election litigation, the starting point is that the court should assume that INEC is right at the beginning. So every case you come to court, it's like when the police arrest you and they take you to the court and say you killed somebody. Even if they're showing picture of the court, is to start by assuming that you are innocent. You didn't do it. That's a constitutional requirement on the court. The court will say allegedly or whatever. The court should start by saying you are not guilty. Let the state prove that you are guilty. When it comes to election, the court starts on the assumption that INEC result is correct, and it is the correct thing. So anybody who wants to tell me that INEC result is not correct, that person has the duty. INEC has no duty. That's the way the law is written. INEC just declared the result and they're watching you. It is you who will say that INEC result is not correct. And everything to prove that INEC result is not correct is on you. INEC doesn't have a duty to assist you, nothing. INEC will just be looking at you. Now,
okay, but that's the bottom
point. The second point.
Let me. What I'm saying is
hold on, Bansat.
The second point you are raising is the standard of what you have to prove. If what you are proving is a civil allegation, for example, you say INEC did not transmit the result on time and things like that, it's a civil allegation. Then you prove that with preponderance of evidence. But if you are saying INEC forged the result, that's a criminal allegation. If you say the result sheet has been forged, that's a criminal allegation. That component, that part, you prove with your reasonable doubt. So if you want to know the authority, go and see Buhari versus Yaradua. You will see my name there in the court case. So now, with respect to the other authorities like that, then when it comes to the issue of whether INEC guideline is law or not, or binding or not, go and read the case of Emeho versus Okowa. I argued that case before the Supreme Court, and they nearly cut my head off. Justice Nguta did not even let me announce my name. Before he said, Mr. Adebayo, what did you write? What are you telling us? Who cares about INEC guideline? Is that the law? Did you know the law? Is that law? INEC guideline? Because that time, INEC said card readers will be used to conduct the election. And in the case of a Delta state that produced Okowa, the first term of Okowa, they didn't use the card reader. They deliberately did not use the card reader, so they were just writing any number they liked. So I did you can go to Supreme Court and get it. I did a very comprehensive case, and we were in the Supreme Court. They saw all my arguments, showing how the number did not tally, it did not happen, and I said, as I mentioned my name, Adebayo with me, they just waited. They started bombarding me. This thing you are quoting is from where? Show me in the Electoral Act where card reader is located. I said it's not there. They said, well, why are you wasting our time? So they threw the case out. So that is the answer for you to say that anybody who is talking about this, and on October 1st, 2021, when we were planning the election and they were amending the Electoral Act, I was invited. Jega was there, Patutomi was there, Ezekome was there, everybody was there. It was televised live. And I was explaining to them that one, INEC is, at that time, I told them it was a portal of fraud. They were not happy with me because Jega was there. Because it was Jega that conducted that election where Okowa was declared, even though they didn't use card reader. And many people were not happy with me. People was Ezekome, some of them said, why you are too harsh? I said, look, all these things you are doing, and you are saying INEC you should put in the Electoral Act, INEC should use technology. I said, what happens on election day if somebody in INEC switch off the server? Go and get that tape from AIT. I said, like, that's October 2021. I said, what happens? You people are putting all these things now on the assumption that it will favor you. It will not favor you. And then so you can go and get that tape, 2021, October 1. If you know anybody at AIT anywhere, they'll give you the tape of that live transmission. Then when we started, all of them started violating the law. Labour Party, APC, PDP, and every time we met, I will always point it out. This election will not be good. You can ask Bishop Kuka, you can ask Sultan of Sokoto, you can ask Onayekon, you can ask General Abubakar, Salam Abubakar. Every meeting we went, I said, this election will not work. See all this violation, everybody is violating. See, but everybody assumed that whatever nonsense INEC was doing was going to be to their advantage because each of them had their lobbyists in INEC. So, but I don't want to go back because the idea people have now is that what's happening in Nigeria is evil versus good. Angels of God and the people from hell met together. But what I saw on the field was that all of them were, if you want to use angel, you have angel, archangel, or whatever higher than that one. If you want to use demon, you have demon, super demon, and devil. So it's like a spectrum. So they behave the same way, and if something favors them, they don't complain. They get away with it. If something doesn't favor them, they make noise. But the idea of commitment to what is proper, commitment to what is legitimate wasn't there. So long and short of it is that it is possible for you to now understand that when you now come to court, the court of law is asking you, what is your complaint? So when they came, at the beginning I said, look, let us all agree that this election is bad. There cannot be a winner out of it, if that's what you want, because bribery was involved, all sorts of nonsense was involved. But people wanted to keep the one they declared for them while fighting the one they declared for the other person. Now, we look at the numbers, and you can ask Showore anytime. We ask certain questions. They didn't win. Internally, they said they didn't win. So, then later they announced, we want to claim our mandate. So, I'm not going to join you in what I know is going to be a waste of time, because if you say this election has not been properly run, and all of these things, let us cancel the election. But if you say you won, then you want to go and claim your mandate. When your internal figures show that you didn't win, you check all your results, check everything. You won some places, you lost in many places. So why are you saying you won? So how are I going to join you? You look to me like you don't know what you are saying. I'm not going to be duped by your nonsense. So the article woke up from the dead and said he won too. Whereas even it was because of him that a lot of results were held back in Katsina, other places where they helped him to do all the jumping together. They were doing hard maths and doing quadratic equation just to get him some forward. He too said he won. So when they changed from let us cancel to I won. So when they called me, I didn't go to arrest. I sat in my house. And Showore came to sit with me there. A few other people, they say, what do we do? So we okay, these people score more than us, according to INEC. Let's see what they want to do first. And they were calling it. So they were now doing propaganda. So, okay, at the end of the day, propaganda, I know it will make your followers to be excited, but at the end of the day, nothing will happen. Then they came and said, oh, there should be no swearing in. So there will be interim government. You get this, you get that. I said, I get nothing. Because I know where it's going to lead to. I'm an expert in Nigerian military history. They'll just use you like they use Abacha, use Abatokwe and all those people. 3 days later, they scatter all of you and the military continue to rule for 20 years. I'm out of it. So if they say this man is the winner, let him go and take it. In 4 years, we're
let me.
That's
I know one man. I know you want to stop me.
Sorry, Pansat. We will loop round again, but you can see the screen.
Please.
Hold
We'll
on.
come back to you, Pansat, so that we'll come back to you. That just become a dialogue between you and me.
Yeah, just for the fairness and balance. So let's go to Mike. You can come back later if you choose, Pansat. But Mike, you're up next. Introduce yourself to the prince. And put a position to him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you taking time to take questions from us. I'm Mike, and I've been a member of this platform for a while. I come in and
Where are you joining us from?
Yeah, I live in the US, so I live in the US. I'm joining from the US right now. Yeah, I do spend time in Nigeria a lot, right now I'm in the US. Yeah, I have a lot to say. But the main thing I see in my mind right now, you mentioned that government can solve every problem. Yeah, they can, of course, they can influence the solution to every problem. But I tend to, when people say government should create employment, when people say government can create employment and solve create employment and solve unemployment problems, I tend to disagree because I live in the US and like 80% of the employment, something created by corporations, private companies, franchises, and it seems like I don't see a way where government can actually create jobs. I think the creativity of the people is what can create jobs. And also, in Nigeria, we don't tend to put in the government don't tend to put in factor things that can lead to the creativity of people. They can bring out creativity in people, such as maybe science academies, program in place to discover talented Nigerians and invest in their brains and use their brains to actually solve problems. It has to create, to innovate or invent and create things that can uh, uh, allow people, to create grants for people to be able to start company, take on, employ on. For example, in America, if I want to start a company, I look at one technology that's available and I use it to, maybe that technology, I use it to kind of come up with some creative way to start a business, all those kind of things. So we are not a creative.
Sorry,
by continent.
Ekene is maybe one man. Ekene has some issues.
Yes.
Let me. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Let's. Yes. Carry on, Mike.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is that without the creativity of the people, I don't think Nigeria can advance or go, or we can even begin to discuss advancement. And one thing we are learned about human psychology is before a man can begin to think of being creative or begin to, even use his brain to be creative, it has to be fed. The basic human need has to be it has to be out of the way, such as hunger or water, all those basic things. And when I'm in Nigeria, it's like almost every human being I come across, my one thing in their mind is the next meal. They can't hit 3 square meals. Food, water is the number one priority in their life. So when you spend your entire life focusing on food, there's no way you can have, even if you are the most gifted person, you have the brain of Einstein. There's no way you can even use that brain to think of, innovating or anything like that. So don't you think the number one conversation we should be having when it comes to politics is, okay, let's focus on this basic thing. How can we create a society where literally, if you can't eat, there's somewhere you can go get a food and eat. Hunger should not be a problem. Like in America, for example, we have extremely poor people, but the last thing on their mind is that a day will come where they will not be able to feed themselves. Even in America, if you own a pet, if that pet is malnourished, the owner of that pet will be arrested. Because if you can't feed that dog, at least come to the government. There's a way they will give you food for that dog. So don't you think the number one priority for Nigeria is to discuss how we can eliminate hunger in the continent before we start talking about GDP or anything else? That's what I mean. I just think, sir.
Okay. First and foremost, the argument that government cannot create a job or cannot create job is wrong. Because even America that you use, there is no sector, there's no industry that you can tell me that did not originate from government patronage and that doesn't have majority of their income coming from government procurement. Or they are taking legacy technology that government is using. So government is the driver. Americans like to pretend because America has an advantage and they don't want you to get that advantage. Only China and a few countries, India, discover that these people are fooling us. The government is behind almost all their industries. So, but they will pretend as if they are not. So they will give money at zero or negative interest rates. They'll give moratorium, they give tax credits, they do everything. Look at the motor industry, look at the steel industry, look at the petroleum industry, look at the ICT. Right now, America is blocking Chinese semiconductors because they are better and they are cheaper than American version. So, let us understand that for a developing country, the government has a major role to play. And the issue of hunger and all these other things you're talking about, I can tell you that millions of Americans still go to bed hungry, malnourished, without health care, homeless. So America is not a shiny example on the hill. Apologies to Ronald Reagan when it comes to the issue of people's welfare. But they are experts in image making, covering up, and presenting a branding pattern. That's the style. So back to our own domain. We need every hand on the deck. Every citizen, every government, even churches, mosques, traditional institutions, what you need to do to get people working to make them productive. The land is rich, there are resources there, and we've been educated. We've done over 100 years of Western education on top of the craft and everything that we knew before. So we can develop our country, and we need to have a responsible government. So all these models, anybody can use the model they want to use. Abia State can resemble China. Anambra can resemble Japan. Kano can resemble Sudan. Ondo can resemble Russia. The important thing is to develop. I don't want to argue on isms anymore. Get people out working, even if it's planting trees, planting cassava, doing whatever can be done, and the country will come out of it.
All right, brilliant. We do it in this order. We have Ekene, Thomas. Ekene's battery is about to go, so let's go to Ekene first, so he's able to put a position to the Prince, and then after Ekene, because you're a co-host, so you can wait as long as after Ekene, Simba, and then after Prince Simba, Prince Daddy, or after Simba, yes, after Simba we decide. But Ekene, you're up next. Introduce yourself to the Prince. Tell him where you're calling from, and put a position to him. Ekene.
Yeah, one man, thank you. Thank you, Prince, for coming. I'm Ekenef. I'm from I'm speaking from Lagos, Ojo precisely. Last time I spoke with we are here where I asked you. I interacted with you that day. So I'm very happy you still came around today to still give a position on the issue of our nation, what is going on. So I'm very satisfied with your opening remark with one man. The explanations you gave, I'm very much satisfied, and I must thank you because I did not come here only to ask. I also come to learn. So I learn a lot from what you just spoke, especially on the issue of the increment that is going on and how you put a position about what we also aim as a Nigeria to compare to other nations about the increment that is going in our nation. So the position you gave there, I'm very satisfied, and I thank you very much. So, but what I want to still ask is concerning the development of our country. How do we measure it? Because a lot of measurement is going on, especially most presidential candidates. This one will come and give a position, IGR, raising IGR. People take it as a development. Some people will come and use a HDI, Human Development Index, that is which concern education per capita, pulling people out of poverty and education. So these two, many people put out those positions, but I really want to understand from you which is more better and which is more to be taken as a national development that can bring more development. Is by IGR or HDI. So I want you to put a more position on that so that we can understand. We don't begin to make an assumption when somebody build a road, we begin to share up it's a development and other ways. So we understand and know where we stand as a citizen and how our country is going to move forward. Thank you. And we are still looking up to how you are going to fight. People like you is going to fight a status quo. So we begin to start to come up in the political space because making all these good contribution without coming in the system to make a change. It's for people like me that would love to have people like you in the system. I don't think it's very good for the society. So you still have to put a position on how you people like you are going to fight, struggle to come into the system and make the change you are just giving us this night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind comments, Ndewo Dalu. Now, let me say something clearly. Many of our politicians, they like to copy terminologies. And so they'll come with HDI, GDP, FDI, IGR. It's like they are not alternative to one another. Without a good IGR, a state will have, or a government will have a problem of fiscal deficit. Because if you don't make enough money to run government services, you will have problems. At the same time, if you look at the size of your income alone, without looking at the impact on human life, let me give an example. People will tell you that the US has the highest GDP in the world, followed by China. Then you have India, you have Germany. I think India is number 5 now. But Human Development Index shows that Denmark is better than the US, even though it has a smaller GDP. But you won't find hungry Danish, except maybe you have new immigrants who just came to the country, starting life. But if you've been there for 5 years, you are covered. So the issue, therefore, is that it's like a measurement of a human being. You come to a family, want to know whether they are doing well. Some will look at whether they are eating well. That would be what a nutritionist or a nurse or a doctor will look at. Fashionistas will look at the wife. She's wearing, she's using iPhone latest edition. She's wearing Louis Vuitton. They have to be rich. So another person will look at their cars. They have a Ferrari. They have this. Somebody who is developmental will look at how educated they are in the family. Are they going to school? Things like that. So everybody measures what he wants. But you are measuring the same thing, but from different angle. So the most comprehensive will be if you got to get a bigger picture. It's like it takes someone to the hospital. The doctor can look at the person's eyeball and say, the eyes are yellow. Maybe he has jaundice, doesn't have sufficient blood. You could also do a blood sample to investigate further. You could put the person in a scanner and do CT scan. You can do MRI, you can do other things. So the HDI is a deeper measurement in the sense that it says all said and done. what is the implication in the life of human being of all these other things you are talking about, high GDP, high IGR, and things like that. How does it impact on the life of the person in the final analysis? How much investment has it made the person's life? How healthy are they? For example, life expectancy, morbidity, mortality, all those things are measured, and all of those things. So, but they are measurements. They are not programs. They're measurements. Even the measurements can be wrong. What is more important are the policies you put in place when you come into the life of your people. You meet them the way they are. Then you now put certain programs in place. And then those who want to measure can measure later. They can use HDI to measure it. They can use the size of the GDP to measure it. For example, people say Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa, followed by Egypt, followed by South Africa. But that is because you are measuring GDP. Chances are that if you do the measurement better, Nigeria GDP is a little higher than what it is, because there are some things they couldn't capture well. But even if we are number one in GDP, we are in Africa about number 30 in well-being. Because Egypt, the roads that South Africa has, Nigeria will be dreaming of it in the next 20 years. The industrial capacity of South Africa, Nigeria will be dreaming of it in the next 10 years. So, things like that. So, if you look at infrastructure in Bloemfontein alone, or Port Elizabeth, is bigger than Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt combined. Just Port Elizabeth. But they still say Nigeria has a better GDP than them, also higher GDP. So these measurements, they are like that. It's just like when you are asking Nigerians which state is the best in education, they will tell you, oh, this state, they produce the top 5 students in examination. But if you go to another state, they don't produce the top 5. But the average that they produce is credit. So they're doing better than the one that produced the first 5, and then the rest of them didn't do too well. So measurement comes in different. So that's why those who do metrics, measurement, it's a science for that. And that's why figures sometimes don't represent reality. But the methodology for growing your people is there, which is that 1, you must make them productive, you must make them safe, you must make them comfortable, you must give them a sense that tomorrow is better than today. So, and you have limitless methods by which you are going to do it. And you can see how the Chinese have done their own. Nobody in America will do their own that way. See the way the Germans have done their own. The Brazilians will not do their own that way. See the way the Saudis are doing their own. Other people will not. So you look at the peculiarity of your history and develop your country accordingly. You don't have to copy another person's model. But the most important thing is that the leadership must be there, willing to lead. The problem I have with saying that we're fighting status quo in Nigeria is that status quo in Nigeria is not on one side and other people are on the other side. No. You can have a 25-year-old person who is not employed, but is part of the status quo. So that is the complexity of Nigerian politics. You'll find somebody, a young man on Twitter, who has no job, and you think that he's not part of the status quo. He's part of the status quo because he's helping them to praise people in the status quo. He's defending the people in the status quo. His politics, he votes according to what the status quo tells them to do. So he's part of the infrastructure of the status quo. So, excuse me, the Nigerian media, they are part of the status quo. The banks, part of the status quo. So, Students' Union, they are part of the status quo. They'll be giving an award, Best Governor of the Year. So the status quo in Nigeria is not just up there. So when you want to fight the status quo, the first people who will condemn you, counsel you, attack you are the people on whose behalf you are fighting. So we have to educate people, and we have to realize that the status quo that I'm fighting are not persons. The status quo that I'm fighting is status quo of poverty, insecurity, underdevelopment. And anybody who wants to fight those things is a partner with me. Anybody who is not focused on that is part of the status quo. So if I raise an economic issue on Twitter, so people will answer me along ethnic line, religious line, repeat propaganda of what is not correct. So if you say today, let us kill all the thieves, people will keep their own thieves at home and point to the thief from the other community. But their own thief, because he came to their church and gave one speech and donated money, is permanently absorbed from the pantheon of thieves. They will never, if you mention that you are looking for thieves and you mention that particular person, that's the end of the capture the thief program. They are not going to accept. So if you say incompetence, their own idea of incompetence has no metric. So if somebody was a governor in this place, created 1 million jobs, grew the state IGR, HDI, GDP by 30 points, they will say it's a failure. But the one close to them who produced less than 10% of that, they will say he's a hero, he's the best. So you can't have the argument. How can I be a faculty board and you say the student who scored 46 has failed? I will agree with you, yes, 46 is a failure. I mean, I'm used to the American system where 69 is still a C. So then you bring your own candidate to the same faculty board who score 29. You say, let him pass. Whereas you join me in condemning the person who score 49. Then your own score 29. You say, let him go. That's what I see in Nigerian public. They haven't made up their mind what status quo is, what corruption is, what bad performance is. Nothing. Once they follow a particular person, if you use the same standard they set to judge that person they favor, they start attacking you. You are jealous, you are wicked, you are this. So that is where the status quo has a deeper root in Nigeria than elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Was there a second half to your question? I thought there was a second half to your question, Ekene. Was there a second half?
Yeah, I wanted
You were asking
to.
if the prince was pushing hard enough to force his way
Yes,
into the
yes, yes. I really want to see him into the system. So because even if I love his idea, I love his explanation, especially the question I gave to him. Now he gave me good answers to it. The comparison of HDR and the IGR. He gave me a good response. But these things cannot come into practice without you coming in there. You need to push. That is my concern.
I get
You
your
need to
point,
push.
but you see,
I've been following you. This is the second time I'm seeing you in this platform, and you are giving me what my heart. You are not explaining things based on tribalism and ethnicity. You gave situation the way it is, especially in our country today, and that's the kind of things I admire in a candidate or in a person. It's not about ethnicity, tribalism, and all that. So people like you need to come in, fight. Because if I go there, maybe in my space now, in the next election, I tell them there is a candidate in the ballot. I've been able to engage him 2 or 3 times, and they have a good idea. Let us vote for him and all that. And so without you pushing in to come into that space and explain yourself, people to see you, it will be very hard for me to sell those ideas.
I do
You
understand. That's
Yeah.
why you see us coming back here. Apart from the fact that it's good company, we're also trying to let us have this conversation along the right line. So I will push more, but the pushing is towards the people. And when I look at my prospect in politics or in governance, I don't look at people in government, because those ones can be removed anytime you want to remove them. The issue is the mentality of the people. If we are making progress with the mentality of the people, we will have no problem. So we'll work with our people, we'll work with them, but it's just that each time the status quo knows the mood. So they will throw one bone at them and get them distracted. And then they will do it and they will win again narrowly. So each time, but we'll learn our lessons and we would work very hard, we'll engage more. I can assure you of that.
Could I interject
hold
on
on.
that point before he leaves?
Don't interject, Pansat.
I'm not leaving. It's only Ekene that may leave. I'm not leaving.
No. Ekene, are you promising to deliver the Alaba constituency to the prince if he pushes harder? So then you can strike a deal. Yeah, are you going to deliver?
I know what I can do. I know what I can do for my space. At least my polling unit. I know what I can do for him if he can push harder. Because it will not only be me now. My own polling unit cannot only make him the president. So if he's able to capture my mind today, he needs to go ahead to capture other people in other that can represent other polling units. That's my point. So he has been able to capture my mind. So he might be able to identify other polling units, the stronger guys that are in the other polling unit, to be able to capture them also, so that in the next round of election, he will be able to have people that will represent him in those areas. So he has been able to capture my mind. I will not. There's no doubt about that. But I can give him my polling unit if he is ready to push. It's a promise. It's not too hard for me to do, but it's just for him to also do it and they capture that space.
Thank you.
That's my point.
You will abandon Peter Obi.
No, don't go there.
It's not about Peter Obi. It's all about commitment, passion. I've said it here. It's all about passion. It's all about commitment. It's all about people that are ready to serve the nation. It's all about all this chop and all this. Just like what we're explaining here now. You see the explanation he gave us here. What it will take us, we answer the giant of Africa just in a mouth, but what it will take us to have the type of road the South Africans have, or other African countries have, it will take us many years to achieve that. But we are the giant of Africa, and that was why I threw that question to him. So if he has been able to give me the right answer that I want, that is what I want from him. So I will give him my commitment if he's ready to push. That's my point. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Always excellently put by Kenneth. Pansas, have a little window to have just a micro interjection. Just condense it, not a sonnet, not a prose. You understand? A sonnet, not a prose. And then we go to Simba to introduce himself and put a position to the prince.
Thank you very much. And I had promised one man that I won't let it get out of hand. There's no need. But to buttress what I believe Ekene is pointing at, Prince, what I want to say to you, because you ran in that election, right? You were a contestant in that election. And there are allegations that the election was rigged. So, first of all, let me find out from you, do you believe the election was rigged?
Okay, you keep asking me questions that I've answered in public many times.
No, just yes or no on that,
excuse me.
so I can make the point.
Not only was the election rigged, the three political parties, all of them rigged.
Okay, thank you. So
all the three of them.
You're familiar then, when it comes to this issue.
Yes.
Obviously, you're a trained lawyer. In the legal profession, we do have a quote from Abraham Lincoln that says that the man who represents himself has a what for a client. Has a what for a client. Do you know that quote? A man who represents himself.
Sorry, a sonnet, not a prose. A sonnet, not a prose. Yeah.
I understand. I'm almost done here. So I just want to know if you're familiar. In essence, you actually should have your own lawyer to answer the questions we're asking you about this particular rigging of the election, because Ekene is saying for you to push. What best place to push than right now to push on the rigging of the election and try? It's not settled. In essence, those who gave you their mandate, who already voted for you, that mandate belongs to them. So you can't be nonchalant and say, Or those who got.
Excuse me. Let me just answer you on that one.
Yeah.
First, the people who voted for me, and many more who voted for me that they didn't even record their number, I've already interacted with them. They themselves know what happened in their community. But I also have my dignity. I cannot join those who say, I won the election. I want my mandate when I didn't win the election. I have integrity. I don't do any of this thing that they do. The only thing I have said to them is, if you want a clean election, the one we promised Nigerians, cancel the thing. The person who won, we went to what they call a peace accord process, where all of us sign an agreement, all of us, that whoever is declared winner, we will congratulate the person, make no trouble, and go and challenge it. So when one person was declared, I congratulated the person, stating all my own reservations about the election. Then when the press called me, I said, if we agree that this election, and I stated all the fraud that I saw, I got a report. The people who attacked me, the people who said they won the election, they didn't attack me because they know what I said is correct. The people who attacked me the most are the people who cheated but didn't win. They attacked me. Now, why are you attacking us? So I realized that these people are not sincere people. Why am I joining them? So now, I also know that the stricture of election petition, you are only helping the person who they declare. If you go and make this kind of claims that you're making, because I have seen the process, the way it is, I said, I'm not going to go and validate it for them. And you will see in 1 month's time, you will come in back here, you will see the result, that the court will say, Tinubu won, there's nothing wrong with it, and it's valid. So you have helped him to validate his electoral process for him.
I gotta tell you.
No, Pansat. Apologies.
One man, please.
Pansat, at this point, I am here now.
I
am not interested in pleasing people. I'm interested in just discharging my duty. I have said it as far back as March, when the Arise TV interviewed me, and I say it, and you will see the result. Nothing is going to come out of that because of the fact that, not because the court is corrupt, but because of the fact that when you go to court and make allegations that are relevant, make allegations that have evidence. So, and I told people that even my own political party, and I've said it, my party said I should not be saying it anymore, it's annoying them. But I keep telling people that even my own political party, the people in there who were supposed to represent you were actually collaborating with the people who do the rigging. So what are you doing? And then if you go to the tribunal, because I know people are posting all sorts of things on social media, I don't want to disturb anybody. But if they're actually following the evidence, they will see that the people who said that they challenging could not present the results that their own agents gave to them. And I know the reason why they can't. Because of the...
No, but you keep attacking the people who are...
all right.
That's not...
If your body does not like the truth, don't ask questions, because you want dishonest leaders to lead you. You want people who come and echo what you like. I'm giving you information. I'm not attacking anybody. So what you need to understand, I'm giving you reasons why I took my stand, because you are questioning my stand. Why did you take this position? In trying to explain it to you, you get agitated and say that I'm attacking. I don't really, I can't refuse to answer you, and I cannot lie to you. So you have to choose between, are you trying to get me to answer your question, or are you trying to get me to repeat what you like just to please you? So in the end, 1 year from now, all of this will be water under the bridge. You will see that consistency in logic, in principle, pays you long term. Because there was it wasn't here, there was a forum where I addressed them. I think it was, somebody said, Tinubu will not be sworn in. He will be taken from Eagle Square, straight to prison. I told the person, where is that done? It can't happen.
They were not happy with me, but you see, nothing like that happened. The man is there now. It's increasing price of everything. So instead of being arrested anywhere. So what people need to understand is that in politics, what you can do is have majority on your side. And if one is unfortunate, as many people have been in life, and the majority is not on your side, go and find out the person who ran against Ronald Reagan. He was a better candidate than Ronald Reagan. But people voted for Ronald Reagan and they ruined their economy. They enjoy some free time for some time, but since then, the economy is going down, down, down. So it's a question of that's how politics is. History is full of critical junctures in the life of the people. Sometimes the people with the best ideas, better ideas will win. The society will be better for it. Sometimes it doesn't go like that. Adolf Hitler won election against somebody, first time. And see the history of Germany. So we need to be careful in a democracy that you have to be careful. When Trump came, many people in the Republican Party were laughing at him. Now he's taking over their party, and for a generation, they can't get the party back. So everybody has we have to be more delicate in opening our mind to this issue that these people, however much you disagree with them, they have impact in real life. And politics should be persuasive to let people know that they are enjoying themselves. You will see majority of those who voted for APC, they are not likely to be better off in this present situation than those who voted for Labour or PDP or SDP. So we are all in the same basket. So we should kind of have a sense of oneness when we are analyzing the problem. It's like you finish playing a match and then you are reviewing the tape of the match. If you push me too hard during the match, we'll be reviewing it. You push me too much because we are still playing the same game. So people should, it's not Nigeria is not a country of enemies. We are the same people trying to make our country better, including those who voted for Tinubu. The idea is that they're trying to make their country better. Those who are shouting obedience, who insult you, that's why when they do all the insult, I don't disturb myself. I realize this is their own idea of how to make the country better. Is that they found one man who is like Jesus Christ, or even senior. And if he just touch the government, everything will work. And I've seen that earlier with people following Buhari. They could cut your head off if you say Buhari can make a mistake in life. And they follow him. And over time, people get wiser. In about 4 years from now, if things go the trajectory they are going, the people who are foaming in the mouth for Tinubu now, they'll be looking for they will be asking you to give them the telephone number of Obi. They want to go and apologize. So, and if things turn out well, those who are saying Tinubu is the devil now, if things turn out well for them, they will say, we didn't know that this man could be this good. So overall, politics is temporary sentiment. What matters is whether as a society, you can gather yourself together to a point where you start making the best use of your resources, including the human talent that you have. So it's not a black and white kind of thing.
All right, thank you. So Simba, thank you for holding for staying. Introduce yourself to the prince. Tell him where you are joining us from.
I know Simba. Simba is a lion from Tanzania.
It's a lion from Saudi Arabia via Ilori. Simba, to you.
Yeah. Good morning, one man. Good morning, the panelists. Good morning, our guests. Prince. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yes, we are very happy that you were able to join us today again. And your discussion has been very, very entertaining and very knowledgeable. You have touched a lot of things generally. And I want to start from your monologue. When you discuss about when the woman asked you about your initiative in Ondo State, about this free transport. that you give to the school children, I think is laudable.
Thank you.
But be that as it's been, the other thing that you mentioned that I'm actually very happy with is that all your discussion has been following both the government responsibility and the citizen responsibility. And on this platform, me, I've been echoing about more about all citizen responsibility, because what I foresee majorly in Nigeria is like most people just focus on government. They don't talk about what citizens can also do. And we've been telling them that even the kind of leaders that you produce is actually the reflection of the kind of followership that you have. You can't have a bad followers and have a good leader. It's whatever you have in among the followers that actually will produce the leaders. And I think I like that. And maybe they will, if they hear it from your mouth, they will actually fall in line and believe this thing that we've been telling them before. Be that as it may, these fuel increment and subsidy removal, whatever. Before, I think maybe because we have lost our value system, because I remember when we were growing up, I'm talking from Nigeria as I am, and I'm talking from Ilorin. So those days, we used to go to school that are very close to our house that we can easily get to by not taking transportation. But these days, I don't know, maybe because of people will say, okay, I'm a Catholic, or I'm a Nawaruddin or Ansarudin. We have one Ansarudin maybe several kilometers from my house, but my children has to go to Ansarudin because I'm a member of Ansarudin. People are not looking at the economic implication of whatever action they are taking. And so that one also, I think, is one of those things that we have to also tell people. They have to know how to cut cost of living. If your children are going to schools several kilometers from your house, and now that the situation has changed, why can't you just bring them closer to your house where you have another school very close? And it's not because of standard, it's just maybe because of their religious affiliation or ethnic affiliation or whatever. That's why they are taking these decisions. I think maybe we can shed light on that. Then this fuel subsidy things that we are talking about and that is causing a lot of pains to Nigeria. I want you to just leave your political bias aside. Let us look at the economic situation. I know you're a contestant, yeah, and then you're a human being. You might also have your bias, or you might also want to use it as a campaign tool also. But leave that aside. I want you to also tell us if we don't remove this fuel subsidy, because if you look at it from there are so many things that affect the increase in fuel price, apart from the crude, the cost of crude in the international market. We also talk about the devaluation of our naira, of our currency, because we are buying this thing in dollar. So, and if we look at
all right, don't overwhelm the prince. So you've asked two questions. Let him address those two.
No, okay. Let me just then the other. Let me just ask another one so that I can just round up. Then the other time you are talking about the income. You are comparing Nigeria with maybe UK and US, and that one prompted me to actually look at it and say, okay, what is an average income of an average African country? I look at Egypt, I look at Ghana, I look at Benin Republic, I look at Cameroon. Most of these countries, the average income is still less than what we have in Nigeria. Average in US dollar, that's what I'm saying. But the cost of fuel in all these countries is still far higher.
Definitely not Egypt.
No, Egypt, I Googled it just now. In Egypt, the average income of an Egyptian is $303. You can check.
What's the average for a Nigerian? What's the average for a Nigerian?
The average for Nigeria is $774.
For what period?
Per month.
Per month? 700 and what dollars? What did you say?
$774.
For the average Nigerian? For the
average, yes. And it can be as low as 75. You understand? We are talking about average. I'm not talking.
That's the median wage. That's the Yeah, I'm not sure about
And that's
that.
what I'm saying, average. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the highest or the lowest. I'm talking about average. And in Egypt is
Sorry to help you, Simba. If you want to do well
okay.
in economics, when you are measuring purchasing power, you use minimum. You don't use average. Because the average is that they take Dangote, what Dangote earns, what Adenuga earns, what I earn, and then they take that, what Okada Rider earns, and Gateman, they cut it to half. It's not realistic. So you take the minimum wage.
That is what I'm saying. That's why I'm giving you the minimum also. In Ghana, it's 668 average, and the minimum is $51. In Nigeria, the average is 774, and the minimum is 75. In Egypt, the average is 303, and the minimum is $49 per month.
Okay.
And now, I'm telling you this, the one in Egypt.
Hold on. The next, just because it's a very interesting angle, what you now find out is that you will now get, when you take that minimum, you will now look at purchasing power of that minimum. For example, do you know that in Egypt, it's part of the mandate of the Egyptian military to produce enough bread and supply bread to the citizen? So if you want to have to eat food in Egypt, the percentage of your income that will go towards food is far less than the unprotected Nigerian. So if you are taking transport in Egypt, healthcare, so you look at that factor as well. So when you are doing your analysis.
Okay, don't worry. Okay, so you can start talking about all those things.
So you look at even bandwidth cost, electricity cost. So you look at it. I'm just saying that, but let's put it this way. You see, economics does not know your political party. So when you are making an economic analysis, unless you want to die of poverty and want people around you to die of poverty, you have to know that human beings have certain minimum they must get in life. Now, the government came up with this notion that they need to cut a subsidy. And my answer to them during the campaign was that, okay, before you cut the entire subsidy, have you been able to cut the fraud and corruption in it? Because that's natural, that's management thing you do. If you have a head of expenditure or a subhead of expenditure to cover certain problems, and you have an overall, it's not sustainable. The first thing you ask yourself is that, is all the money that I'm spending addressing the problem? So if you're at home and your family feeding bills keep going up, you first find out, can all this food be consumed in the house? If you've listened to a typical Nigerian family, when they are arguing over money, the first thing the husband will ask the wife, are there spirits eating this food in this house? Are there spirits? Or are these children elephants? What she's trying to do is to audit. If she finds out that actually the cost of their food is rising because many of their neighbors are coming to their house, the wife is bringing the entire family and church members to the house. You start talking from that one and say, hey guys, you can't be inviting your church members after church every Sunday to come to our house for lunch. You can't afford it. You don't go straight for the children and cut their food first. You cut the waste. So they didn't answer that question. But they answered another way by saying, it is, if you listen to that Tinubu speech, that's one of the reasons why I'm not one of those who are attacking Tinubu, because he explained himself in that video during the campaign. He wasn't going around doing debate and all of that, but he was doing his own show. And he explained that, one, he cannot be president and be helping Togo, Ghana, Niger, Cameroon to fuel their vehicle. He said he can't. He can never do it. So he identified his own idea where the waste is. Second, he said he can't be helping rich people to be cruising around in different cars. Wife will drive this way, husband will drive this way, the government is paying for the fuel. Cannot. So he's going to remove it. You can riot to, you can demonstrate to, he's going to remove it. Now, if you analyze that speech, he never went to say, as for the poor, this is how I'm going to address it. He just stopped at the abuse. That one, Cameroon, Niger, Chad, Togo, they are taking our fuel. Second, rich people are taking our fuel and government is paying. But the component of the poor, that one escaped him. He didn't talk about, oh, as for the poor, when I remove the subsidy, is what I will do for you. It didn't occur to him. So now he came to government, he said that, and people clap, and eventually he's declared winner. He's supplementing what he said he was going to do. As a Democrat, I cannot criticize, I cannot oppose him. I can criticize the policy, but I cannot march on the street against him because the people on whose behalf we want to march are the same people who voted for him after listening to him. And you can say, oh, I'm pantsed. I didn't vote for him. I would have supported Obi if I was in Nigeria. I would have supported Obi. Obi said, not in that dramatic language, but Obi said the same thing, that on day one, he will remove subsidy. So day one is not enough for you to do another thing. Atiku said he will not only remove subsidy, he will sell NNPC so that there will be no subsidy when NNPC is self has gone. So it's one person says, I'm going to stop people from coming to eat in this kitchen. Another person says, I'm going to sell the kitchen. We don't have kitchen anymore. So when you put all the votes gathered by all the three, majority of the voters wanted this subsidy removal on day one, need Jack people come to power. One of them has come to power. That is my approach to that. But I will have, and I was explaining during the campaign, the amount of waste, who is collecting it, and everything. Mentioned. So what I would have done, and is doable, is come out, tell the NPC guys, look, meter everywhere. Meter everywhere. And if anything is missing, you go for it. I will save at least 70% of the cost of the subsidy. And I will not increase factor cost. Secondly, you also remember that on the other side, this is white, on the side of crude, they are stealing crude. As I'm speaking to you now, they are still stealing the crude. So the money you are gaining on the subsidy saving side, what are the crude they are stealing? So I hear now that Tinubu says he's going to work with the Navy to go and stop the stealing of the crude, whatever. And he's getting some militant to work with him, and they're all of them swaggering around over the bed. As I'm talking to you now, they're stealing the crude. This night, they're stealing crude as I'm talking to you now. So now, if you address that, you have some money in the kitty. 3, there are other government subsidies that don't involve the poor. Those subsidies still continue as we speak today. So he didn't say, why will government go and put his money in another person's private refinery? Yeah, this night, from Eagle Square, returned my money. As the person is kneeling down, whispering to him in the picture, he will tell you, as I live here, go and return the money to us. He's not doing that. So my general issue is that he is in government for the next 4 years. His ideas are going to be predominant. What we are doing is not to not make him do what he's doing. What we are doing are 2 things. 1, to remind the people that this thing he's doing, good or bad, there are alternatives. So don't say that's the only way. No, there are alternatives that are different, won't have the same result. Second, to also talk to him, to see the missing part, the dark spot in his equation. So when you work your equation, there will be one formula that you forgot. Another person will bring that formula to work the equation. Even Einstein, after he has worked his equation, he can't get it, he goes to his friend who was working with him post office. That will help him rework the equation. Even his wife worked some of the equation before he could get the theory of relativity to be meaningful. Because there are some equations Einstein could not do. He knew that the idea is there, but it can't work the mathematics. So like I said in that illustration, if I was sitting next to Tinubu, as he was talking about Niger Republic, Ghana, all those people stealing our petrol, talking about the rich, I would have said, okay, what of the poor? What's your plan? Because the poor and the rich meet, and the poor, they don't even have enough to buy in their own small keke and a bicycle, motorcycle, and a taxi. So they don't have enough to go and export. So if you are punishing these people who are taking advantage, what you want to punish the innocent as well? So, and you look at the factor cost. If a tailor cannot go to a tailoring shop, so this is kind of conversation we're having. So don't have the Simba, don't have the anxiety that it's an attempt to pull the person down to oppose him. No, it is to look at the gap. Because if he doesn't see the gap is still there. I believe that without being disrespectful, you yourself are poorer today than you were 2 months ago. And I don't think the intention of Tinubu is to make you poorer, but the effect is to make you poorer. Because I don't think your income has increased. It may increase later because you're very clever, but between the time Tinubu came in and now your income is not likely to have increased. And definitely your cost of living has increased. So, and your net worth relative to global measurement of wealth has fallen. Even Dangote's net worth has fallen because of the adjustment in the naira. So it affects everybody. So it's not now that if I make a fantastic argument, they will go and reverse the election and make me president. No, that bridge has been crossed. But we cannot say because the election is over, we stop talking about the implication of decisions we're taking. And if more people talk about it, it's likely that somebody in government will, either if they don't admit in public, when they hear it, they will say, these people have a point. What do we do now? You see that when people came out and talk about this ridiculous 8,000 naira per family, that it got to them. They realized, okay, even though it was Buhari's idea, we inherited it, and we wanted to implement it, we thought it would make us look good. Now it's giving us a black eye. So they went back to see they want to do something about it. So that is the spirit in which. Then with respect to citizens and all of that, I believe that it's a double-edged sword in the sense that you can't give what you don't have. Many of the citizens themselves didn't inherit a fantastic tradition, and they have not been enlightened about democracy, what it means. So people are kind of underdeveloped, not only in terms of road, income, they're also underdeveloped in the culture of the system of government they are used to. They are developed what we're using now. What people were used to was like in Ondo, it's our family that has been ruling there for the past 600 years. And for the next 1,000 years, it is still our family that will continue to rule. So the people of Ondo have given up on that. So it's either next time will be me or one of my cousins. So they don't care about that. They've given up. So this system of actually going to choose their leader is new to them. And they haven't understood that that leader is actually your employee, your servant. And when you say Tinubu has killed me, he has removed subsidy, I want to kill me, you want to kill yourself because you are the one who sent him to go and do it, because it's like having a farm and 3 of your servants come to you. This one says, I will plant maize because maize is the best for the kind of land. And when I plant the maize, I will borrow money from the bank. I will use the land to borrow money, and it gives you his plan. Another person comes and says, no, I'll plant yam, but I will not borrow money. I will actually buy the yam seedling on credit. Another person says, I'll plant rice. So I will cut the land and irrigate it and plant rice there. If you give your mandate to one of them to go and plant maize and borrow money from the bank, if the bank comes to seize your land later, You cannot say, oh, he has killed me, because he told you what he was going to do. You say, I didn't listen to him. I didn't know what he was saying, because when I do radio interview, people call me and say, we didn't know that's what he meant. We didn't know. So we didn't pay attention. Many of the people who are criticizing Tinubu today, throughout the election season, they refuse to listen to him. Drug dealer, the certificate. They keep repeating that one. Nothing. They listen to only one person. Even I, that I didn't win the election, many people went to interrogate me. They will say, did you campaign? I said, did I campaign? I went to how many states? I was on almost every show. I did more campaign than your candidate. Some people have closed their eyes and ears that except the person they are following, they won't listen to the other person. So this inability to interact and understand is affecting the people. So we now can't say, well, let them suffer, because they refuse to be good citizens. They refuse to. No, you still have to have the duty to go back to them in their anger to say, this blood that is flowing from your hand, you're the one playing with the blade. And if you play with blades, of course, one of these incidents will happen. But let me help you see if I can stop the bleeding. But next time, don't play with blades. So we go to the citizens now. I was having interaction with them in Adamawa today, listing all kinds of. They say, I should come to Adamawa to come and console them. I said, why am I? What did you have I caused for you? He said, no, just come and talk. Our head is hot. So we started interacting. I said, I'm out of the country. Started interacting after exchange of, well, it's your fault. If you have done this, you have done that. We started to say, okay, what can we do to make life easy for one another and things like that. So it's a continuous conversation. But Nigerian people will not come out of the woods until they realize that the government is your agent, and government can only manage your productivity. And that was part of the tweet I tweeted yesterday, which some obedient people have insulted me thoroughly. Why are you even talking to Tinubu at all? You're looking for something. Because as far as they are concerned, Tinubu is illegitimate. We should ignore him. Just like some people ignore Buhari for 8 years. He's a Seriki of Sudan. He's a ghost. He's a clone. The clone is spending your money. The clone is tarring roads. The clone is building bridges. The clone is controlling central bank. But you will not listen. So I said, look, we need to talk to people, and we need to push the ideas out. And the idea I put out to Tinubu and the rest is that only the people can work themselves out of poverty. So there's nothing you can do as a government that will not translate to you getting the people to be productive. And for them to be productive, you can't make their movement from one place to the other difficult. You can't make small business unviable because they cannot have the cost of energy. Somebody says, I want to set up a restaurant. It's not taking, why would I even have generator to even power the place? The cost of generator will finish me. You can't have people running hotels whereby they will have to either increase the price of the room that nobody will come, or they have to switch your generator in the afternoon and give the people a bad experience. So all over the world, every government is concerned about the factor cost. That is not just saying the people are suffering because life is harsh for them. That's one part. Second part is that you are making production difficult because factor of production should not be too costly, like land. Don't make land too costly. That people want to set up industry, half of their money goes into land to acquire land. No, don't make labor itself too costly. Otherwise, people will not hire people or they will not retain them for long. Don't make cost of capital, interest rate too costly. Don't make infrastructure cost too costly. Don't make energy cost too costly. So you govern all those things. That's when your people become productive. Then you can delay revenue. And I said, because Tinubu is a first class in accounting. He got first class in accountancy in his university. So he's a very sound accountant. But I said, accountants are excited by balancing the books. So if you go to Tinubu's mind now, he will tell you he's the smartest person in the world because he met a government that was running deficit. And almost in this period now, Tinubu ran a surplus. in the last 2 months, he's run a surplus. So he has added a lot of money to the coffers, and the state government that used to come to Revenue Allocation Committee and complain, where's our money? NNPC stole our money. Now they are getting the money. Big money is going to them. So for him, he will be thinking, why is this prince going all over the place criticizing me? Can you not see that I've solved the deficit problem? But I said, no. In economics, productivity counts more than revenue. So you have to get productivity sustainable. So those are the debates we'll be having. So it's not about having animosity of election time or things like that.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So Prince, we have another Prince in the house, Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, unmute yourself, introduce yourself to the Prince, and then
I know Prince Daddy.
Oh, all right, Prince Daddy, you're up next.
In my earlier life, we met.
Yeah, look at that, Prince Daddy.
All right, thanks, woman. Thanks, Prince Adewale. Yeah, talking to you, joining the studio from the States. And thanks again for coming back to the platform. Enjoyed your first time around. It was great. And so far, I've been enjoying all the questions posed to you and your answers to the questions. But anyway, my question, maybe I can briefly kind of summarize a little bit by trying to explain my question a bit. And I just want to point to your submission or your interview about a couple of weeks ago, or a few weeks ago, on Channel's television with Seun Okinbaloye. And on that segment, you were having a debate with I think a union rep, and in regards to the fuel subsidy issue, I believe, if you recollect. And I think at the end of that segment, it was kind of a heated debate back and forth. I think I got to understand your position on the subsidy, because you concluded, I believe, that you were not you're not really concerned about the subsidy removal, but because that's not the main problem. But the problem that we have is corruption. And your response to that question was, I mean, I was a little bit taken aback, I would say, and it behooves me that that you're taking that position, because being an insider and knowing a lot about Nigeria, obviously, the question, it begs the question, which is easier, to try to eliminate corruption in Nigeria, or to stop the fuel subsidy? Because just like corruption, it's a business in Nigeria. Corruption is it's a lifestyle, and corruption, it's a habit. If that been the case, that any business doesn't want to go out of business; they want to stay in operation. And someone with a lifestyle that's that of largesse would want to maintain that lifestyle for as long as they can, and they would do whatever it takes. And when it comes to people's habit, it's something hard to get rid of. It takes time. So, having said that, don't you think that getting rid of the subsidy, which itself is the foundation and the root of corruption, at least when it comes to the fuel or the energy sector of Nigeria, getting rid of it than trying to fight corruption that will perhaps take 20, 30, or 50 years to counter? Getting rid of the subsidy would be much easier. Just
okay, let me address that.
Sure.
First, what you saw on that show was not a debate. It was just a shouting match. That's not how a debate is conducted.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice. Yes.
Exchange ideas, but not exchange insults or vituperation. But it's in season. Once obedience and SDP meet somewhere, there is cat and mouse. So until people go and rationalize that everybody has their own corner, you don't need to attack each other. But first, corruption is not more rooted in Nigeria than America or Europe. I have lived here for many years in America. Corruption is very high in Washington. Corruption is high in Texas. Corruption is high in America. In fact, Chicago is headquarters of corruption for many years, with the Daily family and all the rest of it. Even New York, taxi. I lived in New York for many years. I practiced law there. Even the allocation of taxi before Uber came, the taxi rights and all of that is all mafia. But the question is, government decides which corruption they want to let continue. The corruption they don't want to continue, they will stop it. So in America, the FBI has listed certain corruption they don't want to see, and they go after you for it. There was a time carrying drugs all over America was not a bad thing. It wasn't taken too seriously. There was a time the British government was actually selling drugs officially as a government business, selling opium. And if you don't want them to sell it, they will fight you. They fought opium war in China and everywhere. There was a time when American government was selling slaves. They will go and kidnap human beings, and then they will enforce the slavery till you die. But they stop it. So any government is capable of stopping any corruption. So any corruption you see that does not stop, it's not because it's difficult to stop. It's because the government has not made up its mind to stop it. And under our constitution, there is a constitutional duty on the government to stop corruption. So when you say there is corruption anywhere, you must stop the corruption. You cannot say. Now, if you look at, I don't know if you've been in America, try to send vehicles to Nigeria or send any goods to Nigeria, you know there's corruption at the port. Go and talk to any clearing, forwarding agent, customs agent, there's corruption at the port. So are you going to ban importing of tax because there's corruption at the port? If you see anybody who has worked in payroll office, there's corruption in payroll. Even the government admits that there are ghost workers. So are you going to stop paying salaries because there's corruption in the payroll management system? Anybody who has seen road construction knows that there's corruption in the award of road contracts and everything. So are you going to come to government and say, I am sick and tired of all the money government is losing in road contracts? So for the next 4 years, we will not award road contract to anybody. You don't do that. The reason why they single out, for example, arms procurement, the government itself has taken its own officials to court to say that they stole billions of dollars from arms procurement, from fighting terrorism. They locked some officials of government in prison or detention for years on it. So why don't you say we're not buying arms for the army anymore, armed forces, because there's corruption? So that is the argument I was making on that show, that when you say the reason why you are stopping the program is because there's corruption, then you stop the corruption, not the program. If you say the program is not beneficial to the people, it's not serving its purpose, it has no benefit, then you can stop the program. That is my own governance principle. If I see a government program that does not benefit anyone, that has no beneficiaries, I'll say, stop it. There's no beneficiary. Who needs it? However, if there are beneficiaries, then I have to say, okay, if he has a problem of corruption, let me address the corruption, because the oath of office that I have taken so that anywhere I see corruption, I must run after it. Not even just for the purpose of the money or the amount I'm saving. Is that I have a duty to extirpate, eliminate, eradicate corruption. So then, if any citizen or segment of citizenry are benefiting from any program, I must grandfather them and protect their rights. I can't just throw them to the dogs. That's my argument. And you can actually see support your businesses, support your citizens while you're fighting corruption. But if another person brings another argument on why a certain subsidy has be overtaken by event, for example, in the US government, there are two types of entries in the budget. They talk about discretionary spending and non-discretionary spending. So in the US government, if you come if we elect you, whether you're Obama, whether you're Bush, Clinton, Biden, Trump, anytime, you cannot go and touch the non-discretionary items. So you can't come to the US government and say, I don't want to spend money on veterans affairs anymore. So all those Vietnamese veterans, Iraq vets, Afghanistan vets, cancel the program. You can't do it. Cannot. You can't say, I'm not going to fund Medicaid. No, you can't. You can't say, I'm not going to fund Obamacare. You can't. Trump tried it, it didn't work. So that is why, because once you put your people on certain stabilizers, you don't want to destabilize them. And if you want to cancel it, you have to do a lot of replacement and things that will take like 5 years, 6 years for them to adjust. So that is how you run a stable system. But creating shocks everywhere, nobody can tell me that you can say you're running proper macroeconomics if you're having radical movements. Economics doesn't work like that. Where you have 300% increase, 400% increase. Nobody does that. You move, because you are trying to, the essence of economics is to create equilibrium. You can't move. I can't go to work in the morning and pay 40 naira to transport myself. In the evening, when I'm coming back, I'm no longer paying 40 naira. I'm paying 320. Nobody runs economics. You will know immediately that this zigzag movement is just irrational. So you move in a very smooth way. So those are the things we're trying to create, and that's my approach to it.
Okay. Well, quickly, yeah. Thanks. Well, okay. I think I understand your position right now. Because to you, you feel that the fuel subsidy is a great benefit to the population, that it should not be eliminated. Rather, you should go after corruption. But in thinking about it, it's going to take time. That's my concern, and also a lot of resources.
There's that. It doesn't take time because the corruption is government enabled. It's not a. You see, it's not a case.
Sorry, Prince. Your submission regarding corruption in America and in Europe, I completely understand, and I agree with it. But in my submission earlier to the question, I said, it's corruption in Nigeria. It's a business, it's a lifestyle, and it's a habit. See, an average American, I would say, is not corrupt. If you know what I mean.
Nigerian itself is not corrupt. Maybe he wants to be corrupt, he doesn't have the opportunity.
But sir, so 1 second. But they understand, and they're susceptible to corruption in a greater
that's not
range.
Correct. That is a wrong psychoanalysis of Nigerians. Let me explain to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me explain. Take maybe another time you call me back. Let's talk about the anatomy of corruption in Nigeria. Take any item. There are people in America who go to the food stamp office, collect their food stamp, and go and sell it. So there is a federal law against that, and they start tracing them. Look at when COVID came. A lot of Americans had to be taken to court, fined, jail for abusing the claims from the COVID relief fund. Anywhere you create an arbitrage, people will exploit it. If you look at the corruption in Nigeria, 99% of the corruption is done by 1%, less than 1% of the population. So if you look at the petroleum side, it's not like there are Nigerians who live in border areas. Study their behavior. They will go buy fuel in their car and go away. And go and ride. You can go to Mubi, you can go to Jiroko, you can go to Bakassi, You can go to Ilela. You can go anywhere around the country. The average Nigerian who goes to buy fuel just goes to use it. But if you look at those who export the crude, they are the original people who belong to the importers or licensed distributors or who work in customs and all of that. So what I'm saying generally, and if you look at it, when you look at the recent statement made by President Tinubu, he said that he has an opportunity to partake in the arbitrage and make money out of central bank in the exchange rate, but he refused to do it. So what is he telling you? That the people in government are the one who can benefit from it. Because when you come in, central bank will tell you, we have $1.2 billion we want to use to defend the naira. So do you have lists of people who will be beneficiaries so that we can give them this low exchange rate? So then president will put name, first lady will put, vice president will put, secretary to government. When they've exhausted that, they take from other places. They now say, okay, use this company. Or they will use existing companies that are there. And they say, look, we will give you these allocations for the speaker, House of Reps. So you go know and talk to the speaker where to funnel it up. So it is the government that you ask to fight corruption. When we say government should fight corruption, we are not asking government to go from house to house. I made a speech to the Arewa House during the campaign. I said the duty of government is to fight corruption inside government. When we say government should fight corruption, we're not saying government should go to people's bedroom to go and fight corruption there. No, the duty of government is to fight corruption inside the government. So when you fight the corruption inside your government, majority of the corruption in society will go away. That is the idea. So how can the government that is stealing the crude, stealing the subsidy money, stealing the petrol, come and tell you that it is difficult to stop it? No. What they have done is that they have located their corruption elsewhere and punished the people for no reason. Because in the end, the savings themselves are still susceptible to corruption. So even if you say we used to lose 2 trillion every year on subsidy, now there's no subsidy. We have saved the 2 trillion. The 2 trillion itself is still subject to corruption. So the duty to fight corruption is always eternal. It's always there. So if you say, oh, Abacha stole money, so let us fight corruption by collecting Abacha's money. When you collect Abacha's money, the person who is there now, you still have to fight the corruption to ensure that he doesn't. So it doesn't also throw it away again. So the government can never come out, in my own view, and say, the reason why I am doing this is because corruption is difficult to solve. So once a person tells you that, the next question should be, sorry, since the Constitution requires you to fight corruption, and you say corruption is difficult for you to fight, can you resign? Let's put somebody else there for whom corruption is not difficult to fight. Because that is what I know.
I get you. So sometimes if you talk to an average Nigerian, be in a rural area or whatever, about power generation, electricity, you would think they have a PhD in electricity study. They can tell you about generation, distribution, and other parts of electricity. If you pose the same question to an average American, they don't have a clue. All they do is turn on the light and there goes the power. Well, the same thing applies. If you ask an American about corruption, they don't have a clue about it. But an average Nigerian can define corruption to you by dictionary definition or by their own understanding, technical definition of corruption. That's my point. Everything you submitted is true. I don't disagree with everything you said about corruption in the American welfare system and this other stuff. But I still contend that things work here, not because people are so pious in America, for example, but somehow maybe a percentage will help. Percentage-wise, I think a lot of Americans they're not used to corruption. I've never been pulled over by a cop and asking for money or anything like that. I've dealt with so many Americans from different aspects of the economy, life. They don't have a clue. But I totally agree with you that if you go to Washington, there's so much corruption. There's corruption in the war in Iraq. They spent billions of dollars, even trillions, they couldn't account for. Yeah, the military industrial complex, there's corruption everywhere. I agree.
So
But
let me say
somehow,
something
somewhere,
about Nigerians so that we can wrap up. One is that you cannot blame us for our knowledge. We are knowledgeable even about things that don't concern us. We are generally a knowledgeable society. And our public education is not like America, where it's so well. If I have children who go to American schools, and in fact, by the time they talk about George Washington, you would think they're talking about God Almighty. The system is primed that way that if an American eats one loaf of bread and you are eating 3-course meal in another country, American is trained to say, God bless the loaf of bread he's eating here. So an American on the street who has no home in New York feels that he's enjoying more than you who are in Nigeria and you are living in a mansion. So the system has trained them to believe in it. So we need to train our people to believe, and it's about leadership. It's not about the people. Because Nigerians in the past were known globally as people who used to abhor corruption. You could not see anywhere. There used to be a man called T.M. Aluko. He was known more for writing novels. But he was the chief engineer for Western region when Awolowo and Co were there. He was supervising most of the road works and everything. Nobody would go and give him 1 naira. But at that time, the system will take care of you. Right now, if you put Americans under the pressure that Nigerians are facing, you would see that corruption is a human attribute. Because when you put people in uncertainty, and that's part of the reasons why I always oppose government measures that put people in uncertainty, that put them on measure. I'm telling you now, if somebody comes to my compound to steal something because their children are hungry, I'm not going to prosecute the person because every person has a duty to ensure that his family is fed. So the essence of society, therefore, is to see that you don't expose your people to extremities. That is, so I don't want to delay because other people have somewhere to go tomorrow, they're all indicating. So, but the bottom line is that it is possible, and it's written in our constitution, that Nigerians are better off without corruption. But that same constitution that says we should not be corrupt also said that we should not concentrate all our wealth in the hand of a few, and that the people in government should be lean in what they consume and all of that. So, and let me give a small example before we finish. If you look at the measure taken by President Tinubu, some say it's very courageous, very bold measure to stop subsidy to the. But if you look at the lifestyle of Tinubu, he has not taken any measure that is bold there. He's still riding a long convoy that president before him were riding. He's still consuming more fuel. I mean, as much fuel as he would consume before. He didn't curtail anything on his own side that I can see. He curtailed on the side of the people. So I think courage lies in you deny yourself something than deny other people. There's not much courage in denying other people. It's what you deny yourself first that will indicate. And I haven't seen anybody in the National Assembly show any sign that they want to deny themselves anything. So we need to be careful.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Prince Daddy. Let's go on to Des, who might be leaving us fairly shortly. So Des, you're up next. Introduce yourself to the Prince. and put a position to
I
him.
know
Tell him
this.
all right, Des. Off you go.
Yeah, good evening. I don't know, good morning, good afternoon, depending
Wherever
on where
you
you're
are.
coming from.
Yes.
Name is Des, already. I'm here in US. So I'm basically gonna maybe put it straight up. Um, it's been a good interaction, Prince Adewale. We've met before or we've talked before. And I asked you some couple of questions, which I wasn't very happy with your reply. But anyway, maybe it's because of my bias. Um, yeah, we're talking about Tinubu's you know, let's say 2 months or less than 2 months in
No, it's more
office.
than 2 months. It's go to the third month now.
Oh, it's going to the third
May
month.
29, June 29, July
Yeah,
29.
July 29. So let's say 2 months.
2 months, yeah.
What do you think about um the whole, well, you've talked a little bit about the subsidy. Do you think that he would have been better if he actually tackled the insecurity in the north? Because I felt like it would have been something um he should have actually went or faced on when he came to the government, tackle the insecurity in the north, basically get the people in the north farming again, and try to reduce the food inflation. Because when he was talking about food security, I don't even understand it when people in the north are not farming or nobody is going to the farm to produce food. So I didn't really understand the whole food security, how it's gonna work. You can basically tell Mama Adewale that is buying, maybe shipping food from the north, people that is actually farming anyway, and he's buying all the whole or the transportation that he's going to ship that food is going to cost a lot. You can't just come and tell them that he's going to reduce the price that he ought not to reduce, because the fuel that he transported, the transportation cost that he used in transporting that food is way too expensive for him to reduce the price of the food. So I don't understand the whole food security that Tinubu is actually implementing and all that stuff. All I say is that this government has always been talk and no do, and the no do is more of a bad implementation. That is the way I see it. I don't know what you think about it. And also the the thing you said about Labour Party and Atiku. Of course, I'm going to talk about it because it doesn't really suit my narrative. Um, Maybe I don't know if you have read you know, or if you've been following what is going on in the court. Let's basically scrap the for future and all the whole jagabones of the vice president's nomination and all that stuff, and go to the nitty-gritty of what should be in the court. Let's say which you should actually be going to court for, which is how INEC conducted the election. You saying that is actually the way they conducted it is right, because that's basically what I've been hearing, that
No. So let's just correct that quickly. I've said that the way they conducted election is not right. Not only
okay.
INEC, security agencies, political parties.
So
Because it
if you
was the INEC that was bribing people. So INEC did his own wrong. But the only thing that I said, which might maybe cause the confusion, is that the court does not ever set aside INEC action because it does not follow INEC guideline. INEC, the court always says INEC is in charge of its guideline. You can follow it, may not follow it. The only thing you can complain is if INEC breaches the Electoral Act or the Constitution. That's what I'm letting you know. So if you are going to court and you already know that, you will know that, oh, what INEC violated is their own guideline. And you know that the court will not listen to you. The court will say, well, they know what they are doing. It's a guideline. So just make that distinction clearly. And I cited authorities where I have argued before the Supreme Court, and they shouted me down on it.
Yeah. Okay. But if that is the case, then something is actually.
Sorry, Des, I was speaking. I did not admit myself. Land the question fairly quickly. I'm conscious that there's still quite a few people on the screen and they've been waiting for quite a long time.
Okay.
So land is a bit as succinct as you can be, and then we move on.
Okay. Yeah. But do you know that Labour Party made a case that they were about, I think, 18,000 blood results in the IREF, and INEC couldn't actually provide that.
You are just telling me that the Labour Party is going to lose the case because it's a very stupid argument to make. That's what you are telling me.
No, I didn't say Labour Party is going to make.
No, you are saying so. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why you are saying so. You see, this is now jurisprudence. I can't. Their lawyer is my very good friend. Oyeshi Opazu is one of the most brilliant Nigerians you can find. So he knows what he's doing, and you cannot come on air and start commenting on somebody's practice. If there's a lawyer who knows the law, who knows Electoral Act, who knows election petition, Oyeshi Opazu is one. So when I see people like that in charge of the petition, I don't really want to go too deep into it. But but everybody's an expert in election this year because you see people on Twitter even posting things and clapping, even things which they should be crying. Because when you see that, you know that, oh, the reason why this goes this way, first and foremost, if you come to court and say INEC result is blood, that's a plus for INEC. Because it means that you are telling the court that this evidence you have brought to the court cannot be relied upon. But in the eye of the public, it looks like you are indicting INEC. But in reality, you are not indicting INEC. Because INEC, you say the result is blood, that's how we saw the result. It's blood like that. So what you should do is, if you have 18,000 results that are blood, there are two things you should do. Number one, ask yourself, even if it is true that these results are blood, and you remove this result from the final declaration, will the court change the winner? No, because if the winner is said to have defeated you by 2 million votes, and you count all these 18,000 blood results, and they come to about 88,000 votes, the court will not remove the person's 2 million because
that's the case.
That's what we call substantiality.
All right, there's
the second part of it is that who has the duty under the law to produce the result? Under electoral litigation, INEC has no duty to produce anything. But if you want to produce evidence before the court, and that evidence is not in your hand, then the court can force INEC to give the paper to you. So if it's something that only INEC should have custody of it, and you can't have custody of it. For example, if it's result sheet, by law, you're supposed to have your own result sheet. But the thing that they did that led to that result, it may not be given to you. So because they give you the result sheet, your agent sign and collect result sheet. However, all other workings, how they distributed ballot paper, everything they did, so that you are going to use to prove that the result INEC gave to you is not correct. Then you would ask INEC to produce those ones. So those are the complications there. So INEC lawyer may just be looking at you and you'll be happy that it's quiet. But one indication you will have to let you know is that when you finish, INEC only one witness, the other person only one witness. usually if you are used to law practice, you know that what they are saying in the sense that you haven't done anything which they need to come and defend. So, but I'm saying this I'm not happy either way or the other. I'm just analyzing to you as how litigation goes. So in reality, the people don't understand the court processes enough, and the lawyers who are explaining it are already taking side one way or the other. And I've said it before, and that forum, maybe not here, that when you want to know what the law is, don't ask lawyers. Ask judges. Ask academics. Why? Because a lawyer is trained to find the law that favors his clients. That's the training of an advocate. So if there was an accident and a Mercedes collides with a Volvo, a Mercedes from the right collides with a Volvo from the left, and there's a law office by that junction. If the guy who has the Volvo is trying to go to the lawyer's office to go and book the lawyer to help him do the case, and he forgot his phone in the car, came back to the car, and the guy in Mercedes went there before him, the lawyer will be on the side of the Mercedes guy. Whereas if the Volvo guy had come earlier, the lawyer will be on the Volvo guy's side. So from the moment he listens to the Mercedes guy and says, "So you are my client now," the law he will see is the law that favors Mercedes guy. Whereas if the Volvo guy had come, the law he will see is the law that favors the Volvo guy, because in every direction there is sufficient law. So this one is overspeeding, but the law says you should not overspeed. That's one law. But this one is behind. The law says the person behind is presumed to be guilty because you're supposed to see your front. So all sorts of things happen. So that's why I'm letting people understand that if you want to talk about the case in court, I will talk not as a politician. I will talk as a person who is a jurist who is trying to analyze. But if it is about politics, then I talk politics. But inside the court, I don't talk politics. I talk what the jurisprudence should be. So basically, anything that the court cannot ascertain, the court will rule against the petitioner. That is not because the court is wicked, because that is the rule of law. The law says, omnia presumptority esse acta. So when INEC has declared their result, it's valid. So, and I've been advocating for a long time that we must change the law. We must change the law in election to say that when INEC declares a result, it's not valid until the court has examined it. Other countries are doing it. They have, if you go to Benin Republic, go to Senegal, go to those places, when you conduct election, you submit it to the Constitutional Court before you declare the person. So anybody who has anything to complain about, it's just like this VAR in soccer. Before the referee will blow the final blow, final whistle, final decision, you will go to VAR and check. So the court is the VAR. So what you should do next time, if you can work towards it, is to let INEC know, one, anybody you declare, that's your personal business. The law is changed now. The court must see before it stands. Second, since you are the one who conducted the election, all the person needs to do is to see the election is not correct. It is you who conducted it who is supposed to prove that it is correct. So the people who are commenting on social media and jumping up and down are assuming that it is the duty of INEC to explain that the election went well. It's not their duty. So when INEC fails to do something, INEC doesn't respond to something, they will say, we don't catch them. You caught nothing. Because in reality, if they are silent, it's harmless to them. If they call no witness, in fact, I've been in some cases where INEC will come to court, and the court will say, why are you from talking? INEC, you conduct an election, keep quiet. Let them fight it among themselves. So, because but people don't understand that when the judgment comes out, we'll come back here, they will be free to read it line by line. You will see that what I've been saying. Since March. Exactly what's going to happen.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, DOG, you're up next. Unmute, introduce yourself to the prince and put a position to him. DOG.
Thank you, Prince. Thanks for being here again. Thanks for your commitment, and we appreciate it a lot. You've answered most of the questions I would have loved to ask. The only thing I would like to ask now is, don't you think the government need to do more in getting their these policies, how they get it across to the masses for them to understand what they are projecting at, and to look into educating, because I realized a lot of Nigerians don't even know why they make all these decisions, which is part of, I think if most people understand why these decisions are being made, there won't be so much anger in people. But a lot of people don't even get it. And I think the government need to start trying to educate people the more on why these decisions are being made and what result it would bring in the future and the nearest future. And I think people like you, I don't know, maybe there should be a way the government allow people to bring up their ideas and contribute in the government as well, because we all need to make this country work. It's not just about what party I am. And I think people like you need to look for means to get your message across to the government of the day, if you get what I'm trying to say, sir.
Oh, yeah, I got it, but that's the business of the government. They are the one in government. My own is that I want to be in government by defeating them in the election. But they are there now. They should explain themselves. But what you need to understand is that it is not every government that wants people to understand what they're doing. It's also an ideological issue. Some government don't care. They think the more you explain, the more questions they ask. So you will see that many in government, if you generally ask them even the simplest question, they can answer it, but they don't want to encourage accountability. They just tell you, will you sit down there? Why are you asking that question? It was common about Obasanjo's time, he will even insult your father. What kind of stupid question is that? Why are you asking me that? Who asked this person to enter here? Things like that. So they do all of those psychological intimidation tactics because they don't want accountability. And even in established democracies where the press and the public have stood their ground, the people are not happy. If you read Tony Blair's memoir, where he changed one of British sacrosanct rules, question time in Parliament. He reduced question time cleverly. And he said that every prime minister since that time, they have been thanking him for doing it. Because people who take decisions don't want scrutiny. So these people in government don't assume that they want an enlightened public. They just think we're in government, we'll ram it down their throat anyway. In fact, Nigerians don't answer them. The more you explain, the more they ask you questions. So it is for the people to make the government explain things to them by questioning them, by not letting them get away with issues, by coming out, and by also giving them the final incentive to listen to you, is that they should know no political party should feel so secure that it can always win election anytime. You see, they will take the people for granted. That's why people see California, people see New York, all those states that Democrats will win anyhow. Their governments don't behave well. If you see Alabama, Tennessee, all those places where no matter what you do, Republicans will win. Their governments do well. The governments that do well are those states that are toss-up states. You know, states that are purple states, where they can vote Republican today, they can vote Democrat tomorrow. So nobody does rubbish there. They behave well because they know anytime they can change you. In Virginia, all those places like that, Ohio, they tend to have government that are humble because anytime they can vote you out. So Nigerians need to let the ruling parties know that Action Alliance, AAC, we will vote them. Heaven will not fall. So if people have that, then the government will become more responsible. But if there's no sanction, why will I waste my time talking to anybody? That's what they were thinking.
Thank you very much, sir. Lastly, sir, going forward, sir, with your political ambition, do you have a plan to contest in the next coming election? Is it as the presidential candidate as well? You don't have to answer it if
No,
you
the
don't
answer
want to
is very
answer it.
simple.
Yeah.
If things remain the way they are now, I will contest, of course. For example, Tinubu is in power. I'm seeing his policies. They are not my kind of policies. So if he's put on the ballot, when I have alternative views, I'll bring the alternative views very clearly. I will say, no, look, listen to this gentleman. You saw my Twitter message yesterday. I gave benchmark of what I will achieve in government. And I said, Tinubu, this is what you should work towards. You should work towards 8% unemployment, 4.4% inflation, 7% CRR, cash reserve ratio, work that the dollar is around 500, not by pegging it, but by working the econometrics to achieve that. You have to raise the GDP to about $750 billion. Otherwise, we will be, because of what we call the growth. So if you look at the replacement GDP, it's very high. So in 4 years, our population will have crossed 250 million. So you need to grow the GDP to $750 billion at a minimum to cope with that. So I set those benchmarks there. So I don't know, I won't fight with you for your subsidy, this and that. Bottom line is that in 4 years, you should be able to achieve these metrics. If you cannot achieve them, then I would say, you see, I will have achieved them. If I could not achieve them. So vote for me. If you still don't vote for me, I haven't lost anything. I mean, it will pain me, but that we are mostly listening development. But you will not say what the thing I've come to Nigeria to banish is the fallacy and deliberate lie that we had no alternative. Like the 2023 election, no voter could say, I didn't have alternative. I have to vote for all of this. No, you had alternative. You either didn't listen, or you voted wrongly, or you voted rightly, or you sold your vote, or you voted for sentiment, or whatever. But don't say, I didn't have alternative.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Dee, and thank you for being so succinct and to the point as well. But off the back of what Dee was just saying, there's an argument that in 2020 that only a northerner could defeat Tinubu in 2027. There's that argument that because if a southerner goes up against him, it will have because he's already had an abundance of the north in this cycle. But if he's running for a second time, he'll have even more of the north, and then he'll get a large portion of the southwest, which makes it near impossible for a southerner to defeat him in 2027. So that theory has been put forward. Have you come across it, and do you have a thought on it?
First, I don't do regional politics. So those analytical framework don't bother me. So I knew that I didn't win the election last time, not because of North, South, whatever. I didn't win the election because I couldn't bring my voters out. So I knew the number I needed to get to win the election. All these noise they were making, I didn't bother myself. I knew where my voters were, so I knew where I can get voters. I didn't hope or plan to get any single APC member to vote for me. I know my voters. And if you look at it, and part of the thing people don't want to admit, people are focusing on the fact that, oh, INEC cheated me, this one cheated me. But there's one thing that is not a cheating that everybody should admit. We have 87 million voters who collected their voters' card. About 25 million came out to vote. What happened to the rest? At least you cannot blame INEC for that one. You cannot say, oh, INEC took the number away. No, they didn't show up. Because it is not from the voting, it's from the accreditation. We knew how many people came out to to vote. So add 10% to that. To say maybe some people went back home because machine was not fast. In some places, maybe they intimidated some people. Add 2.5%, 2.5 million voters to that 25 million. So 27.5 million. What happened to the rest 60 million? Why did it not come out? And when I microanalyze it, I started calling my people. I got 11,000 votes in Kwara, or 22,000 votes in Kwara. So I called people. I went to Kwara. I said, how did we get 22,000 votes? Because that's even what Barrow 10 alone will give me, local government. So I know that for sure. So how did you get 22,000 votes in Kwara? Then he started analyzing for me. Okay, see, your party people, when we got to the voting place, they said, go and vote APC. So a lot of people went and voted APC. I said, I don't care about those ones. They voted. Whether somebody made them do so. I want to know what happened to the rest. They found out that, somebody said in this particular community, to gather people there, they couldn't have transport money to come out. This one, so they were analyzing. Listen, this community said they will not vote unless they gave them some money. So they came to carry them, let's go and vote. They suddenly said, no, you must give us money, otherwise we will not follow you. You say, where is the money? The priest didn't give us money to give anybody. Okay, we don't want to vote. Good luck to you. We went to another place. So you analyze all of that. In Kano, I asked, okay, what happened to our voters? So you go around. So I'm going around the country to understand. And I see there is a place in Saple where people came out to vote for us, and they had to exchange blows with SDP. Because they got there, the SDP said, no, our candidate has stepped down. They said, whether he stepped down, so other people were, okay, so which party are you supporting now? They gave them any party they went to. But some people said, no, whether he stepped down, that's his family problem. We like him. We'll do our. They were stopping them from voting. So all sorts of analysis we will do. But one thing is clear. North, South, all these things they are talking is not relevant to. If you have a movement and people believe in that movement and they come out to vote for you, anybody can defeat anybody in Nigeria. And there are sufficient vote in every part of the country for your type of person. So if you go to Kenya, where Atiku comes from, I have my supporters there. He knows that. The fact that he's from that village or community makes no difference. In my hometown, there are people who call their finger in order for Tinubu to spend 30 years in government. And they're from my hometown. They don't care. They want to follow him, they have their reasons. There are people who are close to me in my hometown that are obedient because they believe in Obi or whatever. And I have supporters in Anambra who actually suffered tremendously for my sake. And I'm still talking to them and they say, if we come again, we'll still support you. So the question is that people should not fall for this ethno-religious, regional analysis. There is vote for you. Kwankwaso has vote in Ondo State. If it can have enough energy to bring people out. I know a lot of Kwankwaso supporters in Osun, Ondo, all those places. But in the last election, due to paucity of energy, they concentrated on some places and they couldn't manage, because it takes a big infrastructure to manage all these things simultaneously. So even Kwankwaso underperformed in places like Taraba, other places, because there is this machinery, and Labour had the machinery of the church. They had some foreign money added to their money. They had activists, so they were able to harvest more. So it's like somebody who has 10 hectares of land and he planted something there and he got 100 tons of grains. But he has a wheelbarrow. He can't carry all he can't carry more than 10 tons before he will get tired. Another person had a smaller farm and generated 50,000 tons or 50 tons. But he has a pickup. You carry all his 50 tons and go. So that's how it is. You can lay the foundation across the country, but if you don't have a robust machinery that has the means to harvest them, so I don't think my understanding of Nigerian politics from the field and philosophically is based on regional analysis. No.
All right, thank you. I was going to push you on that, but let me have rational mind because a lot of people will argue that the two stilts that the Nigerian political firmament stands on is ethnicity and religion, and that's regional. But
that is the starting point. It's not the end of the story. Starting point is the primordial, is the starting point. It's like you want to build a building. The land is always full of soil and rocks and all of that. But you can build on it and change it and later put carpet, put tiles. So it is for you not to play the politics that you met on ground. It is for you to change the politics you met on ground. So I acknowledge that at the beginning. If I show up in Agulu now, I know that I'm starting as on a deficit because Peter Obi is from there. They also have a hope of producing president and they have attachment. But that is how I made the town. But 6 months of work, the town will not be the same as that. So if I go to Kano, like when I went to Kano, first time, second time, third time, Kwankwaso called me. You are coming to Kano without visa. What are you doing here? So we exchanged banters and everything. But first time I came, he didn't bother himself. Second time, he didn't. But third time, he was getting feedback. So he called me. Prince, you are in Kano. What do you want here? Things like that. If you need anything, let me know. So things like that. Same thing in Adamawa. When I first went there, Atiku did not bother himself. But after a while, he started questioning people. Why did they put billboard here? Who helped him to put billboard here? Who is doing this? So if you keep working on it, you will get the result. Nigerians are open-minded, from my experience. But at the beginning, they don't know you. So the problem of Nigerians is that you assume that because we have the same flag, the same constitution, that anywhere you go, they will naturally understand you. It doesn't go like that. Nation building is not like that. Nation building is that first time they look at you, who is this one? Can you understand our problem? Does he come from here? Does he care about us? But as you get along, you start to realize that, this guy, he knows that we are farmer here. He knows that we need fertilizer. He even knows that we need road more than demand from here. So this man appears to know us. But there will be other people there who are the traditional primordial people. So on election day, if you don't go back to those people whom you have won over to get them to mobilize well, the traditional people will just restate the traditional argument that, okay, yes, I will agree with you. The man is fantastic. The man is this, but remember, this is our chance. So you need to close your deal. That's what I've learned, and I will try that. And if God says it works, it works for the benefit of the people of Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Rashina Mind, you're up next. On mute, introduce yourself to the prince and then put a position to him. Tell him where you're joining us from. Rational Mind.
Yeah. Good evening from here, Mr. Prince Adewale. Yeah, I think we are from the same state, but I think you're Ondo, Egi, as they will say in Ondo. Is it? So yeah, for me, I have so many questions. I think some of them have been asked by some of the panelists. Well, let me just ask this way. I think I overheard you. I just wanted to comment briefly on that. I overheard you about your party, SDP. Looking at what transpired during this election, how some of them sold out, how they betrayed you in some ways, from what I gathered. Even I know some of them who spoke ill of you, like your candidate in the River State. We know what he did. Even he was gubernatorial candidate for SDP, the Rivers State, how he sold out. So now, considering all these factors, are you still considering to run on that platform of SDP? That's one. Now, I also wanted to touch on because even in your comments where you make earlier, you made the comment that made me come to that. I wanted to ask you that question about that. Concerning your party, I don't know if you're still a member of that party. I still want you to touch on that too. And then on the comment about Ondo State, what is currently going on with the governor not being on seats, is going through some medical issues. What's your comment on that? Then finally, I know there are so many questions I want to, but let me ask this. Now, I know you've touched a little bit, or maybe touched, well, I won't say a little bit, but you touched on that topic. But I think the angle I'm coming from with this topic is quite different from other panelists. Don't you think it's a policy somersault of some sort when Tinubu, or it was a real big blunder of Tinubu's part when he tries to implement two conflicting policies when it comes to the fuel subsidy removal and the harmonization of this dollar, this forex issue? Because if you look at what the reason given by the sudden increase in the pump price is because some of these marketers say, I read some local newspaper in Nigeria online, and they said it's because some of these local marketers could not access forests. They had to go to black markets to buy at a very higher premium higher price from the black markets. So what do you say? Don't you think you should have tread with caution on this? You could have maybe taken off take off the fuel subsidy and wait a little bit until everything normalizes, and then you can add jack or harmonize the. What do you think? I just want to pick your brain on that just to see what would you have done. I know you've said you do something differently, but what would you? I just want to see your view on that. That's it.
All right. So you were asking about Akeredolu,
yes, three issues. Let's start with the SDP.
Okay.
Look, I'm still a member of the SDP. Despite what some people did, it wasn't the party that took a decision as a whole to say we're not supporting our candidate. So it's some people in certain places. So when we had our primary, I just joined the party about 6 months or so before the primaries. And they had many candidates, quality candidates. And out of 1,807 delegates, I only lost 87 votes out of 1,807. So in the presidential election primaries in 2023, I scored the highest of all the candidates in all the 18 parties. And the party didn't give me any headache, any problem, no bribery, no extortion, no controversy. Nobody took me to court. And all the candidates, aspirants that lost to me, served on my campaign, spending their time, their money, and everything. And there was no pressure that Labour, Peter Obi was supposed to join SDP. It was when SDP said no that he went to join Labour. He spent a lot of his time negotiating with SDP. And they said, no, if you want to join our party, you join, and then you compete with the candidates, the aspirants that are there. They've already purchased forms, so we cannot ask them to step down for you unless you go and convince them by yourself. And they kept to that. So the party did a lot. Moreover, it is what happened to me happened to everybody. Tinubu that ended up becoming president, people in the state villa worked against him. Many of the states, his party APC, worked against him in some places. They work for Atiku. In some places, they work for Obi. So, all of that. For Atiku, the PDP, 5 of his governors openly worked against him. Wike, Makinde, Autumn, Iguanyi and the fifth person. Then others worked against him secretly. And then Labour Party, in many of their states, they were even telling me, well, we're going to work for you. So I only that I didn't like that kind of politics. So I said, look, if you want to vote for me, go and vote for me. But I'm not going to interact with you in another party. Face your party. So then later, some of them went to, they spent like 3 weeks, 4 weeks negotiating with my people. But when I was supposed to come and receive them, I said, look, this style of politics is what I don't like. You can't be in your party and start to work against your candidate for me, because I won't tolerate that elsewhere. But turned out people said that that was bad politics on my part. You don't care. Just take anybody who wants to work. I remember one state we went, a national secretary of my party called me aside. Do you want to win election at all? These people said they are going to be in their party and work for you. I said, sir, I don't understand how to do this kind of thing, sir. You want to be president, you take anybody who wants to work for you. So I think generally there's a problem of party loyalty across. It's not only in one party. So people, do that. So we may improve on people being loyal to their party across the board. So that's what I would say. With respect to, so I still belong to the SDP and we carry on and see what will happen. But I know that one party, so whether I will run under SDP again, I knew before now that one party could hardly win. And that was why I spent a lot of my time that time with Party Tomi and the rest of them, trying to put the 14 political parties to become a coalition and we'll go to the election together. But later everybody went their way when the people of Obasanjo and Co gave instructions to people, I'm going to work for this person. So we abandoned that coalition, everybody went their way. So I believe that is where we're going to go back to. So you cannot say, oh, I'm SDP, I'm going to defeat Tinubu, you're wasting your time. Oh, I am Labour, I'm going to defeat Tinubu, you're wasting your time. I'm PDP. By the time we get to the next 4 years, maybe Tinubu will be the owner of PDP the way they are going. So you have to find a coalition, and not a coalition of you go and shoot somebody, you don't be sharing money to come and endorse you. No. You have to do a broad-based coalition where all of you put yourself in a basket and work voluntarily in a competitive way and produce one person. That's why I had a problem with people who will call me. Why don't you step down for somebody? I say, what kind of rubbish is this? Why would I stand up for anybody? We had a system where we were supposed to come, all of us who had ambition, into one coalition, and then we compete with each other and win. But you went and stay in one hotel somewhere, give people whatever you give them, they shows you. They will come and step down for you. I don't know your principle. I don't know what you're doing. It's not going to work. So next time, I'm working with so many people to see that we come together and present one solid front. Now, with respect to those states, there is no problem with the Constitution. It's just that our people have cultural reluctance to follow what is inconvenient in the Constitution. The governor is indisposed. There are 2 options open to him and his family. If they think that being governor may inhibit his ability to take care of himself, rather than die in the office or risk his health, they may decide let him resign. The Constitution also has resignation on ground of infirmity is there. He can resign. So, but that's between him, his wife and children, and the doctor. They will know whether his condition is just need temporary reprieve or is a very serious case. Second option is the State House Assembly and the State Executive Council can, if they don't see the governor for some time, they can call his doctor to a council meeting and say, tell us the state of the man's health, because we are not seeing him regularly. Then they can say, if they are convinced that the situation is critical, they can say, they can declare him incapacitated and ask the deputy to take over. The other option they have, which is what they have adopted now, is that they can say, well, let us not make a judgment on that. Since the governor is not available, let the deputy become the acting governor. So they continue. It's the same thing. The only risk they have is that if that continues for too long, God forbid, if anything happens to the deputy governor, then you have a serious vacuum. Because the deputy governor, as acting governor, cannot choose a deputy. So you have a problem there. So, but it's still tolerable if at least the deputy governor is acting. But they should start thinking in terms of what, if the situation elongates, start thinking of maybe they should make a more permanent arrangement. But we don't know how serious the matter is. But it will be quite a serious situation if the acting governor is acting governor for a whole year. That may be a lot of time. You may just tell the governor to do something about it. Then on the
sorry, Prince, to pause you. Is there something that because you said it'd be a curious thing if the deputy governor was acting for 1 year? Does that trigger anything that compels then Akeredolu to step down?
No, it doesn't trigger anything, but it's risky for the state. Because if the deputy governor is acting, first, it's risky for Akeredolu if he's not well to come back and give yourself a Yaradua kind of situation. Where if you're not well, just stay and take care of yourself. Don't bother about the office. Because it's just an office. And if you cannot perform the function of the office, why are you there? So, but if it's just it could be a serious ailment, but that it needs just 2, 3, 4 months of rehabilitation, and it will be okay. And maybe every year or so, it needs to go away for 3 months. That may not be too much. Every year it goes away for 3 months, 4 months. That's not too, till he finishes and goes away. But if it's going for a prolonged time, that something may happen to the deputy governor in the process. Deputy governor too can be ill, and there's no deputy for him. Then the two of them will be ambulated. You get my point? Because
so who does power revert to in
goes
that
to the
situation?
speaker will be acting. Yeah. So, for example, you have a deputy governor who is acting. Suppose he has a serious case of malaria. Serious malaria. Suppose he's involved in some happenstance. Suppose he's walking the stairs, he broke his femur. You have to take him to Igbobi in Lagos or somewhere. So that means there's no governor, there's no deputy. So that is the risk there, where you should not have a temporary arrangement becoming semi-permanent. That's the point I'm making.
One man.
There's a third question.
Yeah, what was the
sorry.
Hold on, Simba. Hold on, Simba. Rational mind. You had the third question. So it was Akeredolu, and then it was the SDP, and then what was the third one?
About Tinubu's policy. Where
Tinubu and his problems. Okay.
Yeah,
I understand the question now.
No.
You see, you were saying that he took contradictory position. It's not necessarily contradictory. It could be supplementary at best, but it may be unrelated. First, you are assuming that Tinubu cares about about high cost of fuel. He may not care. He may be one of those who believe that even at 1,000, we are still one of the lowest in the world. So it's only if it tells you that I want to benchmark the price of fuel not to be above certain figure. Then you can say, by removing the subsidy and at the same time harmonizing the currency, which automatically you devalue officially, how can you achieve that objective of a lower price? But from my reading, Tinubu doesn't have a ceiling. The only he knows is that I will not finance the thing, but he doesn't have a ceiling. He believes that the market will take care of itself. So there's no contradiction there. Only a person who is worried about factor cost that will have. So we may assume.
Of course, hold on, please. One man, please. Of course, there's no. It doesn't say well. I will agree. I will agree with you to some extent that there should be no contradiction in a normal Senate society, which Nigeria is not. There should not be any contradiction there.
Nigeria is a state society. We only have problems in some areas.
Hold on. Let me land this point.
Yes.
What I'm trying to make here is this: that you know the situation in that country, and one thing triggers the other, even when there is no reason for that. The idea will create some reasons around it. Now we're talking about this. I don't know if you read that newspaper. I read it some days ago, but I get some daily bulletin from stockbroking firm from Nigeria. So they said it. So anyway, yeah. So they said that the marketers could not.
No, I understand. I got that. But what I am saying is that the man who took that decision wanted them to go and find their dollar anywhere they will find it. What I'm saying is that something can be your concern, but it's not the concern of another person. So they may take a position. You will see that there will be two presidents. There will be an intentional incident. One will say, let's go to war. The other will say, no, let's negotiate more. The one who says let's negotiate more, not because he cannot win the war, but he will think, why would I make widows and bereaved parents out of a situation in which I can talk more? But the other one will think, if I have the power, it's an opportunity for me to use the power now. Why do I have to negotiate with somebody who's weaker than me? So it's like what happened in Falklands. There is not, some people, another prime minister, other than Thatcher, will not have attacked Argentina for it. They will find ways of getting the countries surrounding Argentina to put Argentina under pressure. They will sanction them, they will do everything, and Argentina will negotiate with them. But she decided. So sometimes when somebody makes a decision, don't try to plant yourself in their position and assume your values are their value. My reading of the matter is that Tinubu is of the view that it is not my duty as the government to guarantee fuel price. So if it goes to 1,000, you will cope. More so, I have other methods I'm going to cope for you. Later, I will reduce the price from the supply side. So when the thing is so competitive, more people will go into it and they start importing. At a stage, they will create a glut. When they create a glut, they will lower their. And if my friends who are refineries are also producing, there will be a glut and I'll quit the market. I don't want to be guaranteeing prices for you. You will see that he doesn't worry about how high school fees are. He thinks there are a couple of kids who drop out, but the university will be free to raise their funds. After all, when I was in Chicago, I was doing 2 jobs to attend the school. I didn't die. So the kids will learn, not your mother buys, pays school fees, your father gives you money, your uncles, you go and struggle for yourself. So everybody has different philosophy underlying what they are doing. So don't assume your value is the other person's value. So if Tinubu was interested in having a cap for fuel price, he would not take the decision together. But because he didn't think it was necessary to worry yourself about the cap for a product, he just took a decision.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Prince. Simba, did you want to have a quick say before I go on to Thomas? Simba, did you want to say something?
No, I just want to ask Prince, is there any time limit to what maybe a governor, a president can stay outside the country?
It's in the Constitution. If you are outside the country, if you are traveling, you have to hand over. We solved that problem with Yaradua. So the National Assembly amended the Constitution. So if you are traveling, you hand over. You could see that Buhari tried that. You hand over sometimes to Oshibajo to write and hand over. But sometimes when he is not happy with Oshibajo or is not comfortable with what is pending in the file, he will travel and they will be carrying the file to go and meet him there. But there's a minimum you must hand over. So
But has it not exceeded that limit now, Akeredolu?
No.
Well, he
Yeah, he's
handed
not out of
over
the
now.
country. He's in somewhere in Ibadan or wherever they say he is.
It's in Germany.
So what we are talking about now is resignation.
No, you can't force resignation is an option, but at this stage it's voluntary, in the sense that he has to assess himself and realize that maybe first from his own point of view, not for the point of view of the office, to say, look, if I continue on this job in this my personal circumstances, I might let me put it. That's not his case. I don't know his medical case, but assume somebody who is on dialysis and has to take dialysis every week, and his doctor is in Germany or is in Saudi Arabia. He has to think twice. Will I go and I miss my dialysis and I die? Then I will, the same office I'm trying to save for myself, I will still lose the office anyway. So, Yaradua was my very good friend, and I still miss him up to today. And a mutual friend of ours was telling me 2 days ago, are you sure that if Umoru had not taken this job, he would not be alive by now? Because when he was governor, he had the same problem and he was managing it. I told him, well, I don't want to comment. We have lost him, we have lost him. I don't want to start criticizing or commenting. So, and I had another friend who was governor of a state. He died in America here. And he had a medical situation he was managing. He was a senator. He would travel, manage it. When he became a governor, he was so carried away. He said, I have medical, I have to travel for something, or I want to travel for something. And one of the travels, they discovered that, he should have come earlier. They tried to help him. He died. His deputy took over. So sometimes these are decisions that you have to wrestle with. So the family has to decide which one is more important to them, the office or the person. And you can see in Yaradua's case, some elements in the family thought the office was important too. So they were trying to cover up, prolong, and do whatever. So, and some of his friends thought, give this job to them, let's go. So, it may not even be Akeredolu that he will be considering himself, but be considering, some of these followers might think, how can we lose our relevance in this government? Especially election is coming soon. So they will try to, don't worry, we'll cover for you. But I pray for good health for him, I pray for recovery. But he's a mature man, 67 years old, and he has seen it all. This is second time. So he ought to decide for himself. And also there's an element of fairness. Is it fair to be collecting salary and occupying an office that you cannot perform? So if he had a staff working in his private company, will he continue to pay the staff like that? And the staff is not available to do the work? So individual judgment comes into it. But above all, what can the people of the state tolerate? That's so. The philosophy, if you go to the state and they will say, only God cannot be sick. Anybody can be sick anytime. Because I remember one case, there was a judge who was not sitting regularly in his court. He had a medical situation. He wasn't sitting regularly. And the Bar Association went and met the chief judge. I said, my lord, this judge doesn't sit regularly. So and the chief judge remove his dress. Even me too, I'm sick. Who cannot be sick? All of you, anyone, we can be sick. So at that point, they realized that the chief judge was carried away by his own moral value and culture. He wasn't doing his job as a head of a court who wants the court to dispense cases regularly. So they kind of manage the situation. So culture also play a role there. So they might say, after all, it can happen to anybody who cannot be sick tomorrow. So there will be tolerance. So it's like in a school. you miss an exam, and you go and tell them that you were bereaved or something happened in your family. In some school, they will say, repeat the year. In some school, they will say, sorry, what happened to you? Okay, we'll give you again. So culture plays a role there. So that is the thing. It's not a constitutional issue.
All right, thank you. So, Thomas, you're up next. You were driving around in your rather nice looking car earlier on, showing off the weather in Australia. So, Thomas, let's hear from you, or are you still cruising? Thomas? All right, I think Thomas may not be. Let's go on from Thomas then to Dewale. Dewale, you're up next. On mute, introduce yourself to the prince and put a position to him. Tell him where you're joining from as well, Dewale.
Good evening, Prince. I've met you on Dr. Damage's show before. Maybe I should turn on my camera so that. Good evening.
Yeah, yes, okay, yes.
All right. I have actually 4 questions for you, but some of them has been already answered. But I want you to go a little bit more. As regards
try and condense it so that we can get everybody in.
Okay. You can mention them one by one.
Okay. Yeah. Concerning the palliative, the 8,000 naira proposed by the federal government.
Yeah, they've dropped the idea. It's a very serious idea.
Yes, I know they dropped the idea, but earlier you were talking about the procurement of buses to local government in Nigeria. But don't you think the government can combine both? I was arguing with somebody at the comment section that those buses may not necessarily be needed in some rural areas where you have some farmers that some of their farms are in the remote places that buses cannot get to. So buses will be useful in the urban area where 8,000 can go a long way.
No, I think let's look at it this way. When people say buses, they don't mean buses. It's a shorthand for transportation. Okay. So if where Keke Napep will work, you buy Keke Napep for them. Where a lorry will work, you buy a lorry. So it doesn't have to be a bus. Bus is for on TV, everything is dominated by city people. So their problem is what they will mention. But when you go into implementation, you realize that in some rural communities, what they actually need is another form of transport. There are some places where what they need are boats. You are talking about maritime or riparian location. So it just means that since cost of transport is what people are complaining about, you address that. Oh. Then cost of food. Why are you going to give people money to go and buy food when you can actually procure food instead of giving people money to go and buy food that doesn't exist? So I hope you know that India took a decision that they should not send rice to Nigeria anymore because they have their own internal issues. Because the price of rice is rising in India. And India thought, why are we sending our rice to Nigeria? So if you don't have enough paddies in Nigeria to produce rice, and the price of rice is, a bag of rice 40,000. If you give money to the local people to go and buy rice, where would they get the rice to buy? So it might be better for you to make an arrangement. Shagari did it, conditional supply. But because Umaru Diko and Co. were set to have mismanaged it that time, people started criticizing it. But it's a sensible program if it's well implemented, where you actually, government has a place where you can go and buy food at affordable price. But for those who are actually they're in an extreme situation where there's no other way, that money should be the last resort.
Okay. Yes. And I don't want to take much of your time. So speaking of that, do you think a government reversing its policy shows a weak government or a listening kind of a?
No, it's not a weak government. I mean, what are you to? You can't be right all the time. You are human. And more so, it's not their policy. It's the policy of Buhari. But since they're the same party anyway, it's their problem. But that thing was inserted in the budget by Buhari. The $800 million from World Bank was negotiated by Buhari. But anybody who is elected is bound by law to implement the budget as passed. Even if I was the one who became president, immediately I took that out of office, I'll be forced to remove subsidy. I'll be forced to do this palliative. I'll be forced to do everything. So what I will do immediately will be to go to the National Assembly so that I don't become a lawbreaker and say, look, this thing that says subsidy should be removed by end of June. I don't agree with it. National Assembly, take it to June 2025 for me. So they may start arguing with me there. Those who believe in it will say, no, we cannot amend it. So that's why you go into negotiation. So government is not, even the way I'm speaking now, when I'm in government, it's not going to be just like that. Because when you meet existing obligations on ground that are legally binding, whether you agree with them or not, you have to implement them. And if you don't want to implement them, you have to go back and change the law. So when they came now and they wanted to say they want to implement this, and people gave them feedback, and they saw from the feedback that truly there are better ways to do these things. They decided to reconsider. So it's a good thing that they're reconsidering.
The reason why I asked that question is that going by some of the comment that I've seen on Twitter, there are people arguing that Nigeria does not need trial and error policy for now. They need something more concrete that can be that can be concrete, and then that will work, for the peculiarity of Nigeria and all that. That's the reason why I asked that question.
Really, when you are, if I was in government, every criticism in democracy is valid, but not all of them make sense. The right to comment on government affairs is given to every citizen. So when a citizen talks anyhow, I get a lot of what I consider to be senseless commentary. But I always recognize the fact that this person is a citizen like me. Being ignorant and being confused and whatever does not take away from them the right to talk. But you will select the 2% that makes sense and condense it. So I tweeted something. People don't understand economics, they don't know anything. They will be the first to comment. A government policy that does not exist, people will comment on it. Something they have not read the paper, they will comment on it. It is a good thing for democracy that people even care. Because God forbid a country where people don't care at all. So that's what I used to complain about in the past, which has now shifted, was that majority of Nigerians, they will not comment on government issues. They will comment on Big Brother, Arsenal, this and that. So when these same people now are commenting, but they don't have sufficient knowledge of the issue at stake, they just know that if you say today that Tinubu crossed the road, he drove government car by road to Brazil, people start commenting, can you see? He drove our car to Brazil. How much fuel will you use? Many will not check the map that how can you drive to Brazil? Brazil is in South America. How is it possible? But a lot of people will tweet. They will make cartoon out of it. Oh, he drove to Brazil. They realize, you take time to say, how can you drive to Brazil? Brazil is so far away. It's not possible. How can you drive to Brazil within a week and drive back? How come? So it's like that. So if you're in government, listen to comment, even the stupidest comment. Listen to it, because you may get a grain of, first, you are benefiting that your people are responding to you and what you do. Second, you may get some knowledge of people's concern. You may even learn that you are ruling over ignoramuses. You need to educate them more. So you don't shut them down.
All right.
Yes.
I don't want to take much of your time, but let me touch on. I have two questions, but let me touch quickly on religion. Earlier, I listened to you talking about that you actually answer the what actually happening in terms of religion in Nigeria. You said that you don't really see that as a big issue or consider that as an important topic, but because I kind of foresee in the future that you were going to play a major role in our politics space, and if you found yourself in a position where you are in charge of government, do you think the state should get involved in sensitizing people more about the what our constitution is all about, and also address this religion affiliations that is perverting our political space, and the way people sees it as it is a do or die thing.
You see, the problem is a leadership problem. It may sound like cliche to say so. Everything that is a problem is also a solution. If you discover that Nigerians are highly religious, then you use religion for development. You mobilize. Awolowo did it. That's why if you look at Nigeria today, the place where Islam has the highest number of schools, Asauddin, Kamaluddin, whatever Din, is in the West. Because Awolowo realized that the people are religious. So he used the church to set up schools, set up his own public schools. He assisted all the churches to set up schools, Catholic, Anglican, Baptist, whatever. He also encouraged Muslims to set up. Awolowo was the first to set up Pilgrim Welfare Board. Before Awolowo, Pilgrim used to go to Mecca and Jerusalem by themselves. He was the one set up the Pilgrim Welfare Board and did everything and helped them to negotiate the price cheaper and mobilize. So you can use it. But if you are not a leader, you are just a ruler who needs to divide before you rule, you will take the negative side of it and use it. So if ethnicity is what is wrong, in the First Republic, how did they use ethnicity? They use ethnicity positively. Because if you are in Lagos, Nnewi Improvement Union, they have scholarship for any Nnewi boy who wanted to go to America to school or go to England. Ijebu Improvement Association had scholarship. So they are still doing ethnicity, but they are using it for development. So anything people believe in, you can use it to mobilize them for good. So what the leadership is failing to realize that development is the end goal. So anywhere they see a reason to take advantage over somebody, they will just take advantage. They will call the religious leadership and say, those people are bad people. Don't let them come to power. Don't ever vote for them.
Well,
So,
Prince.
So if you are in leadership, I will turn the thing around and to try to use these people's belief in religion, to use it to fight corruption, to get religious leaders to speak against corruption in the mosque and say, if anybody is corrupt, if he kills a ram in his house, don't go and eat it. It is haram. If you see a governor spending state money wrongly, it's haram. If you don't go to school, it's haram. And so you turn it. So once the value is there, you will do it. So there's nothing you can do about changing religion. Even in Europe, over the years, they had the Spanish Inquisition, they had the Crusades, they had all the problems. Religions always bring emotion. It's the highest level of consciousness for people. So all these countries that have become wise over religion, they are the places where people used to be stoned before. Even in America here, remember Salem in Massachusetts, where they used to do the witch hunt. And all so everybody does. Even in America here, if you remember in the 90s, there used to be Waco in Texas, where a pastor gathered people together. Excuse me, they committed
massacre. Yes.
No, you always have to work on it. So that is the challenge of leadership. When your people are into look at some law enforcement in some cities, like Los Angeles in the past. The police, they will see 2 or 3 gangs of black people or Hispanics who are selling drugs on the street. They will give gun to one person to shoot the other person. They were using that to cancel each other out. Whereas in some other cities, they will go and persuade them off the street. So there's no situation that social engineering cannot handle. Depending on what.
But don't you think the previous administrations have failed to address this, knowing that this is one of the
The aim
fundamentals.
of most of the people in government up to now is not to socially engineer the country. It's just for them to personally escape from poverty and they take privilege. You assume that they try to help the people and they fail. No. The organizing principle for them is that this country is rich. If we are lucky to be the one in charge, let's take care of ourselves. And let us now, for two reasons. Because we have done some things that are not good, let us be interested in succession. So whichever way they oppose each other, when they leave office, they will be calling each other. That boy that wants to be governor of your state, if he gets there, you may be in trouble. You better watch out. So they form together. They say they are elders of the country. So they also choose the successor. So they have a succession plan, which is first to save them from being questioned. So if you look at Nigeria today, when we are listing our heads of state, we list all heads of state that are alive, including those who came to power illegally by gun and those who were elected. In some other country, they won't do that. If you were not elected, they won't mention you again. So it's a question of how we manage our transition, because the people who were illegally, who took over power illegally, are the people who brought the people who got elected. So they are the same position. So the kind of situation you have in Burkina Faso now, where they are questioning who killed Sankara many years ago. In Nigeria, our leaders are thinking, maybe some guys will come to power and start asking questions about who killed this person, who killed that person. So they have that interest. Secondly, many of them, when they leave office, they always go with some business, stream of income, oil well, or something that they are perpetually trying to hold on to. So they are interested also in who comes in. So these are what we need to understand, that it's not that I say Nigeria is difficult to govern or the social engineering required is hard. It's that our elite, ruling elite, don't feel safe, don't feel secure. So they try to not hand over the power to the people. And the people themselves have other affiliation with their leadership that is not based on performance. So whether they perform well, they don't perform well, they kind of take pride in them. How do I say so? When I go out to campaign and I get to a community and I start to relate all the problems in that community, they will say, that is true, that's our problem. Then when you finish, they will say, before you go and pay courtesy call to our former governor, pay courtesy call to our former head of state here, because he will tell us what to do. Even though you have just analyzed to them the problem they have, they agree that these people who ruled them before caused all this problem. But they are still associated with them in a particular way, that they still see them as their leader. So sometimes when you say, why is it that this person wants to change the country and is going to see this Babangida here, Obasanjo there, this one there? It's not because you want to. It's because when you do field report, you will find out. For example, when I went to Abeokuta, I went there and I started going from community to community, then traditional rulers and everything. And they started saying, if we are looking for a president, you are the kind of person we are looking for. We have been talking about it. Then, can you do something? Go and reconcile with Obasanjo. I said, I don't have a problem with him. Go and ask him. He said, yes, but go and talk to him. Then I said, okay, sir. I went to another place. Youth, the women, when they finished, have you seen Baba? What was Baba? So another group will say, after you left us, we went to report to Baba and said, this is whom we met. He said, yeah, he knows you, but you have not come. So then until I got to the Olubara of Ibara, he now told me, look, Prince, people have been telling you to go and see Obasanjo. You have not gone. I've called him. He's expecting you now. Immediately you leave my palace, go there. So what I'm saying to you is that the analysts can sit at home or in their office or newspaper and start assuming that there is a grievance that Nigerian people have against those who have ruled them before. It's not so. In fact, certain communities, when you go, how they react to you depends on whether you honor their traditional ruler very well. That traditional ruler may have been a permanent secretary who didn't perform, who stole all the money. It may have been anything, whatever, retired general, whatever. But they take pride. I've been to certain communities where, as I was leaving, they said, we're going to vote for you. You have honored our traditional ruler very well. You are the only presidential candidate that has come to this village to honor him. So you start to process all of this and realize that, look, where your people are, anthropologically, sociologically, is where you have to take them from. So it's more complex. So don't assume that these leaders, if they try to go straight to handle governance, nothing is complex in Nigeria. It's a very lucky country. It's a very blessed country. It's very teachable and trainable and changeable country. But that's usually not the priority. I've had some feedback of people who talk to me about they're not happy with Tinubu or they're happy with Tinubu. And these are highly placed people. These are people engaged in politics. If you see the reason they are giving, it's not even about this fuel subsidy or anything like that. Let me give you an analysis that I don't know if you caught it. When Tinubu welcomed the Oba of Benin in the villa, and they gave him all the due regard and everything, even some of the people are extremely critical of Tinubu. They said, if we knew that this guy is so good like this, look, this guy will go far. So they were very happy. So, and I was thinking, okay, maybe just for 2 days. But today, somebody still opined to me that Tinubu, the way he received the Oba of Benin was so fantastic. In fact, so it's not only these metrics that work.
Sorry, Prince. Can I come in there for a moment? Do you think Tinubu was too deferential to the Oba of Benin?
No, it wasn't too differential. That's the right thing to do.
It's the president of the country.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I am
the Oba of Benin.
No. If Tinubu's mother was still alive and she came to the villa to visit Tinubu, would Tinubu say, I'm the president, but that should kneel down? No. So if I see the Oba of Benin now, because I have Benin blood in me through ancestry, in our royal palace, our first male king came from Benin. He grew up in the palace, is the son of the palace. So if I am the president of the world and I see the Oba of Benin, I will greet him very well. I respect him. The same thing with the Alaafin of Oyo, because originally we came from Oyo. So, and we're all related. So if I see the Oshomawe of Ondo coming to the villa and I'm president, I'm going to receive him from the gate. If I see Obi of Onitsha, the same thing. Sultan of Jokoto, it doesn't take anything from me, because the Prime Minister of Britain still bows to the Archbishop of Canterbury, still kneels for the Queen. This thing takes you nothing. After I've given you all the respect, you can't tell me how to be president and control me. No, I just give you courtesy. So it's like that. It's not out of order. We have a culture and we have a tradition.
Mind if I throw one question in real quick?
No, not yet. I'm not going to yield the floor yet, but I want to ask my last 4 questions, then you can yield the floor. And
your last how many questions?
My last question.
Okay, go on.
4.
Yeah. Go on.
And I also know that Prince is been with us for quite some
I'm
time.
just conscious of the fact that the Prince has been here for a while.
No, don't worry about me. If I was president, I would still be the villa now treating fine. So don't worry.
All right.
This is a child's play to what the president should do. The president will work 19 hours minimum if he wants to put Nigeria right.
Thank you, Prince. I don't want to take much of the time. Earlier, when Prince Daddy was asking question about the bout between you and the TUC, I believe one of the secretary, I'm not so sure, on the channel's television.
The president of TUC.
You alleged that the leadership of TUC were busy collecting money from the government. You alleged then. How do you still stand with that, and can you shed more light on that?
Okay, first, let me explain to you. It wasn't that they're collecting money from the government that is news. That one they know themselves. What I was saying to them was that when you come out now to say that they should reverse subsidy removal policy, or you are going to go on industrial action, I'm saying that you endorse a candidate who himself said he was going to remove subsidy. So, first and foremost, you are a labor union. You decided to take political stance, no problem. Now you took political stance by adopting a candidate, the labor position that there should be no privatization. The candidate is for privatization. The original position of labor is that subsidy removal is hurtful. And right from Oshomole time, they fought it. Your candidate said he was going to remove subsidy. So everything that you are now complaining about, you were following somebody when he was using his mouth to announce the same. So, and I said that the reason why you couldn't stay in your lane and focus on issues was that you were busy looking for the politician who will give you the most money. And that was where their focus was. They were not looking for the politician whose position will align with that of the workers. So even if he didn't support me, I had gone to support Showore or somebody who has the same thing you are crying now. If they had come in, they would not have done what you are crying about. So that is the hypocrisy there. I'm not saying that they don't have a right to support who they want. But if you support a particular candidate who said exactly what this other person says, and you were joining them, hailing them and clapping and echoing and say, vote for this person, I don't think you are in position to come now. You have lost that credibility. Because anywhere you go, that person is going to use it to challenge you and say, what am I doing? I'm doing exactly what you supported. More so, the TUC, when they met in Calabar, went and said that subsidy must go. And that the line, because Pengasan, sorry, it wasn't TUC, it was Pengasan. But he was, at that time, the head of Pengasan before he became head of TUC. So he took his Pengasan people to Calabar. And they are the people, the union in charge of oil sector. So they said subsidy must go. More so, when the Petroleum Industry Act was being passed, they went to National Assembly and supported that subsidy should be removed. And subsidy was removed. So there are two laws in Nigeria now that even me, that I don't want to remove subsidy like that, those two laws are binding on me. So if I become president today, the subsidy removal must continue because there are two laws. Petroleum Industry Act says that government money must never be used to subsidize any product, petroleum product. Second, the 2023 Appropriation Act, both of which were passed before Tinubu got elected, said that subsidy funding will end June 2023, not beyond. So, and they were around when those laws were passed. They didn't talk, they didn't complain. Those are the analysis I was making. So if I was the one elected, the first thing I would do would be to go and amend the Petroleum Industry Act and say, no, you can't buy me like that, and amend the Appropriation Act.
Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thomas, you're up next. Thomas, hopefully you're ready now. Thomas, are you there?
I'm here.
You might have
Hello,
a
my brother.
Sorry, Thomas. Before you come in, I think Mike wants to quickly insert something.
Yeah.
Sorry, Thomas. Sorry. Prince, you appear to be very liberal when it comes to ethnicity and religion in relation to politics. And in the past, I've seen you say something like, it shouldn't matter what part of the country a governor of a state should come from, you know. So I want to ask you this. So would you think it would be fine if, let's say, a governor, a person come from a part of the country where maybe in that side they don't respect kings or they don't believe in monarchs and things like that. So that person from that culture to come to a place like Southwest and become a governor. And we all know that the Nigerian constitution kind of give governors powers to dethrone kings if they want. Like we saw in Kano, where the governor dethroned the emir of Kano. So don't you think it'll be kind of dangerous if that kind of situation happens where somebody come and become someone from another tribe, maybe where we know something part of the country where they don't believe in kings, they don't respect kings, they can insult kings, can come become governor in the southwest and begin to dethrone kings like Alafia for Yo, or maybe above Lagos or Neo Ife because he doesn't like them, doesn't agree with them. So what do you think? I just
Is that a Rose Vivo
Okay,
question, Mike?
first, let me just put it this way. If you are a governor, you will have better priorities than deposing kings and up and down because you have just 4 years and you want to make your mark. These kings, you cannot remove this for their family. You can say you don't like an individual. Now, there are 3 ways to look at it. There are certain traditional rulers who may have excesses because they are involved in politics in some situation. And so the authority of the civil authority over them is still there. It's a proper authority and they have a way to manage it. However, if you are a governor, whatever your personal views are, you are a representative. The power is donated to you by the people. So your behavior towards a particular traditional ruler should be based on how people perceive the traditional ruler. So if I go to Obi of Odisha's palace, I am not likely to prostrate to greet the Obi of Onitsha. Why? Because I will look at how the Onowus and the other chiefs and the community, how they greet the Obi of Onitsha. So if they just bend down and do like this, that's what I will do. So you have to respect according to what the community gives. If you go to another place where they remove shoes, you remove shoes. So a governor is not really somebody who can be a dictator because if you go too far, the House of Assembly will also remove you, or they won't
it
cooperate.
happened in Kano. Don't remember I mentioned it happened in Kano. The
No,
governor.
in Kano, and you consider the implication is still there now. The issue is that certain traditional stools are intertwined with the politics of the place. It happened in Oyo before. The Adeyemi, the second, was removed because he got too much involved in politics. And Olowo Fowo Lagbegi was removed because he got too much involved in politics. So traditional rulers is both ways. Traditional rulers know that if you get too comfortable in politics, you can get into trouble. Look at Ikirun, I think it was Ikirun in Osun State, when Adeleke became governor. The traditional ruler started dancing, play music, dancing around, say, oh, shame on Oyetola, he will never come back. He's dancing up and down. So imagine if the tribunal had returned Oyetola and he's petty about it, or he feels slighted. He will just let the traditional ruler out. So
Well, it's easier when they're all from the same ethnic group, Yeah, it's more.
no, you
It's
see,
just
to
have a
start
more
with,
local.
you cannot talk of ethnic group because there are some states that have multi-ethnic setting. Like in my state, we have Ijos, and they have their parents. So the governor, there's no governor in my state who can speak the language of everybody in my state. It's not possible. Even if you study linguistics, you will get confused. And if you go to Adamawa State, you cannot speak all the languages there. You will be tired. So the issue is that there is no way you can say that the governor must belong to the ethnicity of the traditional rulers there. There are some places that are lucky, if I can quote unquote lucky, like southwest, like northwest, where they have a predominant language. But even in Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu cannot speak the language of Accra or Badagry. The other one speaks Egun, and Sanwo-Olu doesn't understand Egun. So in Lagos, you cannot say only the person who knows it, because you have to know it if you want to
Okay,
be.
let me give you this scenario. Which is very possible, right?
Yes.
In Lagos, right?
Yes.
Tinubu lost election, so it's possible that a southwestern person could lose election. Okay, let's say a full-blooded southeastern person runs for a governorship of Lagos, and we all know that Oba of Lagos is very actively involved in politics. You know, he's an APC guy. He's open about it. Now, let's say a guy from the southeast runs for governorship.
How can a guy from Southeast run for governorship? Not possible. It must be a guy in Lagos.
Hmm?
It must be a person from Southeast cannot run in Lagos. He has to be
No.
somebody in
Let's say
Lagos.
was born and raised in Lagos. I'm not
He's
saying.
a Lagos person under
Huh?
our law. He's a person was Southeast at that point.
Oh, okay, it's a Lagosian. Okay,
Yeah, it's a Lagosian.
his ethnicity
Nobody
is.
cares where it came from.
Huh?
Nobody cares. What? Look.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just trying to paint a scenario for you.
Okay,
Maybe
go
you
ahead.
can.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Mike.
He grew up in Lagos, but he's the southeast. Ethnic city is southeasterner, and he's very bitter with the Oba of
No, it's
Lagos
not the
because.
Southeastern now. Let
Huh?
us get geopolitics. Don't confuse it with ethnicity.
Okay.
Sorry, Mike. Are you asking a Rhodes Vivo question?
Not necessarily Rose Vivo. I'm just painting a scenario. You can call it Rose Vivo question. I'm painting a scenario, right? The guy born and raised in Lagos, probably First Park area or that area where it's more of his ethnicity bunch, and he becomes governor. And now he's not happy with Oba of Lagos because Oba of Lagos is someone has been kind of like the way he's been behaving. He decided, okay, I don't like this Oba. Let me dethrone him. And after he dethroned him, he now makes someone of his own ethnicity. Let's say some of the Southeastern ethnic group, or it's a Lagosian. He now make him the governor of Lagos.
Well,
That can happen. Legally, you can do that.
It's quite speculative. What I find out from my experience is that the people who tend to have problem with traditional rulers are people from their community. This is what happens normally. So all the traditional rulers that have been removed, the problems have come from, look at Bode Thomas. It was because of Bode Thomas that Adeyemi the first. They were both of your people. So the problem that Oba of Lagos will have, he will have with a Lagos person. He's likely to have it with when somebody from Igaidu Goron, so someone from his ward becomes the traditional ruler. That's when he will have problem. They're not likely to have problem when somebody from outside, because he has no axe to grind with you. That's why Jonathan will not remove of Kano. It is somebody from Kano. So from my experience, a governor from, look at my state now, a governor like Akeredolu, who is from Owo, will never remove the Oshomagwe of Ondo because he has no eyes to ground. When Olagbegi was removed, it was his friend and townsman Ajasin that instigated his removal and insisted that he must not come back. Go and find out everywhere. I cannot have an issue with Obi of Onitsha now. What do I should have with him? But it must be somebody who is from Onitsha, who has that grouse, and is now trying to get the power. And I say, okay, when I get the power, I will deal with you. So it's not likely, that scenario you are painting, that somebody who maybe his ancestors or grandparents came from Cross River State, Anambra State, or Sokoto State, and now he grew up in Lagos, in Lagosian. For him to win the election, he must have understood the state well. He has the confidence of the people. He has their priority. Now he gets there. A traditional tool where he cannot succeed to it. It has nothing to do with him. Except if, for example, He has a commissioner inside his government who wants to be the Oba of Lagos. And if he's foolish enough, and that can happen under any government, whether it is Yoruba person, Igbo person. Remember, in our own church, in our own family, we had a crisis in I think it was 1976, when one Achitawo Boye died at Oshimawe Fondo. My uncle was a friend of Oluwole Rotimi, a governor of the state. He was his very good friend. And my second uncle was permanent secretary. So they were very influential at Rotimi. So they spoke with Rotimi. And Rotimi came to Ondo to try to amend the chieftaincy law so that it will favor our family. So Ganifa Emi had to step into it. And a lot of issues before eventually the chieftaincy issue was resolved and Adekunle of our other family succeeded as Oshimawe. So what I'm bringing to you is that I have studied this from every angle. Don't worry yourself that somebody who is not from your ethnicity, when he becomes governor, will come and target your traditional ruler. It's not likely. It is more likely that if the Oba of Lagos continues to be too interested in the politics of APC, that one day APC will have problem inside them, and the faction he does not support might start to give him problem. So traditional rulers have come from a royal family. I always advise, try your best to not follow these politicians. Try your best with father of everybody.
People say Lagos is no man's land, so I don't know. I don't know what you think about
Let
that.
me address the issue of no man's land.
Sorry, Mike. Let's
just address it.
Yeah.
There is this political language that people use over time. And this political language comes up during election time or at intervals, especially if the verbiage or the rhetorics is reduced to the barest minimum, certain things will come up. Right from before independence, the status of Lagos was a legitimate question, which was to be resolved at the Lancaster House Conference. And certain political parties, like the MPC of the North, they took no interest in it. It wasn't a matter for them. NCNC took an interest in it regarding the status of Lagos, and they took it to Lancaster House. An action group took interest in it because the action group was of the view that the section of Lagos that was federal capital was so small that the rest of Lagos is supposed to be part of the West. And that argument went. Now, in the First Republic, it was resolved. We had a constitution, Lagos was under federal, and the rest belonged to the West. Now, when Gowon came and they were doing creation of state, they put that to the end. They took Ikeja, Mushin, all those places that were in the West, and merged them together, including Ikorodu division, which was in the West. They put everything together. Ikorodu division and the Ekwe division were added to it and became Lagos State. Now, so from that time, Lagos State is Lagos State like any other state. And every state in Nigeria has indigenes. Even FCT, which is our official capital now, has indigenes. However, the ability of anyone to settle down in any place and become electable there has never been in question in Nigeria. Even when officially they were discussing the status of Lagos as whether it was a federal territory or it belonged to the West, they were still electing Nnamdi Azikiwe to represent Lagos by a popular vote. They were still electing Achine to be mayor of Enugu. Even when NCNC plotted against him and said they don't want him anymore, he came as an independent candidate. Enugu people still voted for him. And in different parts of the north, people come from different communities and run election there. So I think that politicians should not be too jittery. If you don't treat your people well, if they misunderstand you, anybody from anywhere will come and contest and they will beat you. And you can be fighting back and say, it's not from here, it's not from there. That is your problem. On the other hand, if you go anywhere in Nigeria and you are well received, and you say it's a no man's land, you have lost your senses. There's no man's land in Nigeria, right from the last 1,000 years. Every square inch of Nigeria has somebody who was there before you. So I don't think there's any no man's land anywhere. Even in Abuja, where I have some property and I live when I'm in Nigeria, I don't assume. Because in Nigeria, in Abuja today, if government allocates land to you or you buy land, the indigenes will still come and say you should pay them for their economic rights. And it's an official payment. The government will say, go and pay. So I don't want us to go to the bed. It will be a shame if you can't use talents who live in your community. For example, let's say we are going for all Nigerian games and we are running in schools. And the fastest girl in the school happen to have his parents come from Cross River State. Will Lagos State say don't represent us? Or when they win the trophy, will they say, no, we reject the trophy because the person who ran and came first was not from here? So if you can do that, if you have medical students who come to do NYSC and you are trying to hire doctors, and the first 3 best housemanship or interns or medical doctors happen to one come from Anambra, one come from Imo, the second one come from Katsina. A third one, you say, no, I'm not going to hire them. So you are going to ruin yourself. So if you can have these people who build their credibility over time, then you would expect them to rise higher in your system. What I don't endorse, which is what is happening, is ghetto system. And ghettoization of politics is not good. Where, for example, you come from ethnically from another community, you now come to the state that you are living in, you don't blend with the majority there. You are trying to create a system where you go to your own ethnic people to try to use them to vote for you, which is what some people do, which I think is not wise. In which case you say, oh, I want to be in Lagos, but you are not blending with people of Lagos. You don't speak their language. You don't acculturalize with them. But you are hoping that if I will be doing census where my people are. So, like me, I'm a Yoruba person. There's nothing I can do about that, and I'm very proud of that. So, but when I get to Kano, I don't look for Yoruba votes. Start going to Yoruba community, speaking Yoruba to them. I'm your son, vote for me. I go to Kano people generally. So some of the people who are playing politics in other parts of Nigeria, including Lagos, they are making that mistake of when they are trying to create the narrative of their politics, they tend to box them to a corner by going for the easy kill, easy, low-hanging fruit of saying, my mother is from this place, vote for me. There's a tendency there that you can, if it works for you, fine, easy vote, but it can backfire. And it has backfired on some people, where you are now in this community, you now marginalize yourself by making it look like it is the people of your ethnicity that you want to use as your core constituency. And you are just gathering a few people to blend it. So that you now sneak in without having the acceptance of the majority. But as we improve, people will try different methods. They will realize that it doesn't work. They will now realize that a broad-based system If Nnamdi Azikiwe could be representing Lagos as almost 60, 70, 65 years ago, easily, the man who broke the mace in the Western House when Akintola and Awolowo were having their issue, Ibubedike, he was representing Ajeremi Ifelodun at that time. And Yoruba were voting for him. So if they could achieve it that time, why do you need to come now and try to go to where your people are? No, it's rubbish. And people who live in municipalities should blend there, live there. Bush, they are from Massachusetts. They're not from Texas. But once they moved to Texas, they became Texan. And they blended. Clinton is not from Arkansas. They moved there. Hillary is from Pennsylvania. She married to Arkansas and moved there. Later, she moved to New York. She became a New Yorker. But you cannot say, I am from Ondo State, but you are fighting the politics of Anambra. You are not fighting the politics of Ondo State. When I was the national president of Ondo State Student Association, Onyeabo was my secretary. I don't know where his parents came from, maybe Imo or somewhere, but his name is Onyeabo. He can't change that name. But he spoke the language. He was more of an Ondo person than even me. It was because of him that I even won my election. He was my national secretary for me. We knew him as Onyeabo. I think it's that Chukudi Onyeabo or something. But that time he's from Ekiti. Ekiti was part of Ondo State then. But he was the main leader of the Ondo State Student Association. Because he was born in Ekiti, which was part of Ondo State then. He grew up there, he spoke the language. We saw his name. One of the foremost scholars of Ondo language and Ondo study is Remigius Obinta. He's from Ngidi in Enugu State. That's where his parents came from. But he was born in Ife and he grew up in Ondo. When I speak my language, he tries to make some correction to the language. And he did his PhD on Ondo forestry. He's well known. He's teaching at Ife. So nobody can marginalize such a person because who cares? And the history of my community is that different people from different parts. And I can tell you, lastly, on this point, Glover, governor of Lagos, after whom Glover wrote his name, was a very close friend of my great-great-grandfather. So they were very close. So he would send message to Ondo and all of that. They were very close. So as a ruler of Ondo, you were trading with the British. At that time, there was no Nigeria. So Glover was the deputy consul because the headquarters of the Royal Niger Company was in Ghana. So he was kind of managing that relationship. But the one I want to bring out of you was that during the American Civil War was on, and Americans were importing one gun. Steiner is the gun, automatic, one of the early versions of automatic gun. So, there was war in Yoruba land. So, then Glover, because at that time British policy said he should not interfere in the war. So Glover, being a friend of my great-grandfather, now told him, okay, I can help you. So he helped him to buy these Steiner guns. So they went and delivered the Steiner gun to Agbabu. But these guns were so specialized guns. So he now gave him some Hausas to help him use the gun. Because at that time, the West African Frontier Force had the Hausa constabulary. And the Hausa people, they trained them on the gun. So it gave him the Hausa people. The Hausa people, they came to Ondo around 1859 to 1861. That was at the time that they came to Ondo. They remained there till today. So as I was growing up, my grandmother would tell me that Olabisi is a descendant of those Gambari people that came with your great grandfather for this thing. So, but they blended, and they are there now. So we don't know where anybody came from at the end of the day. So, and look at Lagos today. Many people are making noise in Lagos today. They forget that Obalende was a land that the colonial government gave portion of it to settle those Hausa constabulary people who they were using to conquer Nigeria. And it is this same Hausa constabulary that went in 1903 to go and defeat Sultan of Sokoto and Sultan of Tahiru. So the soldiers that the British used to go and defeat Sultan of Sokoto were Hausas, and with a couple of other people added to it. But the core was the Hausa constabulary. So you cannot say this ethnicity. People don't want to understand that its politics can mismanage anything. So, and if they mismanage your diversity for you, that is your problem. So I don't want us to have a cast in stone that if an Igbo man comes to contest election in Lagos, he must win in order for Yoruba to show that they are not tribalist. That's not correct. And you cannot take the position that no Igbo man will ever win. A time will come when an Igbo man will go there and become governor of Lagos. That will be somebody that the community don't even remember as Igbo. They just see him as a foremost Lagos person. And we were achieving that in the past. You will see that the people in Lagos who were prominent, they forgot where they came from. In fact, when Lagos Stock Exchange was to be established, Sir Louis Ojuku's Colonel Ojuku's father, was made the chairman, and he made a very substantial contribution. Without them, we would have been building our stock exchange in the 70s. So many things. Same thing with Nigerian School of International Affairs. At that time, everybody tried to be a good Lagosian. So if that time can come back, where you want to be a prominent Lagosian, you would stay there, develop with them, but you come from somewhere, you are selling gala on the street, you now make some little money, start insulting people. That is not going to help you. What you need to understand is that you are part of the Lagos elite, and you will see that many people have become part of it. So it's not difficult. And the same thing will happen in other communities as they are getting urbanized. The more urbanized you are, Kano has solved that problem. Majority of the people we find in Kano are not originally from Kano. They come from Meduguri, Ogumosho, anywhere. Once you get to Kano, they will take you. They don't really care anymore. So, and other communities don't care. In Niger State, they are like that. As big as Niger State is, many ethnicity, many people came from different places. Same thing in Kaduna. They came from many places. If you go to Kaduna House of Assembly, you'll be shocked. They wear the ancestry of some members. So, but you cannot play identity politics where you say you are a Lagosian, at the same time, you are using your ethnicity to mobilize. No, you have to blend with majority of Lagos politics. That's what I believe. And the same thing is true elsewhere.
Oh, all right, excellent. I'm glad I did not stop that. That was actually that was educational. So thank you for that, and thank you for asking that question, Mike. I nearly stopped you, but I'm glad I did not. But now on to you, Thomas, who has been waiting patiently. We've seen you leave home. We've seen you get back home. So now we hear from you, Thomas. You're up next.
My brother from another mother. Shalafia Lewa.
Alafia Anyeshe.
Yeah, good afternoon from Australia, Melbourne. Maybe anytime you come to Australia, maybe we have dinner together.
I will come to Melbourne and see you.
Yeah, my brother. Thank you so much. I have 3 questions, very short, and I want to answer it very short so that we can move forward. Peter Obi has been a enigma in this election. He has crossed some hurdles. I even said he will not get 3 million votes. He got 6 million votes. For all through, he has been alleged he's been a pathological liar. Apapa just came out some days ago that Peter Obi claimed he didn't know him. But when he kick off his what they call it, it's a campaign somewhere in the east, Apapa is the one that even prayed at the beginning of the prayer. We have caught beginning of the campaign. We have caught Peter Obi in many lies, but he always portray himself as a very very truthful man, so saying very simple man. So what do you think about Peter Obi? Number two, uh, if Tinubu call you to come to his cabinet, would you take any position from Tinubu? Then three, there will be an allegation that you are surrogate of Tinubu. You are just there to field something that's something between you and Tinubu, and this is coming from the obedience quarters. So that is my question. Thank you.
Okay, very simple. My opinion of Peter Obi that he's a nice person. At least he has a lot of respect for me. I have respect for him. We meet. I've known him for a while. So I don't have a problem with him. And as to the whatever they say is lie, whatever, he's not telling more lies than the average regular politician. So I don't see it is the duty of people to cross-check what a politician says, and a lot of things that maybe he gets wrong or states mistakes are obvious to cross-check. But the internal problem that they have with Apapa or whatever, I don't belong to their party, but it is possible that if you ask me now, who said opening prayer in all the campaigns that I've gone to, I can't remember all of them, with due respect. Let's just be fair. If you say, when we went to Kano, who said the opening prayer when we were in the palace of Kano? How will I remember? Who said opening prayer? But the Apapa problem, I think, from little I know, is Abure versus his cabinet members. And Peter Obi is a stranger to the party. So, and because of the flurry of campaign, he hasn't taken time to know who's that. So they sold the idea to him that if he didn't retain the chairman who was there, something was going to happen to his case in court or something. So I think that's why he got caught into it. So it happens when there's a faction in your party. One faction will run to you and tell you a story and say, this is this. If the other faction takes over, you are gone. And if you fall for it, you enter a fight that is not your own. So I don't think there's any real issue between Papa and Peter Obi. But the party has a lot of money now that it didn't have before. There's a lot at stake, and they have issues among the executive. So even if you don't know Papa before, you know that he was not a stranger. Papa is part of the executive of Abure. So how can you say you don't know him when he has a position in the executive? And you are the kind like, now I know everybody who's a member of the National Working Committee of my party. I may not remember who said opening prayer or who didn't say opening prayer, but I remember every state chairman. You cannot tell me, oh, this is the state chairman of your party in Zozo State. I will tell you, no, this is the chairman. I know the chairman. So definitely Obi knows Apapa because Apapa is a member of the NWC, so he must know Apapa. So that one is clear. But he's caught up in an unfortunate situation where the party is a minority party. They are struggling to get to have their case in court, and that's the time that the executive decided to split into two. So it's a catch-22 situation for him. And if he hasn't got political skill to manage the thing for them, then he will just take the easier option. I say, okay, let me just stick to the one who is there now till we finish. And if Papa has a complaint, Peter Obi is not attend to that complaint, he would now consider Peter Obi as part of his problem and start either retaliating or criticizing Peter Obi. A majority of obedience, they don't know logic, they don't care about truth, they don't know history, they don't know fact from fiction. If you tell them, oh, this person is saying something that can injure Peter Obi's interest, they will go to town and start talking, misbehaving, talking. They won't think long term that, okay, maybe we can manage this situation and douse the tension in the party. So even my party, after the election, we've had situations, different ones, but we managed to calm it down. So I believe APC is struggling with its own now. Even you can see PDP, their own is in the open. Everywhere they go, there will be Wike faction, Atiku faction. So it's a problem for all political parties. So that is that. So I think Peter Obi is an okay person. He's not the person that his followers are disturbing themselves about, but he's a decent person. He's entitled to run for president. He didn't win the election. That one is obvious. But if he works hard, he can win election in this country. If I work hard, I can win election in this country. Anybody who works hard can win election. There's nothing magical about anybody. If you work and you are lucky, you get it. So I don't know what the third one is.
I think Thomas lost connection, but he asked if you were offered the position.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
No. I'm not interested in position. I'm interested in policies and outcome. So in a scenario where President Tinubu calls me, the conversation will not be about position. The conversation will be about policy. And if we, for example, we don't agree on core policies, he himself will know, why will I bring somebody to my government who doesn't agree with me on core policies? So, and I myself will say, oh, why will I come to a government where every day I'll be fighting, threatening to resign, and all of that? Why stress yourself? But if he finds any of my ideas useful, it doesn't automatically mean that he needs me in his cabinet. You can say, okay, let's be on regular contact. So if, for example, let's say he respects my opinion on the economy or respect my opinion on the environment, he can just consult me and he has issue of environment. Just automatically means that I'm a part of his government. As for the idea that I'm just standing for Tinubu, look, let me tell you what the issue is. Right from when they started, obese people saw that it was necessary for them to undermine other person. They fought. Obi spent more of their time fighting opposition than fighting the government in power. They were more interested in hammering Shogore, discrediting him, canceling him, and whatever, because the idea was that their candidate will get attention if other candidates are not doing well. So I think they have whether it's polling, it's strategy, whatever. So they were more interested. So even if you go and make your own speech, you will see obedience coming. Why don't you step down for Obi? Well, who are you? All sorts of silliness like that. So I didn't see anything that is remarkable. They have looked at it and said, opposition must not be divided. And if you went anywhere, those are the things they will be telling people. Yes, the guy is good, but you see, listen, let him come to our side. Let us work together and defeat the ruling party. But what you don't understand is that on some issues, the ruling party even makes more sense than you. So why will I come and join you, except we agree on issues? So if the reason why I'm running against APC is also present in your own, or even worse, why would I come and join you? So they don't understand the principle behind it. Second issue, they assume that the stigmatization of Tinubu and the stigmatization of Atiku is to the extent that if you have any association with them, you will be afraid to say it, or you'll be blackmailed. First, I don't know Tinubu. I've never had any interaction with him. But if he comes to my house, I will open the door. I will listen to him. And when we were contesting, I made it clear to everybody. They will come to me. Let us all come together so that Tinubu will not come there. I said, so what? Why will he not come there? If he got more votes, he will defeat all of us. So focus on how to get votes. I don't have anybody who must not get there. So why must you tell me that let us gang there? I want to get there. So if you want to gang up behind me. But if you are ganging up to say somebody should not get there, I am not interested in it. I've met some elder statesmen. They will tell me, okay, fantastic, you will be a fantastic president. But for now, let us support one person so that we can defeat this person must not get there. I always tell them, Your Excellency, why will you make me to stop somebody? You have problem with that person, I don't. I have problem with poverty and insecurity. So even if you were running yourself, I will still contest against you because I have some policies that agree with you. So why will I come and gang up with you to stop somebody? So even after the election, people will call, okay, if we do interim, we'll give you this position. I don't want position. I want to be president. I'm not jobless. I want to be president not because of the title, because I want to have a grip and solve problems. I don't want to be seen as somebody who has got cognate experience. I don't need cognate experience. If I see somebody who agrees with me in principle, I can serve as president if typist. I am more interested in what we do in government. If I go to government and you don't make me a minister, you just make me a strategist, then we are going to raise the GDP of the country. We are going to lower inflation. We are going to get full employment. I will join you. But if you are going to make me vice president, but we are not going to solve any of these problems, I will not join you. Because I don't have any reason to enter government if I cannot make a difference in the life of the people.
Prince, is it not your national duty to serve if you are called to serve?
Am I not serving you now by being here?
You are serving, and excellently so as well. But the anticipation, for instance, is that somebody like Yemson Wike, they are going to put him in that Niger Delta space, NDDC, that sort of space, to go and tackle that space. So there's that anticipation. So if there's a particular specialism that you are especially skilled towards, and the country needs it now, would you not offer yourself?
The first thing, I have already offered myself by running for election. So the issue of whether I offer myself or not is no longer in question. I've offered myself, I've campaigned, election is over now. I should have been sulking one corner or continue to practice my law. So, but back to law practice, I've been spending 80% of the time engaging with the public. So I am ready to serve. But the question is that being ready to serve is not the same thing as being ready to occupy any office. Because the people who are appointing ministers, appointing people, you have to get their mentality. They have a compensation mentality that I am compensating you with this position, that position. So they don't have, you have to first be sure that they have a meritocratic recruitment mentality. Like if I was the one elected as president, there's nowhere you are in Nigeria. If you can solve any of the problems that I've identified, I'll come and look for you. I'll call your wife. I'll call your mother. I will call your traditional ruler. I'll make sure I get you. Some other people, when they win, they will say, I've won. They will all come to me. So they will set up shop. And people will be paying homage to them, taking photos. Paying homage to them, taking photos. Following them because they assume that there is a honey pot in government that will attract anybody. It's like you put sugar on a table. It's a matter of time ants will come there. So that they have that mentality that I've won election and I am the one who can make people, I can make and unmake. So, and even people were abusing me before. People were insulting me before. They will all be coming to me. So let me just be there. Then, if I take pity of this person, I will dash him one position. If he helped me before, I will compensate him. So that is the political culture. But you cannot tell a person that if a president calls you, will you serve? It is how the president calls you. It is the president who will call you and talk to you to the point where you can live where you are making $1 million a year and come and work for him where you are making less than $50,000 a year. Because of the way he talks to you, what he says he wants to achieve, you will now harm yourself and leave your source of livelihood, leave your career, and say, the way this man has spoken to me, it's a very patriotic way. Let me go and assist him. This man wants to. So when I was talking about Yaradua, when Yaradua, even right from the moment they told him they were going to make him, they had not even done primaries. He sent for me and said, come, Prince, I will need you. This is what they told me. I just came to Abuja. They said they are going to make me presidential candidate. So please help me in this area. So that's why you will see, if you go and read the law report, you will see that I coordinated his legal team. I was secretary of all the lawyers. I helped him to the end. Then I told him, hey, I'm going to America. He said, no, wait. So then as people took over everything, they went their way, I went my way. So I am not against Tinubu. I want him to succeed. Don't have anything against him. But he has enough smart people on his team. Let him go and select them. If he needs to go outside his team to pick people, it's likely that he's picking those who help him underground or overground one way or the other. When he has finished politicking and he wants to do development, he knows where to go and search people. It's possible, nobody has monopoly of knowledge, that he has in-house people who can do all of this for him. But if he has the need, he's the one to look for the need and then tell the person what I want you to do. And if the terms are okay, if Awolowo, who was in prison, when Gawan says, come and work with my government, he gave condition. You must do state creation. You must do this. He gave him condition. so because what's the point? So it's like that. It is the person who wants to leave his career, leave his opportunity, and come and serve. So, but above all, in all humility, it's an honor to serve your country. But serving in government is just one of the ways. You can serve your country in many ways. But it's more effective if you are in charge of public policy, you can apply the thing right there. But it must be in an environment where they know that you have come to follow this policy you have discussed with them, and then they will not treat you anyhow. They will not recruit you into their own system. They will know that this guy is handling this area, give him everything he needs to succeed there. Don't send contractors to him. Don't ask him to be donating money to the party. Don't try to get him involved in all of these shenanigans. The guy will just going to run away. So let him face that area and take care of it for us. Once we solve that problem, if we don't need him again, he goes his way, we go our way. Just like Awolowo wrote when he was leaving Gawan's government. They accept Gawan to stabilize. The civil war was over. Gawan started behaving differently. Awolowo put pen to paper and resigned and said, the deep call to the deep. If we are made of the same stuff, we will meet again. Bye-bye. Give letter to Gawan, left. So it is possible.
All right, brilliant. Prince, I noticed in the course of this several hours that you've been with us, I've not seen you yet take a sip of water. So I'm a bit concerned. I hope you're not getting dehydrated or anything.
No. There is a tradition in our family. I put it in the language. It's called Ejimama. So if you are born into a royal family, one of the things they tell you that never eat in public.
Okay.
So you find a way to manage yourself, but never eat in public.
All right.
Yes.
I was going to say we'll take 2 more questions, but I think Fatai has just dropped. But Remy Coca has been waiting all the way through. So Remy, you're up next. Unmute, introduce yourself to the Prince, and put a position to him. Remy Coca.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Prince. My name is Remy. I'm calling from Helsinki in Finland.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing great, and I've been listening.
You must be using a Nokia phone.
Oh, unfortunately, on Nokia.
Nokia is your hometown.
But you should know that they are not being. They have been overtaken by Huawei.
Yeah, I know. I know they have.
Yeah, I know where I usually pass their head office here. It's a very big facility.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, even here, most people are not using Nokia like before.
Yeah,
but they're still very, very, very out there in the telecommunication equipment and other communication gadgets. They're still very there. Yeah. They're still doing fine, no problem. So let me go to your questions. The question I have for you, rather. I have 3 questions for you. The first question, I'm going to be talking about having a lean government. And these questions are going to be conditional questions if you find yourself in government. As you know that Nigeria have a very huge recurrent expenditure in terms of National Assembly. We have the Senate and also we have the Rep. Even the state, we also have a lot of people in State Assembly. And the money this is gulping is quite huge. So if you find yourself in governance, you know you are going to be dealing with a lot of people. This is because you pass representative government. Are you willing to trim down the number of representatives we have if you have opportunity? That is my first question. My second question has to be about you. I see you as also as an elite because you have been talking for a long time and you talk about some of these elite, what they have been doing. And because they get there and they have some people that they need this thing or they need that one. So, and I can see that you know a lot of people in Nigeria as well. So how are you going to handle pressure from traditional ruler, being you as a prince, asking for one favor or the other? How are you going to handle pressure from politicians that they need you to do this and that? Because to be frank, I see you as an elite. I don't see you as a common man, or even from the traditional angle. So how are you going to handle that pressure? Because when you find yourself in governance, there's a huge pressure that comes from different angles in the country. And that's my second question. And my last question is going to bone about, I think you are quite fixated about being, you want to be, probably be a president of Nigeria in the nearest future. But I can also see you have a liberal mind. So don't you think sometimes, because when you look at the complexity of the nation, if Tinubu, let's assume he ruled very well and he got a second term, you as a Yoruba man, that means you are going to wait for another 8 years for a Northerner to rule again. That is 16 years in totality. I don't want to ask you how old are you, but I want you to put that one.
Is there on Google?
Okay, so I want you to put that into consideration, considering the complexity of the Nigerian politics. Those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm 51 now, so you can see it on Google.
Okay.
Okay, so first and foremost, it's a constitutional issue, representation. So a president can remember that as you are being elected, senators are being elected too. House of Reps members are being elected too. At the state level, they are holding their election. So if you are elected the same election, how can you go and say you want to remove somebody who was also elected by the same electorate? So you cannot, as a president, trim down number of representatives.
No, I'm not talking about the number. I'm talking about the recurrent expenditure, the money you spend.
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
The recurrent expenditure is not because of the number of senators. There is a statutory or constitutional mechanism for determining salaries and wages of public officials. And it is not the law that National Assembly members will fix their own salaries. It's not the law that the president will fix his own salaries. So now, so it is important to note that. So if the president is disciplined, because it's a give and take, the president can hardly spend money without appropriation. And the National Assembly can appropriate, but they cannot spend. So it's like a family where there are two keys to the safe. The wife has one, the husband has one. The two of them have to agree before they can open the safe. So what happens is that the presidency always overshoots. So even if they are paying lip service up and down, they cannot really tackle the National Assembly. Obasanjo tried to do it in his time, where his own presidency will spend as he like, he will stop National Assembly. So they used to hold his budget. If you remember Galina Abba and all those days.
Yeah, it's true.
So they will hold Obasanjo's budget for a long time. But Obasanjo too will be spending without appropriation. So the whole thing became a mess. So what I will do as president is to set personal example. The presidency will not spend anyhow. We'll keep within our own spending. Second, National Assembly will know, if I'm disciplining myself, that they don't even need to talk. So that if the man himself is disciplining his own presidency, we should not even go to him and talk about ourselves. So we'll discipline it. But what is worrying and worrisome is that National Assembly members, it is not even their wages as big as it is that is the problem. Is that they also take some money outside their salaries. They also go into contracts and all those things and put pressure. So a lot of the contracts that they approve in National Assembly, they are also the contractors themselves. Same thing NNDC, ADDC, anywhere they go. So that is where the problem lies. Then for recurrent expenditure, first, Nigeria has a lot of ungoverned spaces and ungoverned projects. So many things that should concern government don't concern our government. Like if you're in the UK, you can't find a dead body on the road. It's not possible. Somebody falls down in 3 minutes, somebody is coming to pick him up, 911, to take him somewhere. If a person is hungry, there's money for him in the British government. If you are homeless, things like that. So in our government, there are so many governmental functions that are not being performed. So you cannot say that we are overgoverned. We are not. Because there are a lot of ungoverned things in the country. You can do anything, you can throw trash, nobody is going to answer you. So we make government more efficient so that the recurrent expenditure we are spending, when the people in government govern well, it would bring in money. For example, if you have an agricultural officer and he's in the ministry, the salary is 120,000. And you have like 1,000 agricultural officers. So you'll be spending like 120 million on agricultural officers. So one person can say, why do you need 1,000 agricultural officers? Your recurrent cost is too high. Downsize, send half of them away, reduce it to 60 million. My own approach would be, if I have 120,000, if I have 1,000 agricultural officers, I'll make sure that each one produces for me the value of 10 million naira in agric extension, in agronomy, in animal husbandry. So why do I care about the 120,000 I pay them? In fact, I will, over the next 3 years, increase their salary to about 180,000. Because when I look at their productivity, their salary is not up to 7% of their productivity. So one of the reasons why we worry about our recurrent expenditure is that we're not getting service in return. And those services will yield us revenue. But we're not getting services in return. So that is where the problem lies. So we should not look at it from an accountant point of view only. Look at it from an economist point of view, macroeconomic point of view, that productivity is the reason why low productivity, this is why your low expenditure on personnel looks big. So it's like a company that's not making profit. If they are paying their workers 10 million naira a month, it will look big. They will say, let us cut it down. But reality in management is that increase your revenue, cut waste. Your personnel costs will not be a problem for you. Because you need to run a government. And the offices need to open. You need to hire people. Many government offices now, they have manpower requirements. And they don't have people because they say there's moratorium on employment. So I think that we balance the two. We can make the size of our economy is too small for our population. Even though they say we're the largest economy in Africa, what they're not telling you is that we are largest economy by a few points. The population-wise, we are triple the population of the person who came second. We are like 5 times the population of the person who came third. So we are still really per capita still very weak. So we need to grow the economy and not just manage. We can cut waste, but don't think that that's the solution long term. You still have to grow properly.
All right.
Is there anyone I've missed in your question?
The second question is about being elitist because I see
the issue. Listen, leadership comes from the elite. Even if you were a bus driver, if you become president, you're part of the elite. So the issue is that elite are supposed to have a consensus. And that elite consensus is what drives politics of the country. In Nigeria, the elite consensus is that the elite must steal. Beyond that elite consensus, there's none. It's just that the elite must look after one another. They have a camaraderie at the top, which is above ethnicity, above religion. The rich man wants to be a friend of the rich man and block everybody on. I don't subscribe to that. I subscribe to the fact that when Nigeria is configured by nature, we can have 30 million millionaires in dollars. Just like India is rising along that way. China is rising because we are endowed. NASA was announcing something today that they found a meteorite or some astronomical body floating in space that is full of nickel and some other rare earth minerals. That if that were captured, everybody on Earth will be rich to the tune of $1.2 billion, each person on Earth. To show you how rich I think it was meteorite or whatever it is that they're looking for, asteroid. So it's still on. If you are a follower of astronomy like me, you will see it. Astrophysics, you will see it. So that's how Nigeria is. If you exploit the resources of Nigeria meaningfully, every Nigerian will have at least $7 million annual income. So whether you can now have a government that is well settled, that wants to exploit it and develop it, or you just want a few elite who will scratch the surface like they are doing the Congo. You scratch the surface, kill the next person fighting with you, scratch the surface, and leave the rest buried on the ground.
Sorry, may I interject, please?
Yes.
My concern is just the area of how you are going to handle pressure from these people.
That's what I'm coming to. I'm coming to the fact that
because
if you have an elite consensus that says, I help you, you help me, let us steal what's on the surface. That's when you have pressure. If you develop a new elite consensus where you want to produce and lift everybody up, because many of the things people come to ask for, if you are in office, even now that I'm not in office, people ask me, is basically give me a contract, give employment to my son or wife, help me avoid some payment of some government obligation. Give me land in Abuja. Give me oil block. These things that the elite of Nigeria are killing themselves over and trading are supposed to be the natural entitlement of every Nigerian. So if you expand the economy, you will not need a traditional ruler writing notes and giving. I will always give one example, which is funny. When Not 9 Not, this telephone came out, it was limited in number, and only a few people could get it. And when I wanted the number, somebody had to talk to Rashid Dalatu, Minister of Communication, to give me a note to take to the MD of NITED for me to get the Not 9 Not. And when people saw that phone in my hand, it was as if they seen an angel of God. How did you get it? Because there used to be like 3 years, 2 years waiting list. Now everybody has a phone. So that is the metaphor for this elite. At that time, if you had that phone in your hand, you're part of the upper elite. That it wasn't working too much. You had to go to one corner of the room, press it, before it worked. So that is what liberalization. So when the way to stop people putting pressure on you is for them to have in their house what they will have been coming to look for you. So if you expand manpower, I'm even the one who will come to traditional ruler and say, give me people who want to work. It's not the one who come and beg me to say, give. For example, in my community, to turn Adebayo College, one of the finest and oldest colleges of education, to university, the entire community had to lobby Buhari, pay fees to Buhari. Even my community insisted that I must go and talk to the government on their behalf. So I had to go to Professor Ibrahim Gambari and say, Prof, my community, they needed this. I said, yeah, we're working on it and all of that. But in reality, it shouldn't be so. Another government will assess the needs of the community. Even that community, they will have like 3 such institutions sent to them. So you learn from it that if you create scarcity or something that should ordinarily be abundant, people will go. If you look at America today, if you want to go to West Point, you need a letter from a senator. Because West Point takes very limited number of applicants. So anywhere you create scarcity, it's like that. Look at Harvard, Yale. They still take notes from your parents to enter Yale because they have a quota for alumnus. If your father was, that's how George Bush got in there, because father was from there. So they have this system. So anywhere in the world where you create scarcity, people will come. That's why you see anytime there is few scarcity, what do people do? They will say, oh, I know A. Rano is my friend. They will call, Mr. Chairman, in one of your fueling stations at Ibagua, people want to buy fuel. They are not opening the door. The queue is too long. They will say, okay, one Chinedu is manager. Call him, say you are from me. So anywhere you create scarcity, you create problems. So there's scarcity of job, scarcity of opportunity, scarcity of establishment. So that is what's making the elite now to lobby. In Abuja now, Abuja is like a wilderness with a little development in between. All around Abuja is free land, vast land. But the government will go and develop Metama, Katampe, very little district. So the land there will be around 1,000 plots with 5,000 elites lobbying for it, ignoring the rest of the community. Whereas if you create all the districts, put roads, develop it openly, you'll be looking for people to go there. Nobody, you won't have any scarcity. More so if you leave Abuja, do the same thing in Enugu, Port Harcourt, do in Kano, have the same facility around. Nobody will say, oh, let me go to Abuja and be there. So that is my answer to that. That don't worry, I will change the elite consensus to everybody of the openness of opportunity. you even be too ashamed. Like when I entered university, the registrar of the university was my in-law, Mrs. Luyomade. The bursar was the senior sister of my senior sister's husband. But when I entered IFE, I just wrote my what we called GME at that time, JAM. I went and collected my results. I passed. I didn't even remember to talk about them. Till I graduated from the university, I never went to say hello to them. So, and my uncles, my parents will tell me that when they left school, there were about 5 jobs looking for them. They had to choose which one they would pick out of it. So there was no room for anybody writing a note for you when there are 3 jobs waiting for you. So that's what we need to do in our country. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So I think we've covered every panelist. So we've not heard from World Peace. World Peace, are you there?
Yeah, one man are here.
All right, put a very short position to the Prince, and then after that we start to and then the Prince can give us some parting words. World Peace.
Yeah, I don't really have much question. Mr. Prince, good afternoon or good evening from Japan.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Sorry, which of the ruling?
Sorry, Prince. World Peace just had a baby. Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Again?
What do you mean again?
What piece? When was that last time we saw you said your wife had a goodness? This guy.
No, that is not your kill on so you know. Sorry, carry on.
Congratulations.
Yeah, this is the last one. No more.
The last one was the last one. Now don't worry, we just keep going. You want to repopulate Japan.
Extend our regards to Madame and the baby.
Yeah.
When the baby is about 18 years old, Nigeria will be in the top 5 countries in the world. I can guarantee you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Sorry, World Peace. Did you see that, Prince? Did you see that that projection by Goldman Sachs that Nigeria by 2070? What date was it? Within the next 2075, that Nigeria will be the 5th biggest economy in the world. Did you see that?
It's our destiny.
Yes.
Not because anything. It's natural. The world is as saturated. They're coming. I was in Europe over a week ago, and when I went around, I was able to see investments of almost the investment that was to come to Nigeria is more than our GDP already. Almost 750 billion to 800 billion ready to come to Nigeria if we have a good West. Because these people, there's quantitative easing. There's a lot of money in the world, and they're looking for where to go and double their money, triple their money, and China is tired of them. Japan has left that field long ago. They just managing their prosperity. So India is closed in. So they look for somewhere to go. Brazil is negotiating hard because Lula and the people there, they have their heads cooled properly. So they're looking for where they can go. And Nigeria has the market, has the manpower, has good weather, speaks English, very good English. Maybe they speak too much of English now. So they can go there. So, but we need to run services. That's what worries people, like law and order, good roads. Nobody wants to die for nothing. So John Major was the manager of First Bank in Jos. Just to come to Lagos for a meeting, he had an accident at Forest and broke his kneecap. That's why they had to ferry him to England and became a politician, became prime minister. He probably would have lived the rest of his life in Jos. So Macron was in Lagos and was blending well, and something happened, he had to go home. So people know Nigeria. They know very well that the basic things that we need to do, run services. How can you get to a city where you can't take a bus? Do you know that Lagos used to have the best water in the Commonwealth before? Better than London, better than Sydney, everywhere, better than Ottawa. Lagos used to have the best water in the Commonwealth. Now you can't even get water. So we just have to run services, post office, post letters, let it be delivered. You have a little thing, you can go to police station, telephone works, things like that. Just all we need. All these other things they are doing, it's not necessary. Just put infrastructure in place, let services work. People will come and put investment in your country.
All right, well, please.
Yeah, Mr. Prince. Yeah, I heard you guys talk a lot and you said a lot. Thanks for all you've been saying. I think you wouldn't like my question, but I must ask my question. Sorry, first of all, before I ask my question, which of the ruling house are you from? You know, you are from Ondo. Stop that. You're from Ondo State, right?
I'm from Ondo, yes. I'm from Ondo Kingdom.
Okay, sorry, I'm from Benin. So, which of the ruling house are you from in Ondo?
Well, we only have one ruling house in Ondo.
The Akure?
No, that is for Akure, the Oshima way.
Okay, thanks. My question is this: don't you think it's hard time for the government to separate the traditional rulers from politics?
No, by law they are separated. It's just that occasionally politicians put them on under pressure. In which case, because they know that they have credibility with the public, so they try to put them under pressure. Sometimes they themselves are over curious. Either some of them were politicians before, some of them are contractors. So these traditional rulers, you see, they are not simple. Some of them have oil wells, some of them are contractors, some of them have construction companies. So they themselves use that traditional ruler position. Some of them own banks. So you can see my uncle, the king who died before the current king, was chairman of First Bank, was chairman of Strabag, and has other investments. So the traditional rulers are not that simple. Some of them are billionaires. So they have interest too. So occasionally that interest will push them. And some of them have classmates. Like the Oba of Benin used to be a diplomat. So he has friends. He was a permanent secretary, he was a diplomat. So they're not that simple. Sometimes they will see somebody they know who they think, if he gets there, it will be good for the country. Or if he gets there, will have access. Sometimes they do it for their community. So it's complex. But the general principle is that a traditional ruler should not be partisan. Any political party that comes to the palace, you welcome them. You try not to help one against the other, but human nature sometimes kind of take over.
Okay, well, my point was this: since a traditional ruler is a government of their own, there's supposed to be a law banning anybody as a traditional ruler, a prince, or have a title like Jagaban, like the Waziri of Adamawa. Once you have a title, you don't take part in politics, but you are there to support, work hand in hand with the government, but not be a politician.
The
You must
issue is
separate
this.
it.
The problem is this. We are a republic, and every citizen, our constitution says a citizen has the right to participate in politics. So a constitutional law will follow that. The only country that has managed to do that is America. In America, when they started, they said anybody who has a title of nobility cannot participate. So you cannot take an American, go and knight him and say he's a knight. So they didn't want European influence to take over their Republican spirit. But in Nigeria, you cannot say so. But if you are a traditional ruler, you cannot do politics. That is to say, you have taken a title and a staff of office and a certificate from under the chief law of different states. So you cannot participate in politics anymore. But if you are a prince, you may not become the king, so you have the right to participate in politics. Until you become the king, then you leave. Like Olufalaye now, he cannot be chairman of any party anymore. He's a traditional ruler now. He's the king of Abo in Akure South local government. So he can never, well, until he became the king last year, He could do anything he liked. So that is the law.
Okay, my last question. Sorry, before I move on. How do you see to settle this issue that is going on in Kwara, in Lorry precisely? It's and Islamic faiths. If
Yeah,
you are the
let's leave that
president,
to the people who are not here.
I
The
think
summary of it is that
the prince spoke on that already. Yeah.
the
oh,
summary of it
I
is
wasn't.
that any religious disagreement that does not involve the government is not covered by the constitution. So if Muslims have issue with Christians, for example, in the Muslim majority area, they have issue with Christian or other faiths, or in the Christian dominated area, they have issue with Muslim or other faith. That is just citizen versus citizen. It does not implicate the constitution. As long as it's not the state government saying it, if it's just any other institution saying, any other person that's not non-governmental, it doesn't implicate the law. However, it is the duty of the government to put mechanism in place to mediate to see that one religious group does not have problem with another or does not obstruct another. So it's part of what we'll be facing as managing diversity.
Thank you. That's my question. Thank you for coming to the show.
Have a nice time with the family.
Yeah, right. Some of them are here.
Yeah.
Ida, say hello. Hello.
Hello.
Konnichiwa. Yes. So thank you, Wapis. So thank you, Wapis, and thank you, Prince. So I think we've covered everyone. So a few words from you, Prince, and then of course a promise to visit us again, and then Thomas can have the closing. So
okay,
Prince,
thank you. I will always visit you from time to time, and I hope that this thing we are doing, we are aiming towards a more responsible politics for our people, to enlighten our people. The thing I want us to understand that politics is an opportunity. Not every generation has an opportunity to determine who their rulers are. Many of our parents, grandparents, they were ruled by the British, whether they like it or not. And many of them spend most of their adult life under military rule. And many countries of the world are still struggling with home rule. So I think that we are lucky people that we can come together and choose our leadership. But the purpose of politics must be to select the best of our people so that we can make the best of our resources and get the best of outcome. So all these skirmishes in between should not be taken to heart. Their whole idea is that we are discovering new leaders, new servants for the people, and we are developing ideas. And all these challenges that we have in Nigeria, they pale to insignificance when you compare the challenges of other countries. So whether it's ethnicity, whether it's religion, whether it's regionalism, whether it's gender, whatever, I think we have a bandwidth that we can manage. And all of these things can be turned positively in our favor. And people should relax. Our institutions also, they have challenges, but they can work. Our institution can work. So you can't say, I don't believe in judiciary, I don't believe in legislature, I don't believe in anything. No. These institutions have their challenges, but you can make them work by influencing them. But the most important, you cannot have a government that is better than the people. So the people have to understand that they have primary responsibility. Nobody can get into government without the people's participation. So the people should not be like what was written in the book, that after God created man, he regretted. And so what have I created now? So after you have created your government, you now say, I regret. What did I create now? So you have to take effort to improve on it. So thank you very much.
All right, Thomas. Yeah.
Prince, you really amazed me. 9 hours without stop. I don't know where you get the strength from, but on behalf of the management and the crew and the co-host of the One Man Went to More. We say thank you to you. God bless you and your family. And we hope some other day when we call you, you will respect our invitation next time. Thank you so
Oh,
much. I'll be expecting you in Melbourne so we can have dinner with the family. Thank you so much. God bless you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. So thank you. So that was Prince Adewale Adebayo, the presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party SDP elections just gone. So thank you, Prince. It was a riveting session with the Prince, even better than the first time he came. So I cannot wait for when he comes back again. So I thank everyone for making it a magical experience. So I am going to, I'm not sure if Thomas is still here, but I'm no longer going to be here in a moment. But let me just acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Fast is too slow. He comes in, so thank you. Prince Daddy comes in, so thank you. Pansat was there, so thank you. And that's fast is too slow again. So thank you. So Kulata super chatting to the conversation. So that's Kulata, thank you. So this is Benjamin Olabode. So thank you. So that's Prince Daddy again, just making sure that everything is well oiled. So thank you, Prince Daddy. And that's how you're opening the session as it usually does. So that's all that. So thank you, and thank you to the Prince. He's saying thank you all. So a real riveting session. When is it never not a riveting session? So for whatever is left of it, I'm going to hand over to Thomas to carry on. And of course, you know that all those nice and polite words, they end now as the military administration of General Thomas.
One man, let's shut it down.
Yes,
Let's shut it down. That'll be better. Yeah. Let's just
all right.
let's
Thank
call it a day.
everyone, and we meet tomorrow. And peace.